Chapter 216. Wu Yan stared at the ceiling as he laid on his bed. His consciousness entered the system. Mikoto, Kuriko and the others have already gone back. They are still students of Tokiwadai, so they can't skip class. Hinajuku, Astria, and Ikaros also went back home. Wu Yan is the only one left in the large ward. His consciousness entered the system and the system projection appeared in front of him. Wu Yan looked at it and he clicked on the character status. Character. Wu Yan abilities, Sword Mastery, Cooking Mastery, Complete Memory, Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance, Electromaster, LV5. Equipment. Shana of the Eastern Temple, Rank C, Dragon Armor, Rank C, Summons. Misaka Makoto, Gue Chuju, Ikaros, Astria Equipment Points. 171000 Item Points. 740000 Ability Points. 201000 Summoning Points. 220000 Level. 66. Character. Misaka Makoto Ability, Electromancer, LV5, Strength, B Endurance. B Dexterity, A Spirit, A Equipment, None Level, 70, Character. Gue Chuju Ability, None Strength, B Endurance, B Dexterity, A Spirit, B Equipment. White Cherry Blossom, Rank C, Level, 63, Character. Ikaros Ability, Sky Queen, Mode Strength, A Endurance, B Dexterity, A Spirit, A Equipment. Artemis Permanent Homing Missile, Rank C. Aegis Absolute Defense Circle, Rank C. Apollon Apollo, Rank C. Uranus System, Rank B, Level, 78, Character. Astria Ability, Melee Mastery Strength, A Endurance. A Dexterity, A Spirit, C Equipment. Chrysor Super Vibrating Photon Blade, Rank C. Aegis AoE Shield, Rank C, Level, 75. When he saw his level, Wu Yan was clearly surprised. When did he level up? Could it be when he defeated Accelerator? After all, Accelerator was level 70. It would be strange if he didn't gain any EXP from killing him. Furthermore, the EXP from Yujino Shizuri and Kakin Taitaku allowed him to level up once. Maybe it's because I fainted when Accelerator fell, so I didn't hear the system notification. However, 2 rank 7s and 1 rank 8 only allowed him to level up once. It was getting harder and harder to level up. On the other hand, Chuju had leveled up 3 times. She was not far behind him. Hinajuku and I are fine, but Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria didn't even get a single level up. After checking the character status, Wu Yan looked at the quest for this world's instance dungeon. At present, the first quest of saving his sisters and the second quest of defeating Accelerator had been completed. Thus, the third quest should be unlocked. Dungeon World. Magic Catalog. Dungeon Quest. Rescue. Quest 1. Save 20,000 Misaka Sisters. Revive all the dead Misaka Sisters and heal all the Misaka Sisters who are still alive. Collect all 20,000 Misaka Sisters and store them in the biodimensional storage device. Completed. Quest Reward. Equipment Points, Item Points, Ability Points, Summoning Points, 100,000 each. Quest 2. Defeat the strongest Esper in Academy City. Accelerator. Completed. Quest Reward. Randomly summon a character. Quest 3. Seduce at least 3 characters in this dungeon world and have them willingly follow you out of this world. Quest Reward. Summon a character that meets the requirements of Quest 3 for free. When he saw the description of Quest 3, Wu Yan was stunned. There was only one thought left in his mind: the system has opened its eyes. This is clearly a chance for me to expand my Crystal Palace. For a moment, Wu Yan was immersed in a world of infinite joy. A perverted smile hung on his face. He was almost drooling. Fortunately, there was no one else in the room. Otherwise, the title of Scum that Hazy mentioned would have been confirmed. After the initial joy, he frowned. Even though this Mission 3 looks pretty awesome, but to push down at least 3 characters and get them to leave with him willingly, this mission isn't going to be as easy as the previous 2 missions. Moreover, the choice of characters is also a problem. Looks like I'll have to prepare for a long battle. With that in mind, Wu Yan tossed Quest 3 aside and looked at the summon column. His reward for Quest 2 is the ability to summon a character at random. This reward is not that big, but it's not that small. If he gets a powerful girl, then it's a whole different story. But after thinking about it, He gave up on the idea of doing it now. In Academy City, there are traps everywhere. Ignoring everything else, identity is a problem. If he casually summoned a person, the person would probably have to stay at home and not be able to go out. So the matter of summoning a character should be put aside for now. Looking at his character status, he still has 4 summoning points left. Wu Yan pondered if it's time for him to exchange for new abilities and equipment. This time, the battle with Accelerator made Wu Yan realize that even though he's a tier 7, he's still very weak. Ever since he transmigrated, it's not like he hasn't been hurt before, but he's never been hurt this badly. Recalling that day's battle, his heart still palpitated. If it weren't for Mikoto and the girls saving the sisters and completing Mission 1, the system's notification would have woken him up. Otherwise, he would have been buried alive in the ground. Accelerator being too strong is one reason, but more importantly, it's because he's not strong enough. Right now, Wu Yan desperately wants to increase his strength. Only by becoming stronger can he deal with stronger enemies in the future. Tier 8 is just a stage. After that, there's still Tier 9, Demigod. Originally, Wu Yan wanted to save up his ability points and equipment points to exchange for better abilities and equipment in the future. But now, Wu Yan feels that it's not a bad idea to grasp all the resources at hand and increase his strength as quickly as possible. Plus, Wu Yan already has a choice: ability, bloodline, true ancestor bloodline. Vampires born as vampires, the most special existence among vampires. Their nature is close to that of fairies. They have strong resistance to ultraviolet rays, strong vitality and recovery. They're not afraid of sunlight or the sacred weapon Mercury. Even if they're smashed to pieces, they can recover in an instant. They have eternal life and will not age or die. They can give humans the embrace and turn them into vampires. Their only weakness is their uncontrollable urge to suck blood. Ability points: 500,000. One has to say that Wu Yan wants this bloodline because of its immortality. This time, he almost died, and Wu Yan was traumatized. To put it simply, he's afraid of death. Of course, wanting it is one thing, being able to exchange for it is another. The true ancestor bloodline is no doubt powerful, but it's also a lot of ability points. 500,000. And Wu Yan's entire net worth of ability points is only 200,000. No matter how you look at it, this true ancestor bloodline is something that Wu Yan can only look at but not eat. But there's another thing that can put this thing into Wu Yan's mouth. Wu Yan opened the item list and dragged it twice. Soon, he found what he needed: bloodline immunity. When the user exchanges for a bloodline ability, the amount of ability points paid will determine the preferential immunity of the bloodline, limited to bloodlines below 500,000 ability points. 10% discount. 1000000 item points 20% discount. 2000000 item points 30% discount. 3000000 item points 40% discount. 4000000 item points 50% discount. 5000000 item points 40% discount. 6000000 item points 30% discount. 7000000 item points 20% discount. 8000000 item points 10% discount. 9000000 item points full immunity. 10 million item points. Chapter 217. Bloodline Immunity. Depending on the amount of item points paid, Wu Yan can exchange bloodline for a special item. With this, he can exchange for a true ancestor bloodline. And it just so happened that the limit of bloodline immunity was bloodlines below 500,000 ability points. True ancestor bloodlines happen to be within that limit. As long as Wu Yan paid 6 million item points and obtained a 40% discount, he could exchange for the true ancestor bloodline for 200,000 ability points. Although it was a loss to exchange 200,000 ability points and 6 million item points for a bloodline with 500,000 ability points, item points and ability points were different. If Wu Yan wanted to obtain ability points, he could only exchange them with magic crystals, other than the rewards from the system's missions. At least, Wu Yan had not found a third way to obtain ability points. Item points, on the other hand, were much easier to obtain. As long as it was not a lifeless corpse like a human corpse or a stone spider, almost any kind of corpse could be turned into the system in exchange for item points. Therefore, using 6 million item points to exchange for 300,000 ability points, Wu Yan was quite willing to do so, As for why Wu Yan did not exchange his 7 million item points for the bloodline immunity, it was because Wu Yan wanted to exchange for another item. White Fruit of Cleansing, a special item for vampires. If the user is a vampire, consuming it will purify the body and cancel out the urge to suck blood. If the user is not a vampire, consuming it will have no effect. Cost 1 million item points. Without this White Fruit of Cleansing, Wu Yan would not dare to accept the true ancestor bloodline even if it was given to him for free. He did not want to become a monster that lived to suck blood, and he did not want to suffer for the rest of his life because of the urge to suck blood. Just like Elkit, Wu Yan clicked on the White Fruit of Cleansing. With a flip of his hand, a white fruit surrounded by mist appeared in his hand. After exchanging for the White Fruit of Cleansing, Wu Yan clicked on the bloodline immunity and paid 6 million item points. Ding! Bloodline immunity. Exchange successful. When the user exchanges for a bloodline, they only need to pay 40% of the ability points to exchange for the bloodline. Note, only limited to bloodlines with 500,000 ability points and below. The effect will only take effect once. After exchanging twice, Wu Yan spent 7 million item points in exchange for a fruit the size of a fingertip and a message from the system. After exchanging, Wu Yan clicked on the ability column. There were 3 options: skills, talents, and bloodlines. He clicked on bloodlines and clicked on the bloodline. And ancestor bloodline. Clap. Ancestor bloodline. Vampires born as vampires, the most special existence among vampires. Their nature is close to that of elves. They have strong resistance to ultraviolet rays and strong vitality and resilience. They are not afraid of sunlight or the divine weapon Mercury. Even if they are smashed to pieces, they can recover in an instant. They have eternal life and will not age or die. They can give humans the embrace and turn them into vampires. Their only weakness is that they have an uncontrollable urge to suck blood. Ability points. 5 million. At this moment, Wu Yan's heart was beating faster. It was natural. After all, this was the first time Wu Yan had exchanged for a bloodline. Moreover, it was a bloodline as powerful as a true ancestor bloodline. Licking his lips, Wu Yan clicked on the exchange button. Ding! Exchange for true ancestor bloodline. Confirm? The system's beep surprised Wu Yan. In the past, there was no such beep. He just clicked on the exchange button. He did not expect there to be a beep when exchanging for a bloodline. Perhaps it was because there could only be one bloodline. If he wanted to exchange for another, he would have to sell the old bloodline to the system. That was why the system was so cautious. Confirm. Ding. Exchange for true ancestor bloodline successful. As the user has a 40% discount for bloodline immunity, the required ability points has been reduced to 200,000 ability points. Ding. Obtain true ancestor bloodline. Following the system's beep, countless golden dots of light of various sizes suddenly appeared around Wu Yan's body. Under Wu Yan's scrutinizing gaze, they all surged into Wu Yan's body. The blood that was originally flowing in an orderly manner in Wu Yan's body suddenly flowed at an unimaginable speed when the dots of light surged into Wu Yan's body. The blood flowed faster and faster. Logically speaking, the blood vessels in Wu Yan's body should have exploded long ago. However, not only did the blood vessels in his body not explode, they became even more resilient as the blood flowed faster. As time passed, an inexplicable fluctuation appeared in the wildly flowing blood. The fluctuation passed through the blood and spread to every part of Wu Yan's body. Then, it was absorbed by every cell and every tissue. The more fluctuation it absorbed, the stronger the cells and tissues became. They became stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the last ripple was absorbed by the body, the blood flow began to slow down, until it returned to normal, flowing slowly. On the sickbed, Wu Yan, who was quietly accepting the true ancestor bloodline's transformation of his body, suddenly opened his eyes. There, the originally black pupils had disappeared, replaced by a pair of wine-red pupils. Wu Yan stretched lazily. His entire body felt as if it was soaking in a hot spring. It was extremely comfortable. He could feel that his body had become unexpectedly strong. At this time, if Wu Yan suffered the same injuries as when he fought with Accelerator, then this time, he might not even have a scratch on his skin, let alone almost dying. Of course, this comfort was only temporary. Soon, Wu Yan's body trembled violently. His wine-red pupils suddenly turned golden. At the same time, a strong sense of hunger came from the depths of Wu Yan's body. His body shuddered violently. He felt extremely uncomfortable. His throat involuntarily moved up and down. He didn't even need to think about it to know that this is the urge to suck blood. Wu Yan tossed the white cleansing fruit into his mouth. As soon as it entered his mouth, the white cleansing fruit turned into a cold current that rushed into his body. The cold current quickly circulated in his body and washed over his entire body. Wu Yan stopped trembling and his golden pupils returned to their original wine-red color. Wu Yan felt his body become much lighter. Wu Yan clenched his fists and he mumbled, "That should do it, right?" After exchanging for the true ancestor bloodline, Wu Yan didn't close the system projection. Instead, he clicked into the equipment section and found a piece of equipment. Meteor Knight, B grade, also known as the Bow of Annihilation. With one arrow, the enemy will be annihilated. No arrow needed. Automatic homing. 150,000 equipment points. Wu Yan had been eyeing this bow for a long time. It wasn't just because it was a B-grade gold armament, it was also because the system's evaluation said that it was infinitely close to A grade. It's also because of this rating that's infinitely close to an A grade, and the description that says, one arrow, the enemy will be annihilated, that he gave up on exchanging for a B-grade sword. Xianxia of the Nippon Den isn't at the point of elimination yet. If he can get his hands on a sure kill bow like this, Wu Yan's killing power will increase by leaps and bounds. The moment he clicked on the exchange, a pitch-black bow that shines like stars appeared in Wu Yan's hand. Wu Yan smiled. But when he saw his character status, he couldn't bring himself to smile. Character, Wu Yan abilities, True Ancestor Bloodline, Sword Expert, Cooking Expert, Complete Memory, Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance, Electromaster, LV5. Equipment, Xianxia the Templar, C grade, Dragon Armor, C grade, Meteor Knight, B grade, Summons, Misaka Makoto, Gue Chuju, Ikaros, Astrio Equipment Points, 21,000 Item Points, 400,000 Ability Points, 1,000 Summoning Points, 220000 Level, 66. Chapter 218. Character, Wu Yan abilities, True Ancestor Bloodline, Sword Expert, Cooking Expert, Complete Memory, Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance, Electromaster, LV5. Equipment, Xianxia of the Holy Temple, C. Dragon Armor, C. Meteor Knight, B. Summons, Misaka Makoto, Gue Chuju, Ikaros, Astrio Equipment Points, 21,000 Item Points, 400,000 Ability Points, 1,000 Summoning Points, 220000 Level, 66. Everything is back to square one. True Ancestor Bloodline, 200,000 Ability Points, White Cleansing Fruit, 1,000,000 Item Points, Bloodline Immunity, 6,000,000 Item Points, Meteor Knight, 150,000 Equipment Points. After a short exchange, he had used up 200,000 Ability Points, 7,000,000 Item Points, and 150,000 Equipment Points. Right now, he only had 400,000 Item Points and 21,000 Equipment Points left. The worst was his Ability Points, which were left with only 1,000 points. He didn't even have enough to cover his foundation. Luckily, he has enough Summoning Points. Wu Yan felt a little better. Moreover, the points spent are well worth it. Wu Yan may be level 66, but his strength is on a completely different level compared to before. With the bloodline of the true ancestor, Wu Yan can't die no matter what. Plus, he has Meteor Shower as his trump card. Even if Wu Yan had to fight Accelerator again, he wouldn't be afraid. Wu Yan looked at his pitiful summoning points and closed the system. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. He raised Meteor Knight in his hand. The bow is as black as ink, but the body is transparent like a black crystal. It's very attractive. Inside the transparent black bow, there are specks of starlight. Elegant. Beautiful. Even Wu Yan looked at Meteor Shower in a daze. If it wasn't for the fact that it's a B rank, anyone would have treated it as a work of art. If you think that Meteor Shower is only beautiful, then you'll die a horrible death. In terms of rank, it's the same as Ikaros Apollo, infinitely close to an A rank armament. In terms of power, it's even stronger than Ikaros Apollo. Moreover, Meteor Shower has an automatic tracking function. In other words, Wu Yan doesn't need to aim at all. As long as the target is locked on, even if the target runs to the ends of the earth, he would still have to take the hit of meteor shower. Caressing the elegant bow, Wu Yan nodded in satisfaction. He just didn't know how powerful it would be if he used it. She said it's stronger than Apollo, but how would he know if he didn't see it with his own eyes? Of course, Wu Yan isn't stupid enough to shoot an arrow here. He doesn't know how strong Meteor Knight is, but Wu Yan has seen the power of Apollo with his own eyes. To put it bluntly, if Ikaros uses Apollo to shoot an arrow at Academy City, the city will be gone. Meteor shower is even stronger than Apollo. If Wu Yan were to fire an arrow here, Alistair would definitely come after him. After all, he doesn't have Ikaros's absolute defense circle that can block the shockwaves from Apollo's explosion. What a beautiful bow! Just as Wu Yan was immersed in the beauty and power of Meteor Knight, a delicate voice suddenly came from beside him. Wu Yan's hand that was holding the bow trembled. He almost dropped Meteor Knight. Patting his chest with lingering fear, Wu Yan didn't want to drop the beautiful Meteor Knight. Even if it's a B-grade gold armament, in terms of hardness, even if Ikaros used all her strength, she wouldn't be able to scratch it. When he saw who it was, Wu Yan immediately rolled his eyes. Queen-sama, can you stop scaring people? Shokuhu Misaki ignored Wu Yan's complaints. She reached out with misty eyes and touched the Meteor Knight in Wu Yan's hand. What a beautiful bow. Where did you steal it from? Hearing this, Wu Yan's innate chi rushed from his chest to his throat and got stuck there. Wu Yan almost choked to death. What do you mean by stolen? This is rightfully mine. Is that so? Shokuhu Misaki looked at Wu Yan suspiciously. With one look, she froze. Her starry eyes flashed with a strange light. Shokuhu Misaki looked at Wu Yan blankly before asking him in a shocked tone. Why did your eyes turn red? My eyes turned red. Hearing Shokuhu Misaki's words, Wu Yan's first reaction was to be stunned. After all, his eyes are on his body. He doesn't have the ability to see his own eyes without the help of external forces. Shokuhu Misaki didn't say anything. She took out a mirror from her bag and placed it in front of Wu Yan. A pair of wine-red pupils, as if they were naturally there, added a lot of charm to Wu Yan's face that wasn't ugly nor handsome. It really is. Touching his own eyes, Wu Yan understood. This is the effect of the true ancestor bloodline. He is now a true ancestor vampire. Not bad. Wu Yan didn't answer Shokuhu Misaki's question. Shokuhu Misaki is pretty curious about him anyways. Adding one or two more wouldn't hurt at all. Isn't there a saying that goes like this? When a girl is curious about you, she's not far from falling for you. Although he doesn't know how true this saying is, Wu Yan doesn't mind making it true. After all, he has a glorious mission 3 waiting for him to complete. Otherwise, he might as well aim at Jusama first. Staring at Wu Yan's deep wine-red pupils, Shokuhu Misaki's starry eyes flickered. But Jusama knows that her problem is like throwing a meat bun at a dog. It's a one-way trip. Shokuhu Misaki stood up. Just when Wu Yan thought she would run away in a fit of pique, Shokuhu Misaki took out a remote control from her bag and pressed it on Wu Yan. Beep! Following Jusama's action, a flash of electricity appeared in front of Wu Yan, making Wu Yan feel helpless. Jusama, are you trying to control me? Yes. Shokuhu Misaki didn't have the slightest awareness of her wrongdoings. Her starry eyes once again met Wu Yan's wine-red pupils. If possible, I really want to control you, then use psychological control to learn all your secrets. Hearing this, Wu Yan rolled his eyes. No, it's more like he rolled his eyes. Haven't you heard of it? A man with secrets is the most attractive. I've only heard of this saying among women. Men should be more attractive with deeper secrets. Well, it doesn't matter. With a flip of his hand, the meteor shower disappeared from Wu Yan's hand. It was stored inside his space ring. Shokuhu Misaki raised an eyebrow but didn't ask any more questions. She knew that Wu Yan wouldn't say anything. So she just smiled and said, "What a pity, such a beautiful bow, how nice would it be if I had it?" Wu Yan looked at Shokuhu Misaki with a half-smile. Jusama, do you know that the beautiful bow you speak of can destroy the entire Academy City if you pull it? Shokuhu Misaki was shocked, then she laughed. Era, you must be joking with me. What do you think? Jusama still had that half-smile on her face, but she couldn't laugh this time. Based on her understanding of Wu Yan, this sentence is most likely true. Shokuhu Misaki covered her mouth. If it's true, then I want it even more. Wu Yan helplessly shrugged and sighed. Then Jusama, why did you come here? Don't tell me you're here to see me? Era, is that not possible? Fine. Wu Yan felt powerless when he said that. Shokuhu Misaki smiled and put her face in front of Wu Yan. Do you still remember the promise? Wu Yan's face fell. Don't tell me you want me to go on a date with you now? Why would I? Shokuhu Misaki said and walked out of the room, leaving behind only one sentence. See you tomorrow at 7, Tokiwadai Dormitory. Chapter 219. Under Wu Yan's speechless gaze, Jusama gracefully walked out of the room. Who would believe that Tokiwadai's Jusama would come all the way to the hospital just to have a date? Wu Yan doesn't know how to describe his current mood. If you want to say he's happy, then a little. After all, his date is Shokuhu Misaki. It's just that Wu Yan doesn't understand why Jusama is so eager to go on a date with him. Is it to attack Makoto? Probably a little. But Wu Yan knows that Jusama is more interested in him because he has too many things that she's interested in. Just like that, Wu Yan, who was in a daze on the hospital bed, didn't notice that after Shokuhu Misaki walked out of the room, a petite figure appeared outside the door. She hid in a corner and secretly peeked inside. Her eyes were filled with resentment. That person is Shiroi Kuriko. Kuriko watched as Shokuhu Misaki walked away, then secretly peeked at Wu Yan, who was in a daze on the hospital bed. Her lips were tightly pursed, her twin ponytails swayed without any wind. An inexplicable black aura covered her entire body, turning her into a true Kuriko. That despicable scum. Not only did he steal my Wani-sama, he even dared to have an affair outside. And it's with that Shokuhu Misaki. Whenever she thought of her Wani-sama falling into the hands of that scum, and only a member of his crystal palace, Kuriko's entire body went into a frenzy. She almost tore off her clothes. This time, I will definitely stuff that scum into the trash. Kuriko made a decision that she didn't know how many times she had secretly made this decision. She chuckled and saw that Wu Yan was still in a daze. She immediately thought that this opportunity will not come again. With a light leap, she disappeared from the spot. An inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly appeared in Wu Yan's heart, pulling him back from his daze. When he regained his senses, it was already too late. The pink pig-tailed creature showed up in front of Wu Yan with a creepy smile, straddling his bed and pressing a small hand on Wu Yan's chest. Wu Yan's expression changed when he realized what had happened. He looked at Shiroi Kuriko, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, and her hand on his body. He knew that he was going to die today. Scum! Go to the trash can and think about life. Following Shiroi Kuriko's resentful voice, Wu Yan also disappeared from the room. Shiroi Kuriko was the only one left sitting on Wu Yan's bed. She was laughing coquettishly as if her scheme had succeeded. In an empty alley, a figure suddenly appeared on top of a trash can. With his head down and feet up, he firmly plunged into the trash can. F***** and percent, ashen-faced from the stench of the trash can. He couldn't help but curse out loud, looking at the trash can that is getting closer and closer to his face. His potential erupted as he reached out his hands and grabbed the edge of the trash can. He stood upside down on top of the trash can and froze there. A steady stream of stench entered Wu Yan's nose. Wu Yan's hands trembled and he almost fell into the trash can. Gritting his teeth, Wu Yan tilted and fell to one side. He would rather fall into a dog's mouth than fall into a trash can. Wu Yan's wish of falling was quickly realized. His face, which had become much more handsome because of his wine-red pupils, fell to the ground. He howled in pain. If he hadn't become a true ancestor and his body had become much stronger, he would have been disfigured. Standing up from the ground, Wu Yan covered his face and said hatefully, "Shiroi Kuriko, you damned Yuri girl, I will remember this." Although Yuri girls are very loving and Shiroi Kuriko is a petite and cute girl, Shiroi Kuriko has clearly left the Yuri level and is heading towards the pervert level. Against a pervert, Wu Yan believes that he can still bear to do it. "Mikoto, why are you so popular?" Muttering to himself, Wu Yan didn't notice that because of his words, he had attracted another person's attention. "Hello, may I ask if the Mikoto you were talking about is Misaka Mikoto?" The sudden voice startled Wu Yan, but when he saw the person's face, he was stunned again. Hello, may I ask if the Makoto you were talking about is Misaka Makoto? The person saw Wu Yan's dazed expression and thought that he didn't hear clearly, so he asked again in a very gentle voice. But Wu Yan knows that although this person isn't a bad person, he's definitely not a good person either. Atsali. In the original work, the magician who had a crush on Makoto and betrayed the organization to join the Academy City Black Ops. The one who pretended to be the grandson of the chairman of Tokiwadai Middle School, Haihara Mitsuki. In other words, Wu Yan's love rival. Why is he here? Wu Yan frowned slightly and smiled at Atsali, who is now disguised as Haihara Mitsuki. Oh, do you know Makoto? Atsali took a deep look at Wu Yan and smiled warmly at him. Hello, I am Haihara Mitsuki, Misaka Makoto's friend. Wu Yan smiled and nodded, but he snorted in his heart. In the original work, this Atsali pretended to be Haihara Mitsuki and kept on pestering Makoto. He annoyed Makoto to no end. How can he be considered Makoto's friend? Even though Wu Yan admired him for joining the Black Ops for Makoto, he was also a bit annoyed. From another perspective, the person he was determined to protect is his wife. Before Wu Yan could speak, Atsali suddenly said, If I'm not mistaken, this Mr. You should be the one who claimed to be Misaka Makoto's boyfriend on the day of the Tokiwadai Midsummer Festival, right? Wu Yan looked at Atsali in surprise. I didn't expect you to know me? Of course I know you, sir. The smile on Atsali's face had already disappeared, replaced by a bitter expression. How could I not know Misaka Makoto's sweetheart? Hearing this, Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. You care about Makoto a lot. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Atsali nodded hesitantly. He seemed to be in a difficult position and smiled bitterly. I'm not afraid of being laughed at, but I really look forward to Misaka Makoto. In other words, Wu Yan said to Atsali indifferently, You're here to declare your love rival? No. Atsali quickly shook his head. As long as Misaka Makoto can be happy, I'm satisfied. Then why are you looking for me? Wu Yan frowned. Don't tell me you're here to confirm my relationship with Makoto? That's not it either. Atsali shook his head again, but this time, there was no longer any bitterness or gentleness on his face. What appeared on his face now was a cold expression. For Mr. to be able to obtain Misaka Makoto's heart, this one is very envious and sincerely wishes Misaka Makoto well. However, from what I know, Mr. seems to be entangled with other girls as well. Oh? Wu Yan laughed this time. In other words, you're here to fight for justice for Makoto. You can say that. Atsali looked at Wu Yan expressionlessly. Compared to the gentle big brother image from before, the current Atsali seemed to have been corrupted. It's a bit sinister. I hope Misaka Makoto can be happy. I don't want Misaka Makoto to be hurt. If Mr. can promise me to cut off all contact with other girls, then I will leave this place. Wu Yan quietly waited for Atsali to finish speaking, then said indifferently, Is that all you want to say? Following his voice, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes stared at Atsali. An indescribable pressure suddenly enveloped Atsali's body. Then let me tell you, you'll be disappointed. Chapter 220. In a spacious alleyway, Atsali looked at Wu Yan, who is emitting a terrifying aura. Cold sweat started dripping down his forehead. He didn't even care about Wu Yan's. Let me tell you, you are going to be disappointed. His back was already soaked in cold sweat. Atsali resisted the urge to kneel down and tightly clenched his teeth. His heart was filled with shock. What's going on? Wasn't this person just an ordinary LV0 powerless? How can he have such a terrifying pressure? Who is he? What Atsali didn't know was that if he met Wu Yan an hour ago, he wouldn't have lost his composure like this. Because at that time, Wu Yan wouldn't be able to emit such a level of pressure. At least, it wouldn't make a magician like Atsali have the urge to kneel. If Atsali came an hour earlier, he would have already made his move when he heard Wu Yan say, Let me tell you, you are about to be disappointed. Because at that time, Wu Yan didn't have the true ancestor bloodline. True ancestor bloodline. With this bloodline, Wu Yan can be considered a true ancestor in name only. Although he became a true ancestor, Wu Yan's level didn't increase. Originally, the true ancestors referred to those special vampires. They had great potential and could grow to the peak of existence. However, this did not mean that they had such great strength from the beginning. At the end of the day, true primogeniture is like the top of the food chain. They are there to intimidate the vampires of the same race. They aren't a symbol of strength. True primogenitors can reach the pinnacle of power in the end, but Wu Yan hasn't reached that level yet. Compared to other true ancestors, Wu Yan was undoubtedly much weaker. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the weakest true ancestor. However, this didn't change the fact that Wu Yan was a true ancestor. No matter how weak he was still a true ancestor. Wu Yan also had the deterrence and pressure of a true ancestor. Therefore, it could only be said that Atsali really didn't come at the right time. His wine-red eyes emitted an evil aura. Wu Yan looked at Atsali, who was sweating profusely, and an ethereal voice rang in his ears. Mikoto, I'll make her happy. You don't have to worry about that. As for the other girls, I'm sorry, but I won't give up on them just because of your words. Originally, what you said sounded like you were being unreasonable. You said I'm unreasonable. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Atsali's eyes turned red. For a moment, he actually broke free from Wu Yan's pressure and shouted, You actually said that my idea of making Misaka Miss happy is unreasonable. That's right. Wu Yan didn't care about Atsali's twisted expression and continued, You think you can make Mikoto happy by doing this, but you don't think from her point of view. Let me ask you, when I was with the other girls, did you see Mikoto sad? Did you see Mikoto unhappy? Atsali was speechless at Wu Yan. He unwillingly shouted at Wu Yan, Then are you sure you can make her happy? You're the one who's fickle. How can Misaka Miss be happy? Hearing this, Wu Yan lightly shook his head. That's right. I'm fickle because my heart has already been divided by many girls. But, even if it's divided, this part of my heart is still theirs. You're lying. Atsali angrily glared at Wu Yan. What about the fifth girl? What did she say? She's not your girlfriend, right? Why are you still entangled with her? Misaka Miss clearly hates her so much. That's why you're making trouble for no reason. Atsali's face was completely gloomy. He took a few deep breaths and stood up straight. His anger towards Wu Yan actually made him filter out Wu Yan's true ancestor pressure and recover. I really can't accept you. You can't bring happiness to Misaka Miss. Wu Yan laughed. Although it was a laugh, there was a hint of coldness in it, making it hard to believe that he was really laughing. He looked at Atsali and said softly, Making trouble for no reason. As if the last straw that broke the camel's back, Atsali finally exploded after Wu Yan's making trouble for no reason speech. Feeling something coming in his direction, Wu Yan gently tilted his body to the side and let go of the trash bin behind him that almost disgusted him to death. At the same time, the trash bin suddenly exploded, and rubbish covered the ground. Wu Yan frowned and looked at Atsali. At this time, he was holding a strange-looking dagger in his hand. It was completely black and reflected a layer of arc light. It looked like the tip of a spear, and it had a faint coldness to it. The spear of Torahuiska Gang Tikutori. No, it should be called a replica of the spear of Torahuiska Gang Tikutori. It had the ability to reflect the light of Venus and directly disintegrate the objects it shone on. Just now, it was Atsali who suddenly used the obsidian dagger of Torahuiska Gang Tikutori to attack Wu Yan. It was completely with the intention of killing Wu Yan. Finally can't help but make a move? Magician. Atsali, who originally wanted to kill Wu Yan on the spot, was shocked by Wu Yan's words. He stopped what he was doing and asked involuntarily. You. How do you know? Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh as he shrugged. Is he supposed to tell him that he saw it on the screen? Why, Atsali, who knows? Atsali's face turned cold. He raised the obsidian dagger to his chest and moved it gently, as if he was looking for an opportunity to attack. You make me feel very surprised, Atsali said coldly. At the same time, his face was slowly filled with black fog, as if he was really turning black. According to the information, you should be a powerless person who has nothing to do, a street thug. However, you are able to release such a terrifying aura and easily dodge the attack of the spear of Torahuiska Gang Tikutori. Even if it's just a replica, it's not something a powerless person can dodge. More importantly, Atsali's black face turned even colder. With such a background, you somehow managed to get in touch with Academy City's number 3, Misaka Makoto, out of the blue. But according to our investigation, you've never had any contact with Misaka Makoto before this. Who are you? Who am I? Wu Yan laughed and shook his head. From what you're saying, it seems like you've already started investigating me. You're asking me who I am, how laughable. Wu Yan. Etzali waved his obsidian dagger coldly. Your existence has exceeded our organization's understanding of Academy City. To prevent unforeseen events from happening, I will kill you today. As soon as he finished speaking, several invisible arcs of light shot towards Wu Yan at an incredible speed. His wine-red eyes glinted with a cold light. It's as if he can see these invisible arcs coming at him. He didn't move from his spot, he just tilted his body slightly and dodged them. His movements were very carefree and casual. Etzali seemed to have been provoked by this. He waved his obsidian dagger and countless arcs of light shot towards Wu Yan, sealing off all of Wu Yan's escape routes. Facing the barrage of bullets, Wu Yan stomped on the ground. Sparks of electricity appeared under his feet. Like a signal, a thick layer of iron sand rushed up from the ground and arrived in front of Wu Yan. Iron sand. Etzali's expression changed greatly, not because of how powerful the ability to manipulate iron sand was, but because he was too familiar with the ability to manipulate iron sand. Because this is Misaka Makoto's ability. Chapter 221. The black iron sand that filled the sky seemed to have grown eyes as it danced in the air. The endless iron sand formed a wave-like barrier. As it surged, it completely blocked the attacks of the replica Torahuisca's spear of Tikatori in Etzali's hands. The formless arc hit the black wave, and at the same time the arc was blocked, the black iron sand also turned into dust and disappeared in the air. Wu Yan's eyes turned cold. As expected of the spear of Torahuisca. Even if it was just a replica, it still had powerful lethality. No matter who it was, if they were hit by it, they would not be able to come out unscathed, even if it was him. If it was before, Wu Yan would have to be careful. That kind of absolute decomposition power is too big of a threat to him. But now, with the true ancestor bloodline, even if it's decomposed, he can recover in an instant. At most, he'll just have to enjoy the feeling of being cut into 1,000 pieces. Of course, only an idiot would enjoy the feeling of being cut into 1,000 pieces. Etzali stared blankly at the unscathed Wu Yan. He didn't care that his attack was ineffective. Instead he asked, "Why did you use her ability?" Wu Yan stared at Etzali and sighed. "So, from the start, you didn't know anything. You even said that you want to give Mikoto happiness." This time, Etzali was silent. At the same time, there was a bit of jealousy in his eyes. That's right. He was jealous of Wu Yan. He was jealous that he could sit on a beauty. He was jealous that he could have the same ability as the person he admired. Logic told him that in this world, there can't be the same ability. The other person's ability is just similar. But his intuition told him that he really didn't know anything. He didn't know why the other person could hide his identity so well. Even their organization couldn't get any specific information about him. He didn't know why the other person had the same ability as Misaka Makoto. And it was so strong. There were too many things that he didn't know. It made Etzali fearful. It wasn't because he was afraid of Wu Yan's mysteriousness. It was because he was afraid of his own ignorance. He was afraid. He was afraid that he really didn't know anything. He was afraid that he didn't know anything about the person he liked. He was afraid that he was being unreasonable because of his ignorance. Because Wu Yan's behavior already told him that he really didn't know anything. "You bastard!" The fear of the unknown made Etzali want to escape. He roared hysterically at Wu Yan, and waved the replica of Torahuisca's gun of Tikutori towards Wu Yan. However, just as Etzali raised the replica of the spear of Torahuisca above his shoulder, an orange beam shot out and shattered the replica into pieces before he could react. Etzali took 2 steps back in shock. He looked at Wu Yan, who was pointing a finger at him, and said in disbelief, "Super railgun. You can't believe it?" Wu Yan said faintly. At the same time, he took out another coin from his pocket and held it in his hand. Lightning flashed. "Do you want to confirm it with your own eyes?" Etzali felt a strange sense of danger lock onto his body. Even if he didn't want to believe it, he could only choose to believe it. his face slowly turned gray. Etsali weakly kneeled on the ground. His eyes were lifeless. I really didn't know anything. The coldness in his wine-red eyes was slowly retracted by Wu Yan. Wu Yan sighed. At this moment, he felt that he was too evil. After all, this kind of confrontation was too much for Etsali. No matter what, the other party did it for Makoto's sake. Even if he felt a bit uncomfortable, he didn't have the right to stop someone from liking someone. He may be petty, but he wasn't that petty. Looking at Etsali, who had completely lost his will to fight, Wu Yan looked at him with pity. This person who couldn't express his feelings, whether it was in the original work or now, he was a pitiful person. Thinking up to here, Wu Yan didn't plan on interfering anymore. He turned around and slowly walked out. When he passed by Etsali, he suddenly raised his head and said to Wu Yan, Can you promise me to protect her forever? Hearing this, Wu Yan stopped in his tracks. In his heart, he felt a bit helpless. In the original work, when Etsali was defeated by Tu Mei, he turned his feelings into a request. He asked Tu Mei to protect Makoto forever. Unfortunately, Tu Mei only saw Makoto as a friend. Makoto was too far away for a LVL0 like him. Therefore, he didn't know if it was just a casual remark or if it was something serious, but Tu Mei agreed. And now, it's still the same thing. But the target is him. Wu Yan turned around and looked at Etsali. He sighed and said softly, You should take back what you just said. Can't I agree? Etsali bitterly smiled. You're right. What right do I have to make such a request? Wu Yan shook his head and looked up at the sky. Looking at the incomparably blue sky, his voice softly echoed in this small empty alley. The bond between me and Makoto was formed a long time ago. It's so deep that it's incomprehensible to others. Wu Yan touched his chest and closed his eyes. He quietly listened to his own heartbeat. Because he knows, from the day he summoned Makoto, their heartbeat has been at the same frequency. When there is still a place for us in this world, we will be together forever. When the world can no longer tolerate our existence, we will live and die together. Gently opening his eyes, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes were filled with tenderness that could melt space. It was as if he could see through the barrier of space and see the beauty in the distance. Our lives are intertwined. Protecting and whatnot is no longer a word that can maintain our bond. That's right, there's no need for that. For two people whose lives are intertwined with each other, the word protect doesn't mean much anymore. As long as Wu Yan doesn't die, then Makoto, Hinajuku, Ikaros, and Astria who are intertwined with him will never die. Wu Yan, who has the true ancestor's bloodline, is equivalent to having eternal life. Those who are intertwined with his life will accompany him forever. Since a long time ago, none of them could leave each other because their lives were fused together. Is there a need to protect and whatnot? Etsali listened to Wu Yan's words in a daze. His consciousness sank into an abyss from which he can never escape. Because, in front of Wu Yan's words, he felt his own heart was so small. Perhaps, this would be the best ending for him. Etsali smiled as if a burden has been lifted from his shoulders. His eyes are no longer lifeless, the black mist on his face has disappeared, revealing the face he stole from Makoto. His smile is as bright as the sun, as if he was relieved. In his heart, all his thoughts turned into a single sentence. I wish you both happiness. In a place Wu Yan and Etsali can't see, in the corner of an empty alley, Makoto is leaning against a cold wall. Her back is cold but her heart is warm. Beside her, there's a face that looks exactly like Etsali. To be precise, it's the real owner of this face, the real Haihara Mitsuki. He looked at Makoto, who suddenly closed her eyes and touched her chest with a mesmerizing smile on her face. Makoto's face blushed as she recalled Wu Yan's words. She clutched her chest tightly and said in a soft voice, It's hard to tell if it's joy or dissatisfaction. Idiot! You actually said something so embarrassing. Makoto looked at Haihara Mitsuki, who was staring at her blankly. She blushed again and said in a dissatisfied tone, What are you looking at? Let's go. Haihara Mitsuki paused and said in surprise, Aren't we going to catch that imposter? Makoto walked away, leaving only her voice in Haihara Mitsuki's ears. He will take care of everything. Chapter 222. Hearing Etsali say, I wish you all happiness in such a relaxed tone, Wu Yan smiled. This is another almost perfect ending, isn't it? Mama, looks like it's over, meow. Wu Yan's expression turned serious. He immediately turned his head towards the source of the voice. There, another familiar figure that he has only seen on screen slowly walked out from the shadows and stopped in front of Wu Yan. Seeing this figure, Wu Yan was stunned. He was a bit speechless. This is more and more like the original plot, except the main character is himself. He has short blonde hair like a leech, he's wearing a flowery shirt and shorts, light blue sunglasses on his face, and a golden chain around his neck. His arms look especially long, almost reaching his knees. He's also very tall. He looks like a hoodlum. Tsuchimikado Motoharu. Looking at the Kyushu accent in front of him and the cute sound of meow at the end of his sentence, he looks like a comedian. Wu Yan was also in disbelief. On the surface, he's Toho's neighbor and classmate, but he's also one of Toho's bad friends. Together with Toho and Blue Hair Earrings, they're called the Idiot Trio, and he's also a serious Siscon Tsuchimikado Motoharu. In reality, he's a double agent for Academy City and the British Puritan Church of Necessary Evil. At the same time, he's also a multiple agent for many organizations. In order to obtain victory, he's willing to taste blood, lie to everyone, betray the whole world, and even go against human nature. But in reality, he's an existence that protects the balance of the world he lives in. So this is the guy. Looking at Tsuchimikado Motoharu, who still has a hoodlum smile on his face, Wu Yan suddenly felt like he's been deceived by the world. He really can't connect the complicated Tsuchimikado Motoharu in the original work with this guy in front of him. It's not that they don't look alike, but seeing him in real life, Wu Yan really can't help but want to beat him up. Other than the glasses guy, this is another person that Wu Yan really feels like he needs to beat up. Tsuchimikado Motoharu didn't know that he's already on Wu Yan's list of people that need to be beaten up. He smiled at Atsali, then looked at Wu Yan, and said to Wu Yan in a tone that needs to be beaten up. Yo, that little bro over there meow. Can you let me deal with the person next to you meow? Wu Yan took a deep look at Tsuchimikado Motoharu, and sighed, and said so. Even though I have nothing to lose by letting you deal with him, and it just so happens that I don't know how to deal with him. Now that you're here, you've solved my problem. Tsuchimikado Motoharu's smile widened when he heard Wu Yan's words. However, Wu Yan's next sentence froze Tsuchimikado Motoharu's smile. Glancing at Tsuchimikado Motoharu, Wu Yan shrugged. But I have a change. Why, Tsukimikaze Motoharu's smile had already disappeared. With his status, it was easy for him to investigate Atsali's background. Since the other party was able to defeat Atsali, then he must be very strong. He might even be level 5. So, if possible, Tsuchimikado Motoharu doesn't want to fight him. But taking Atsali away is necessary for him, so if Wu Yan doesn't want to hand him over, he can only run away. Just as Tsuchimikado Motoharu was about to run away when Wu Yan made his move, Wu Yan's next sentence made him stumble. Like a tiger pouncing on its prey, or a dog fighting for its food, he fell to the ground. Because you're really asking for a beating. Tsuchimikado Motoharu climbed up from the ground, and covered his nose that hurt from the fall, and said to Wu Yan in a weird tone. Just because of this meow? Just because of this. How did I offend you meow? How did you not offend me? Hearing this, Tsuchimikado Motoharu fell silent. After a while he half knelt on the ground, his whole body turned white, and a gust of wind blew him away. Wu Yan looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu with satisfaction, and his heart echoed with evil laughter. Seems like Wu Yan is quite proud of himself for defeating Tsuchimikado Motoharu. After a while, Tsuchimikado Motoharu stood up shakily, and weakly raised his arm, and said in a daze, Please let me deal with that person meow. Well, do as you wish. Wu Yan said with a smile. Hearing Wu Yan compromise so quickly, with Tsuchimikado Motoharu's intelligence, how could he not know that the other party is playing with him? Does he know me? Tsuchimikado Motoharu looked suspiciously at Wu Yan. He really can't remember when he met such a person. But if he says he doesn't know him, the other party seems to know him so well, and the blow to him was so thorough. Since he couldn't understand, Tsuchimikado Motoharu didn't think about it anymore. He walked in front of Atsali and said something to him. Atsali's face was gloomy and uncertain. Finally, he nodded as if he agreed to something. Seeing Atsali nod, Tsuchimikado Motoharu's pale face regained a bit of a smile, but that smile made Wu Yan want to give him another blow. Little bro over there, thank you very much meow. Tsuchimikado Motoharu thanked Wu Yan with a grin. Then, he used a strange tone to tell Wu Yan that he didn't know what he was talking about. To be able to defeat this person over here, it seems that little brother's strength is not ordinary. Hearing this, Wu Yan immediately looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu warily. He didn't dare forget that this annoying person in front of him had the reputation of backstabbing. If he wasn't careful, he would be betrayed so badly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Wu Yan warned him. "You're asking for a beating. What the hell are you up to?" Tsuchimikado Motoharu's smile froze, and he forced a smile. "Meow, little brother. You're joking, meow. What could I be planning?" Wu Yan curled his lips in disdain. "Who knows?" Tsuchimikado Motoharu didn't say anything. Under his sunglasses, his eyes were fixed on Wu Yan, and his heart was filled with a sense of seriousness and curiosity about Wu Yan. With his special identity, if he wanted to investigate a person's background, it would be very difficult for him not to know. However, the person in front of him had made his intelligence network completely useless. An ordinary identity, a sloppy life, and a hooligan with nothing to do. This was everything that Tsuchimikado Motoharu knew about Wu Yan. But now, the other party had completely shattered the understanding he had of him in his heart. Not to mention other things, just the fact that he was strong enough to defeat Atsali was enough to shatter his understanding of him. Wu Yan was actually helpless in his heart. He didn't expect to meet this Tsuchimikado Motoharu, and in a situation where his strength was exposed, with the other party's identity, it was possible that his own strength could no longer be kept a secret. Just as this thought popped up in their minds, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of them for the third time, breaking the strange atmosphere at the scene. Seeing this person, Wu Yan and Tsuchimikado Motoharu's eyes narrowed. The difference was that Wu Yan's eyes had a trace of seriousness and helplessness, while Tsuchimikado Motoharu's eyes flashed, as if he had thought of something. The person who came was a girl. Her red hair was tied into 2 bundles at the back of her head. Her winter uniform was draped over her shoulders, and her upper body was completely exposed. There was only a light pink strip of cloth wrapped around her breasts like a bandage, squeezing out a deep ravine on her breasts. Her breasts were a very revealing miniskirt, as if as long as she bent down, she would be able to see the beautiful scenery inside. It was very sexy, and there was a belt around her waist that could only be used as an accessory. This kind of clothing looked like it was purposely designed to lure people to commit a crime. When he saw this figure, it was the same as when Tsuchimikado Motoharu and Atsali appeared. Wu Yan almost immediately recognized her identity. Yubiao Danshi. Chapter 223. Tsuchimikado Motoharu. Tsuchimikado Danshi. Atsali. Other than Accelerator, all the surface operatives of Academy City's Black Ops organization, group, are here. Looking at these 3 surface operatives of the future Academy City's Black Ops group, Wu Yan felt a bit helpless. He didn't expect to meet so many awesome people after getting played around by that Yuri creature. Should I say, as expected of a main character's physique? A troublemaker's constitution. Yes, from the moment Tsuchimikado Danshi appeared, Wu Yan knew he was in trouble. Who is Tsuchimikado Danshi? She's the strongest spatial ability user in Academy City. Unlike Kuriko, she can move objects through space without touching them. The future Tsuchimikado Danshi aside, the current Tsuchimikado Danshi has a special identity due to her ability. A guide. She's responsible for bringing the chairman of Academy City, the person Alistair wants to meet, into the windowless building. Now that Tsuchimikado Danshi is here, it means, you're Wu Yan? Tsuchimikado Danshi didn't look at Tsuchimikado Motoharu or Atsali. Instead, she looked at Wu Yan. She hasn't experienced the remains incident yet, so she didn't show any signs of joining Academy City's Black Ops organization. Naturally, she doesn't care about the double agent and magician here. Looking at Tsuchimikado Danshi, who's as revealing as Ikaros and Astria in their light armor. For the first time, Wu Yan thought girls shouldn't come knocking on his door. However, Wu Yan didn't have much resistance against meeting Alistair. He knew his battery barrier ability would only last for a short while. With Alistair's intellect, when the hovering loop had lost its effect, he had probably been secretly setting up a trap to lure him out. Perhaps, everything that had happened today was his doing. That's why Wu Yan prepared himself for today's arrival. He just didn't think this day would come so soon. Glancing at the nonchalant Tsuchimikado Danshi, Wu Yan said softly, "Alistair wants to see me?" When he said that, all 3 of them were stunned. Hasuki immediately put away her nonchalant expression, and together with Tsuchimikado Motoharu, They looked at Wu Yan with a serious expression. Era meow. Bro, you even know that person meow? Looks like you're not simple meow. The three meows conveyed the shock in their hearts. They can feel how casual Wu Yan is when he mentioned the name that struck fear in their hearts. It was as if he didn't put the name Alistair in his eyes. Actually, Wu Yan is quite wary of Alistair. But Alistair doesn't have the qualifications to make him, a transmigrator, feel fearful of him. Yes, the chairman wants to see you. Her respectful tone showed how unsettled she was. The fact that he could so casually mention the name she feared meant that the person in front of her wasn't someone she could afford to provoke. That's fine too. Wu Yan took a few steps forward and stopped in front of Seiki. Looking at her slightly cowering eyes, he whispered, "Gratitude and grudges will be settled once and for all." His voice was as soft as a mosquito's, but when it reached the ears of the three people present, it was no less than a heavy bomb. Hey bro, don't tell me you're planning to have a falling out with that person? Even the word, meow, was ignored by Tsuchimikado Motoharu. This proved how shocked he was in his heart. When Wu Yan heard Tsuchimikado Motoharu's words, he sighed faintly. If we were to have a falling out, we would have done so a long time ago. That one sentence scared the three of them. They didn't expect Wu Yan to have a falling out with that person. Wu Yan wasn't lying. Ever since he stole the first Misaka sister and ruined Alistair's plan, they had a falling out. Tsuchimikado Danshi, Tsuchimikado Motoharu, and Itsali were shocked by Wu Yan's words, but they weren't stupid. Tsuchimikado Motoharu quickly stood up and said to Wu Yan, "I say bro, if it's possible, it's better if you don't get into too much trouble with that person. You know, this is Academy City. If you get into too much trouble with that person, it won't do anyone any good." Wu Yan looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu with a faint smile. "Do you think I'm afraid of Academy City?" Wu Yan ignored Azali, Tsuchimikado Motoharu, and Itsali's reactions. He laughed and shook his head. "If it wasn't for that person by Alistair's side, I wouldn't have had to play so many tricks with him." That person. Existence. Tsuchimikado Danshi, Tsuchimikado Motoharu, and Itsali's hearts were in turmoil. The three of them trembled and were speechless. How could the three of them not understand the meaning behind Wu Yan's words? The chairman of Academy City seems to have some hidden trump card. They can feel that if they continue to listen, they will come into contact with the deepest secrets of Alistair's heart. What he didn't know is that his words have already caused the three people here to be unable to calm down for a long time. Maybe if he knew, Wu Yan would be secretly pleased with himself. Who knows? Tsuchimikado Motoharu took a few deep breaths and threw away all the complicated thoughts in his heart. His eyes under the sunglasses looked deeply at Wu Yan. Then, Tsuchimikado Motoharu took a few steps forward. "Little bro, I don't know how deep your background is to be able to say that you're not afraid of Academy City, but I can feel that what you're saying isn't false. That's why I'm begging you, please don't fall out with that existence. I'm counting on you." Hearing Tsuchimikado Motoharu's tone that lost its meow sound and sounded very solemn and sincere, Wu Yan's heart was slightly uncomfortable. He also knows why Tsuchimikado Motoharu would say such words and even use the word request. In his heart, perhaps he has already become an existence that is not inferior to Alistair. If he falls out with Alistair, then when the two of them fight, it will definitely implicate a lot of people. As the saying goes, when immortals fight, mortals suffer. When that happens, Tsuchimikado Motoharu's wish to protect the balance of his world will be completely shattered. Perhaps Tsuchimikado Motoharu thinks that he is on the same level as Alistair. With his own strength, he might not be able to stop the consequences of the two immortals fighting. That's why he said that. However, Wu Yan bitterly smiled in his heart. Tsuchimikado Motoharu thinks that his relationship with Alistair can be eased, but he doesn't know that from another point of view, the two of them can't be eased. If Alistair wants to carry out his plan, then the existence of his sisters is absolutely indispensable. Wu Yan, on the other hand, will not allow Alistair to use the sisters like he did before, using them as tools. This is a fundamental conflict of interest. How can it be eased? In other words, unless one of them gives up, Wu Yan and Alistair won't be able to get along peacefully. Tsuchimikado Motoharu's hope of easing the tension from his side is unrealistic. His wine-red eyes stared at Tsuchimikado Motoharu. Tsuchimikado Motoharu fearlessly looked back at Wu Yen. Wu Yen knows that if he doesn't give him an answer, then this unscrupulous backstabber, for the sake of peace in his heart, wouldn't hesitate to overestimate himself and stab him twice. Without a plan in mind, Wu Yen can only turn 1,000 words into a single sentence. I'll try my best. Chapter 224. Academy City, School District 7, below a windowless building. Located near the center of School District 7, the building is so strange and eye-catching, but next to this building, there are no signs of life. It's like no one has visited this place for hundreds of years. Located in the center of School District 7, there's not a single person around the windowless building. It's like this place will forever be peaceful. But today, this place is destined to be chaotic. A male and female figure suddenly appeared in front of the building, adding a bit of liveliness to this place that's usually classified as an absolute paradise. The ones who appeared here are naturally Wu Yen, who came to meet Alistair, and Jiubiao Danqi, who's in charge of leading the way. Looking up at this strange building, a stream of data flashed through his eyes. Wu Yan's face froze. He was speechless for a long time. Strange sealed building, level 50. Speechless, this is the second time he's seen an item with a level. The first time was in the world of Butler Whirlwind's world, the wall in the Yaoma cave. The second time is this building in front of him. The wall is fine, after all. No matter how it's a wall, it's still a monster. It's understandable that it has a level, but what's with this building? Is it also a monster? And it's at level 50. Wu Yan's heart was filled with doubts. He suddenly had the urge to slash this building open to see what it's made of. No wonder Accelerator couldn't hurt it in the original work. Even if he was retarded at that time, he could still take care of other LV5 monsters. It seems like the reason Accelerator couldn't touch this building in the original work wasn't just because of Alistair's methods. It might be because this building itself is special. On the side, Jiubiao Danqi quietly waited. She didn't dare to rush Wu Yen. The current Wu Yen is no less than a scourge to her. Of course, Wu Yen saw Jiubiao Danqi's fear. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't want to be associated with that old fox Alistair, but she put him on the same level as Alistair. Wu Yen looked at this so-called strange sealed building again. He really can't tell if it's alive like the wall. Since he can't figure it out, Wu Yen didn't want to think anymore. He put a hand on Jiubiao Danqi's shoulder. Her body unconsciously trembled. This made Wu Yen speechless to the extreme. This courage, just like in the original work, it's the opposite of Jiubiao Danqi's great heart. What a small heart. When he really faced Alistair, Wu Yan's heart was filled with calmness. He didn't know if it was because he had seen this on the screen too many times, or if it was because Wu Yen was already prepared, or if it was because of the influence of the true ancestor's bloodline. After Jiubiao Danqi brought Wu Yen in, she immediately ran away in a sorry state. To her, these two fierce tigers could bite at any time. They could kill her with a single roar. The sci-fi atmosphere around them couldn't attract Wu Yan's attention anymore. His wine-red eyes were locked on the figure floating in the culture tank. He didn't make a sound for a long time. Alistair didn't speak, so Wu Yen just looked at him quietly. Both of them fell into a strange silence, each having their own thoughts. Wu Yen didn't know what Alistair was thinking, but he felt that if he spoke first, he would be weaker. After an indeterminate amount of time, just as Wu Yen was starting to get impatient, Alistair finally opened his mouth. His mechanical voice spread gently from the surrounding space into Wu Yan's ears, causing Wu Yen, who didn't even blink, to be startled. Almost none of the people who came here were not surprised by my existence. Sir, you seem to be much calmer than I imagined. When he heard this, Wu Yen smiled faintly and glanced at Alistair's floating body with a faint disdain in his heart. Of course, he wouldn't tell Alistair that he had already seen his existence on the screen countless times. You must be joking, Chairman. I am actually very surprised as well. Wu Yen didn't know what Alistair was thinking, even though he didn't believe his own words. Getting Alistair to reveal his thoughts on his unchanging face was harder than ascending to the heavens. So that's how it is. Alistair said softly. I can't see much surprise on your face. Wu Yen smiled and looked at Alistair. In this aspect, I still need to learn a lot from you, Chairman. That would be an honor. Alistair said like he wanted to continue this conversation with Wu Yen, but a faint pressure came from the space, letting Wu Yen know that this is the real show. Sir, you have brought me a lot of trouble. When he heard Alistair's words, Wu Yen knew that Alistair already knew that he was the hunter, the one who stole the sisters. Wu Yen didn't want to ask how Alistair found out about him. Wherever he went, there would be traces left behind. It's not like he didn't go out all day, and his reputation has already spread through the entire Academy City School District 7 because of Mikoto and Shokuhu Misaki's relationship. With too many flaws, it would be strange if Alistair didn't discover him. No, you're wrong. Wu Yan stared at Alistair with his wine-red eyes. An indescribable glint flashed through his eyes. The one who brings trouble to others will always be you, Alistair, not others. When he heard Wu Yan's words, Alistair's floating body stopped and returned to normal. Sir, you seem to know a lot of things. It's not that I know a lot, Wu Yan said lightly. It's just that if it's something related to you, you should at least know a little about it to avoid being kept in the dark. Sir, you must be joking. Originally, the birth of the military clones was Mikoto's own DNA. How could it have anything to do with concealing? Oh? Wu Yan sneered and said, if that's the case, then I think Mikoto won't be disturbed by unknown people anymore, right? Alistair fell silent. Then, the mechanical noise of an ancient well rang out once more. As long as Sir can fulfill my request. As long as your request isn't too excessive. Alistair went silent again, and after a long time he said, I don't understand, sir. Why would you take such a strong stance for some scientific product? Wu Yan's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Alistair. The pressure of a true ancestor spread from Wu Yan's body to the entire space. You will never understand. Alistair fixed his gaze on Wu Yan. Who knows if he felt the pressure from Wu Yan's body, but he stared at the pair of wine-red eyes expressionlessly. Since Sir doesn't want to compromise, then I have no choice but to be rude. As soon as Alistair's voice fell, the originally calm space suddenly began to fluctuate with a bang. Like boiling water, thick ripples began to form. A terrifying aura came out of nowhere and locked onto Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan's body stiffened and all his muscles tensed up on reflex. A wild alarm sounded in Wu Yan's mind, telling Wu Yan how bad his situation was right now. Wu Yan clenched his teeth. His wine-red eyes turned golden as he gathered all his strength to resist the terrifying aura coming from Alistair. He met Alistair's gaze head-on without any fear. This scene continued for an unknown period of time. Perhaps it was a moment, or perhaps it was a lifetime. Finally, another wave of fluctuation came from a certain corner of this space. Chapter 225. Alistair and Wu Yan looked at each other quietly. Neither of them spoke, but the space around them was no longer as silent as usual. Instead, it was rippling violently like water. Relying on the full power of the true ancestor bloodline, Wu Yan's originally wine-red pupils had turned golden. There were only two possibilities for such a situation to occur. First, the blood-sucking impulse exclusive to the true ancestor bloodline had erupted. Unable to control one's desire to suck blood, one's pupils would turn golden. However, Wu Yan's blood-sucking impulse had long been purified by the white fruit of cleansing. Therefore, such a situation would never occur to him again. The second possibility for the pupils to turn golden was to activate the power of the true ancestor bloodline. Erupting with full power, the true ancestor bloodline was used to the extreme. At this moment, Wu Yan was in such a situation. However, even if Wu Yan activated the true ancestor bloodline to the extreme, he still couldn't completely cancel out that inexplicable eruption of aura that was locked onto him. Such a powerful aura was not something Alistair could achieve by himself. Therefore, it was obvious who the owner of this aura was. I. That Alistair used his wife as a sacrifice to summon an angel that was different from the one recorded in the Bible. Suddenly, in a corner of the space where Wu Yan and Alistair were already fluctuating, the fluctuations began to condense purposefully. Like a black hole, it spiraled and absorbed, causing Wu Yan's mind to tremble. An extremely resplendent light shot out from the condensed black hole. With the momentum of a sharp arrow, it violently attacked Wu Yan, whose pupils had already shrunk to the size of needles. Danger! Extreme danger! If things went wrong, he would die once. Such a thought rose from Wu Yan's heart almost as soon as the light shot out. At the same time, the light had already arrived in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan's heart gradually calmed down as he faced the incoming light. He knew that he wouldn't be able to dodge this light attack. However, this did not mean that Wu Yan had given up resisting and was prepared to welcome his own death. With the true ancestor bloodline, Wu Yan could not die at all. Moreover, Wu Yan did not only have the true ancestor bloodline as his trump card. The destructive aura of light smashed into Wu Yan's body. It was certain that once the attack took effect, Wu Yan's chest would definitely open up a huge hole. However, when the light hit Wu Yan's body, a strange ripple suddenly spread out from Wu Yan's body. It was like a sound wave, sticking close to Wu Yan's body and spreading out bit by bit. Ha! A light, ethereal sound, accompanied by static, was heard when the ripple spread out from Wu Yan's body. Alistair, who was in the culture tank, froze. He knew that the owner of the sound would not make a sound for no reason. The only possibility was that his attack was ineffective. The formless ripples collided with a beam of light. In the next second, both the ripples and the beam of light actually disappeared without a trace. Wu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Drinking the resplendent breath before coming had been the right choice. Alistair looked at the unscathed Wu Yan with an expressionless face. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that small bubbles were forming in the liquid around him. Following the disappearance of the light and the ripples, an ethereal noise that had just been heard reverberated in this space. How did you do that? I. Wu Yan's heart froze, but his mouth was full of mockery. Do you want me to explain to the person who wanted to kill me how I survived? The owner of the voice, I, spoke with a faint static sound. Indeed, I shouldn't have asked that question. However, I can roughly guess that you relied on external help to block my attack, right? I don't know. Perhaps I relied on my own strength? No. You don't have that strength. I said without holding back. Of course, Wu Yan didn't care. Perhaps he couldn't stand Wu Yan's indifference. I disappeared, but his voice rang in Wu Yan's ears. If I'm not wrong, there should be a time limit to your current state. Wu Yan's heart shook as he secretly admired I. As expected of the boss of Magic Seal, his observation skills and strength are truly terrifying. Wu Yan didn't try to hide it and nodded. That's right. I can probably only drink tea and chat with you guys before the time limit is up. In other words, there is still time to drink tea and chat with you guys. Seems like that is the case. At this moment, Alistair suddenly spoke. However, relying on external help is still relying on external help. I think, even if I can't restrain you in a short period of time, it should be easy to trap you without harming you. As long as I trap you and wait for the time limit to arrive, then. Following Alistair's words, a familiar yet unfamiliar aura once again enveloped Wu Yan and locked him in place. After hearing Alistair's words, Wu Yan laughed in disdain. A crystal-like scroll appeared in Wu Yan's hand in the blink of an eye. Wu Yan sneered at Alistair and said coldly, "You can try, maybe you can really make me stay." Alistair narrowed his eyes and went silent. He looked at the crystal scroll in Wu Yan's hand with an indescribable expression. Then he looked at Wu Yan, as if he wanted to see something from his face. Alistair was disappointed. All he could see was Wu Yan's calm and confident face. "I didn't expect you to have so many tricks up your sleeve." Playing with the return scroll in his hand, Wu Yan smiled. "Don't mock me for relying on external help. Didn't you use all the external help you can use as well?" Alistair didn't care about Wu Yan's sarcasm and suddenly said, "It seems like we can't make you stay." Wu Yan calmly listened to Alistair's words. However, Alistair's next sentence made Wu Yan unable to calm down. "However, I wonder if your little girlfriends have as many tricks up their sleeves?" Killing intent flashed in his golden eyes. Wu Yan forced himself to calm down. However, the more he forced himself to calm down, the angrier he became. Wu Yan's body, which was strengthened by his ascension to primogenitor, almost got burned to ashes. Alistair, on the other hand, acted as if he didn't see anything and continued, "Even if your excellency's little girlfriends have the same external power as your excellency, I can still issue a warrant for your arrest to the entire Academy City. Perhaps you don't have a lot of connections and can ignore the bounty of Academy City with your own strength. However, from what I know, Misaka Mikoto is the exact opposite of you. She has a lot of connections." His pupils shrank. Originally, there was only a trace of killing intent in his eyes. However, due to Alistair's provocation, the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Alistair, on the other hand, felt like his words weren't clear enough, so he continued. "Misaka Mikoto is someone who values her friendship a lot. If Academy City places a bounty on her, then the people she values will take action against her under the protection of Academy City. A thick blood-red aura began to climb up Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan lowered his head so his expression couldn't be seen. When that happens, Misaka Makoto will fight against her beloved Academy City together with you. She will fight against the people she values and kill each other. Chapter 226. Following Alistair's emotionless voice, Wu Yan finally couldn't suppress the anger and killing intent in his heart and exploded. A thick blood-red aura covered his body. Wu Yan fiercely raised his head. A pair of golden pupils stared at Alistair's body like a ferocious beast. With a flip of his hand, a light flashed and a transparent longbow shaped like a wing, completely black as ink, with starlight flickering within it, appeared in Wu Yan's hands. Wu Yan raised it up. Draw the bow. When Wu Yan made this move, the brilliance between heaven and earth, like bees that saw bees, turned into shaped starlight, suffused with a faint silver glow, and madly gathered towards Wu Yan's hands. The moment heaven and earth lost their color, Iwa's aura that originally filled every corner of this space was suddenly torn apart like paper, and was replaced by the terrifying aura emitted from the elegant longbow in Wu Yan's hands. Alistair's face that had remained unchanged for 10,000 years finally began to fluctuate slowly. Although the range was very small, it was simply inconceivable for this face that had never shown any clear emotions before. As for Iwa's, there was still no trace of him at the scene. Only behind Alistair's culture tank, a faint figure flashed there. The aura around his body was extremely dense. Starlight as bright as the Milky Way gradually gathered on the transparent, elegant longbow. As more and more starlight was added, a glittering silver arrow appeared on the bow of Meteor Knight, and in Wu Yan's hands. An extreme sense of danger rushed into Alistair's heart. Starlight swam around Meteor Knight and the silver arrow, rendering them like comets in the night sky, beautiful and powerful. The golden pupils under his bangs slowly raised, facing Alistair in the culture tank. Wu Yan said softly, "Try it, Alistair." Wu Yan's meaning was clear. He wanted Alistair to try what he said just now, and put them on the wanted list. With Alistair's decisive personality, if Wu Yan said that just now, he wouldn't hesitate to put them on the wanted list, forcing the sentimental Makoto to commit the crime, and then slowly eliminate Wu Yan and find the Misaka sister. But at this moment, he hesitated. The reason was the arrow in Wu Yan's hand that was aimed at him, and the aura of death that came from his heart. The situation was completely reversed. The one who was threatening him became the one being threatened. And the person who was threatened became the target of the threat. Moreover, the threat was successful. Alistair's eyes flickered. How many years has it been since he felt death so close to him? To think that there would be a day when he would be threatened by someone. You better think it through. While Alistair was hesitating, Ai was used some unknown method to let his voice ring in Alistair's mind. Alistair's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, could it be that even you don't have the confidence to block that bow's attack? Ai was silent for a moment, as if he was thinking, and then he said, I have the confidence to block that bow's attack, but I don't have the confidence to not get hurt. Alistair's heart shook, and he couldn't respond for a long time. Ai seemed to know that under Alistair's calm exterior, his heart was shaken, so he said directly in his mind, that bow is extremely dangerous. It gives me the feeling that even the legendary Angel Slayer's sword is on the same level. Plus, he has an inexplicable defense on his body. I have no way to stop him. If I get hit by his attack, getting hurt would only be a light injury. As for you, I can't protect you. This time, Alistair was completely silent. Seeing Alistair's silence, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with anger, and the arrow in his hand pulled back again, and the arrow in his hand was fully drawn. Feeling Wu Yan's actions, the death aura in his heart became thicker, and Alistair couldn't stay silent anymore. Don't force me. If someone who knew Alistair heard this, their jaw would hit the floor, but Wu Yan understood Alistair's meaning. He still hasn't given up on his plan, even if death is so close to him. In other words, if I really force him, he wouldn't mind dying together with me. Wu Yan gritted his teeth. He wanted to release the arrow several times, but he couldn't make up his mind to let go. He really didn't think that under the threat of death, Alistair still hasn't given up on his ambition. Is his plan that important? If possible, Wu Yan really doesn't want to come to this point, because if Academy City loses Alistair, then it will definitely welcome the army of the magic faction in an instant. To put it bluntly, the entire Academy City is supported by Alistair alone, and if Alistair dies, then it will be the end of Academy City. At that time, Mikoto, Kuriko, Waharu, Ruko, and the others. Even if Wu Yan can take them away from this world, but to watch Academy City's population of 3 million, 80% of the students and children, die because of his actions, Wu Yan really can't do anything. At this time, Wu Yan couldn't help but think of Tsuchimikado Motoharu's words, if possible, it's better to not have a falling out with Alistair. But, the sisters. Suddenly, Wu Yan had a flash of inspiration. Alistair only wants the AIM field that originally only existed in Academy City, to be able to cover the whole world, not the sisters themselves. If he can make AIM spread to the whole world, then he and Alistair won't have a direct conflict of interest. As for how to make AIM's field spread to the whole world, he has the system item, so what's there to worry about? Field Amplifier. A special tool for virtual fields. It can expand an invisible field infinitely according to the multiplier requirement. 100,000 item points. After finding what he needed, Wu Yan took a deep breath and put down Meteor Shower. Following Wu Yan's action, the silver arrow turned into a sky full of stars and disappeared. Seeing Wu Yan suddenly put down that terrifying bow, Alistair's eyes flashed. He didn't expect Wu Yan to do this. Did he compromise? Alistair. Wu Yan looked at Alistair and said in a deep voice, "You want me to give up the sisters? That's impossible." Alistair didn't say anything after hearing that. With Wu Yan's resistance, he would be surprised if he suddenly agreed to give up the sisters. He knew that Wu Yan must have something else to say. Coldly looking at Alistair and the golden figure behind him, Wu Yan said indifferently, "Isn't your goal to spread the AIM field in Academy City to the whole world?" "I have a way." Wu Yan felt the aura around Alistair change when he said that, but his face didn't change at all. Wu Yan admired his calmness. Alistair stared at Wu Yan for a while. With a flip of his hand, Wu Yan put Meteor Shower back into his space ring. His golden eyes turned back to wine red as he stared at Alistair. Both sides fell into silence again. After a while, Alistair said, "If you can really do it." Hearing this, Wu Yan smiled. He knew that he won again. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Biao Donqi appeared again. She looked at Alistair with fear, then at Wu Yan with an even more fearful gaze. She cautiously and conscientiously led Wu Yan out. With Wu Yan's departure, the space fell into silence once more. That unchanging figure looked at the field amplification device not far away and he started mumbling to himself. An unknown pressure, a terrifying weapon, and a miraculous tool. What kind of existence are you? Chapter 227. Academy City School District 7, under a windowless building. Wu Yan breathed a sigh of relief when Xiaobiao Donqi brought him out of Alistair's room. Alistair's room was magical but also depressing. Alistair was probably the only one who could stay in there for a long time without suffocating. Anyway, with Wu Yan's personality, he wouldn't stay in there for too long. "I'm really bored to death." Wu Yan sighed, looking at the cowering Xiaobiao Donqi. He sighed again. He's being hated by a girl. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and rubbed his chin. He suddenly reached out and caressed Xiaobiao Donqi's face. Shocked, she subconsciously tried to dodge, but Wu Yan's hand that was caressing her face had already pinched her delicate chin, making it impossible for her to escape. Looking at Xiaobiao Donqi's pretty face, Wu Yan chuckled and lifted her chin. His face slowly moved closer to hers. "You seem afraid of me," Wu Yan said softly. His face was only a finger's distance away from Xiaobiao Donqi's face. He could even see the sweat on her nose. Xiaobiao Donqi's eyes flickered. She met Wu Yan's wine-red eyes and turned her head away unnaturally. "No, no. No?" Wu Yan moved closer. Just a little bit more and their lips would touch. "Then why don't you dare look at me?" His face is so close to hers that she started panicking. She wanted to dodge, but her chin is being gripped tightly by the other party. She wanted to run, but she's afraid that Wu Yan will get angry. For Xiaobiao Donqi, Wu Yan was scarier than Alistair. At least Alistair wouldn't tease her like this. Seeing Wu Yan's face getting closer and closer, Xiaobiao Donqi resigned herself to her fate and closed her eyes, waiting for her first kiss to come. Time passed little by little. Xiaobiao Donqi was waiting. Seconds felt like days and days felt like years. She waited for a long time, but her lips were not captured by him. She couldn't help but open her eyes to check the situation. She saw Wu Yan's wine-red eyes filled with laughter. "Why are you closing your eyes?" Wu Yan held back his laughter and asked Zhoubiao Danqi teasingly. He seemed to be asking the obvious. Zhoubiao Danqi froze and stuttered, You want to? What do I want to do? When he heard Zhoubiao Danqi's stuttering words, Wu Yan's smile deepened and the corners of his mouth lifted. Zhoubiao Danqi didn't realize that Wu Yan was teasing her. She was a complete idiot. She awkwardly looked away, not daring to look at Wu Yan again. Seeing this, Wu Yan couldn't help but chuckle. He nodded in satisfaction as if he's happy that he's the one who created this situation. He loosened his grip on Zhoubiao Danqi's chin. Zhoubiao Danqi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She teleported away without looking back. Recalling the overbearing yet cowardly Kaneki in the original work, as well as the little girly Kaneki that he teased just now, Wu Yan felt a sense of accomplishment. At this time, Wu Yan's phone rang. Before Wu Yan could answer the call, the phone picked up on its own. Alistair's voice could be heard from the other end of the line. I forgot to tell you, final production ran away last night. What did you say? Wu Yan was shocked. He wasn't shocked that final opus ran away. He was shocked by what happened after she ran away. As expected, Alistair quickly pointed out Wu Yan's worries. Final production was taken away by the person in charge of the Absolute Aptitude Evolution Project, AO. Wu Yan's heart sank. He picked up the phone and asked in a low voice. Where's Accelerator? Oh. Alistair seemed surprised when Wu Yan mentioned Accelerator. He was surprised that Wu Yan knew that Accelerator was related to this project. As for Alistair's expressionless face, who knows if he was surprised or not? Of course, Alistair wouldn't ask Wu Yan. It would be a waste of time anyway. He could only bury his doubts in his heart. Accelerator has already caught up with them. I got it. Send the location to my phone. Wu Yan said bluntly. Alistair didn't care. He sent the location to Wu Yan's phone and hung up. Looking at the map that was just sent to him, he cursed his bad luck a few times. Then, he rushed towards the marked location as fast as he could. Since Accelerator is already there, it means that Accelerator has been affected by final production. It's about time for him to clear his name. This is why Wu Yan is in such a hurry. It's not that he doesn't want Accelerator to save the last item. It's because if Accelerator tries to save the last item, the same thing that happened in the original work will happen again. Final production was injected with the virus and Accelerator used his own ability to detoxify the virus. Then, AO ambushed him and turned him into a retarded version of Accelerator. But this time, there was no Misaka network to connect him to his sisters. Unless Wu Yan released all of his sisters, Accelerator would have to lie in bed for the rest of his life. Wu Yan wouldn't allow that to happen. On the other side, faster, faster, faster. AO looked at Mikoto who was sitting next to him. She had her eyes closed and was panting. She looked like she was in pain. Final production was writing something on her laptop. AO's face was covered in cold sweat. He shouted anxiously, Hang in there. Hang in there until the virus is activated. AO seemed very anxious as he did not know that the words he just uttered were enough to make some people chop him into pieces. But soon, his anxiety turned into fear. The man had short white hair, a pair of vermilion eyes, and the prisoner's clothes had been changed into normal clothes. He had an evil smile on his face as he slowly walked towards AO. Accelerator. AO was shocked. He hurriedly started the engine of the car. When Accelerator thought that he was going to escape, he did not expect that the other party would directly crash into him. Accelerator laughed, as if he was mocking something. He stood there motionless. Soon, AO's car crashed into Accelerator's thin body. After a strange sound, the expected collision did not happen. Accelerator was still standing on the same spot. Instead, it was AO's car that was twisted into a ball, as if it had crashed into an iron wall. Accelerator smiled disdainfully as he looked at Aoi in the car. How should I deal with you then? Hearing this, AO's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly got out of the car. However, Accelerator stepped on the front of the car lightly, and his movement was stopped. Accelerator couldn't be bothered to look at AO anymore. He turned to look at Last Work, and when he saw that she was safe and sound, he let out a sigh of relief. However, when he saw her gasping for breath, he frowned again. Accelerator picked up his phone and said something to someone. However, as time passed, a trace of worry flashed across Accelerator's usually cold and indifferent face. Suddenly, as if she was having a seizure, the computer trembled violently. Then, a string of incomprehensible gibberish came out of her mouth. On the computer screen of AIO's computer, a large number of red boxes started flashing. Accelerator clenched his teeth and placed a hand on Lastwork's forehead. Then he closed his eyes. A gun was pointed at Accelerator's forehead from the other side of the car. Chapter 228. The sound of a bullet being loaded echoed clearly in the quiet room. It also startled Accelerator, who was concentrating on getting rid of the virus in the last product's body. Accelerator's pupils shrank when he saw AIO struggling to get up from the ground. He was holding a gun in his hand, but his hand was trembling uncontrollably. He looked like he was in a sorry state. Don't stop me. AIO managed to squeeze out a few words, but his trembling body and the gun in his hand betrayed him. Accelerator looked at the gun that was aimed at him. Normally, it was no different from scrap metal to him. He could even reflect missiles, let alone a gun. However, at this moment, this piece of scrap metal that he usually disdained was even more terrifying than those missiles. Accelerator, who was helping the last product to get rid of the virus, had already transferred all his computing power to this precise task. He had no extra computing power to do anything else. In other words, Accelerator had no way of reflecting the gun's attack. Accelerator glanced at the display screen on the side of the computer. He gritted his teeth and didn't take his hand off the Lastwork's head. Because, in the last 10 seconds, the Lastwork's virus could be completely eliminated. If he stopped at this time, his final work would really be beyond saving. Gazing at the muzzle of the pistol without blinking his eyes, Accelerator exclaimed inside, "Hurry up, hurry up. After a short while, I will be able to take my hand back from the Lastwork. At the same time, I will have no computing ability left. As long as I have my computing ability back, that pistol will become a piece of scrap metal." Unfortunately, there was not enough time. In the last few seconds, AIO had already pulled the trigger. At this moment, a figure appeared. When Wu Yan arrived, AIO had aimed his gun at Accelerator. Wu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that even God did not want anything to happen to Accelerator. With a slight movement of his finger, a layer of iron sand suddenly burst out from the ground where AIO was standing. It coiled around AIO's wrist and with a gentle twist, AIO's hand, which was holding the spear, was neatly cut off. Ah! AIO screamed in pain as he held his severed hand. However, before he could scream, a wave of iron sand came out of the ground and shredded him into pieces in the blink of an eye. All that was left was a pool of blood that fell from the sky. Wu Yan stood behind the pool of blood, looking as if he was bathed in it. He smiled evilly. Accelerator was stunned when he saw this. He stared blankly at Wu Yan, who was standing in the middle of the rain of blood, without a single drop of blood on his body. Accelerator was not someone who had never seen blood before. In fact, he was a person who was often accompanied by blood. Naturally, he would not be shocked by Wu Yan's cruel method of killing. What shocked him was that he did not know why, but he felt that Wu Yan was a perfect match for the blood. It was as if he was supposed to be bathed in blood. It was a little different from before. It felt as if the other party had become an existence of a higher level. Wu Yan did not know what was going on in Accelerator's mind. If he did, he would not have thought much of it. A true ancestor was the highest level of vampire. What was so strange about it being compatible with blood? Wu Yan ignored the pool of blood and walked towards Accelerator. This action woke Accelerator up from his stupor. Accelerator was confused when he saw Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. They were the same color as his. But that quickly disappeared. Why did Wu Yan become like this? It has nothing to do with him. That's not what he cared about. Why did you save me? Accelerator narrowed his eyes and asked Wu Yan. He didn't understand why Wu Yan came to save him when they were enemies not long ago. Wu Yan took a long look at Accelerator. He couldn't help but sigh when he saw how unscathed Accelerator is. Not long ago, Accelerator was almost cut in half by Astria's sword, but now, he's jumping around as if nothing happened to him. That kind of injury is not something that can be healed in a few days. It might take months to recover, but Accelerator is completely fine. In Wu Yan's memories, the only one who can do this is Soul Hunter of the Underworld. Unbelievable. Wu Yan smiled when he saw Accelerator staring at him. He didn't seem to care at all. Why can't I save you? Accelerator was taken aback. He frowned and looked at Wu Yan with cold eyes. Don't bullshit me. You should know what I mean. Wu Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. He knew Accelerator wouldn't be patient enough to listen to him ramble on. Then why did you save last work? Accelerator fell silent. He glanced at last work, who has calmed down. After a while, he clicked his tongue and left. Wu Yan hurriedly called out to him. Hey, Accelerator, where are you going? It's none of your business. Accelerator didn't hold back in his insults, but Wu Yan didn't mind. You're going to leave just like that? What about this little girl? Accelerator stopped and he turned around to look at Wu Yan with a confused expression. What do you mean? Isn't she your target? Wu Yan nodded in realization. Accelerator thought he was going to take away the final product just like he did with the sisters. Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. No, this little girl isn't my goal. Then why are you here? Don't tell me you're here to save me? Accelerator tilted his head in a mocking manner as if he's amused by his own words. But to his surprise, Wu Yan nodded. That's right. I'm here to save you. Hey, are you kidding? Accelerator didn't believe Wu Yan's words. His eyes gradually turned hostile. He thinks Wu Yan is toying with him. Wu Yan shook his head helplessly. He patted Lastwork's head and said to Accelerator, I'll leave this little girl to you from now on. Ha! Accelerator really wanted to laugh, and he did laugh out loud. Looks like you're really here to make fun of me. Wu Yan ignored Accelerator. He patted Lastwork's head again and turned around to leave. Accelerator's laughter stopped abruptly. He looked at Wu Yan, who walked away without hesitation. He was furious and kicked Axio's twisted car. As Accelerator moved, the hood of the car detached from the body of the car as if it was controlled by a giant hand. Then, it flew towards Wu Yan with lightning speed. Wu Yan didn't even turn his head. As if he didn't notice the car coming towards him, he kept walking. When the car was about to hit him, he tilted his body slightly to the side to avoid the car. He then continued walking while waving his hand casually. Since I've decided to save someone, I won't hurt anyone anymore. After he finished speaking, his figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Accelerator stared at Wu Yan's back in a daze. He didn't come back to his senses until Wu Yan disappeared. Wu Yan's words echoed in his ears. He didn't know what to feel. Accelerator glanced at the final product with a complicated expression. In the end, he sighed and hugged the final product. Damn you, little brat. You only know how to cause trouble. Chapter 229. Academy City School District 7, Tokiwadai Dormitory. Early in the morning, the sun slowly shines down from the sky, passing through layers of clouds and shrouding the ground that was just covered by the night, bringing a touch of warmth to the cold ground. In the dormitory of Tokiwadai, all the young ladies got up from their beds one after another and started their day after day, year after year of middle school life. Even though it was a holiday today, they still couldn't hide in their warm beds. Who knows if it was a special rule of Tokiwadai or if it was a habit of theirs. Usually at this time, the Missy from Tokiwadai would have finished washing up and headed to the commercial street in the center of the school district. But today, there was no sign of the young ladies who were preparing to go out on the streets at the entrance of the Tokiwadai dormitory. They were all hiding in the corners of the dormitory and looking at the entrance as though they had seen something unbelievable. None of them wanted to go forward. Because, there's a figure standing there that normally wouldn't appear at this time. Her long blonde hair was casually draped behind her head, and she carried a small white bag on her back. The sunlight shone on her hair, which was the same color as her hair, emitting a golden glow. She wore a pair of white gloves on her hands and a pair of white stockings on her feet. Her star-shaped eyes stared in one direction, as if she was waiting for something. She was wearing the uniform of Tokiwadai, which was the same as the other young ladies. However, when she wore it, she had a different kind of charm. This was because the owner of the uniform had a great heart that the other girls in Tokiwadai did not have. It's Shokuhu Misaki herself. Shokuhu Misaki is standing in front of Tokiwadai's dormitory door early in the morning, waiting. The Missy from Tokiwadai didn't choose to go out because they saw their queen at the door. Girls are all gossipy creatures. This sentence can't be applied to all girls, but it's applicable to most of them. Obviously, the Missy from Tokiwadai are one of those gossipy creatures. When they saw Shokuhu Misaki standing in front of Tokiwadai's dormitory door, they're boiling because their queen is obviously waiting for someone. Could it be her boyfriend? Her Majesty the Queen is going on a date with her boyfriend? Once this idea popped up, it instantly went out of control and spread like wildfire. Within a short 5 minutes, it had spread throughout the entire Tokiwadai dormitory and attracted everyone. Ever since Makoto became the second, her influence in Tokiwadai became even greater. At this time, Shokuhu Misaki's influence didn't decrease in the slightest. Many Tokiwadai's young ladies also deeply admired Shokuhu Misaki from the bottom of their hearts. So now that Shokuhu Misaki has a boyfriend, the commotion in Tokiwadai will definitely not be any less than the last time she went out on a date. At this time, they didn't know that the person Shokuhu Misaki was waiting for was the same person she went on a date with last time. At a certain moment, Shokuhu Misaki's eyes suddenly lit up as she looked in a certain direction. A beautiful smile appeared on her face, making those Tokiwadai girls who were looking forward to her almost screamed. At the same time, they also noticed that in the direction Shokuhu Misaki was looking at, there was a figure walking towards them. A figure that caused them so much pain that they wanted to chop him into pieces. "It's that scum!" One of the misses from Tokiwadai couldn't help but exclaim. Following her exclamation, the other misses from Tokiwadai were all stunned as they stared at Wu Yen, who is approaching Shokuhu Misaki. What's going on? How can it be that scum? At this moment, all the Tokiwadai girls, without exception, were crazily roaring this sentence in their hearts. Ever since the last Midsummer Festival, Wu Yen publicly announced that their Misaka-sama is a member of his Crystal Palace. The title scum has spread throughout the Tokiwadai along with Shiroi Kuriko's secret plot. None of them didn't want to chop Wu Yen into pieces because Makoto is the trump card of their Tokiwadai, the third of the 7 LV5 Tokiwadai girls in Academy City. Every Tokiwadai girl has a deep yearning for Makoto just like how they yearn for Shokuhu Misaki. But on that day, their hearts were broken. Their Misaka-sama was taken in by a powerless hooligan. Moreover, he was taken into Crystal Palace. From that day onwards, every single girl in Tokiwadai started hating Wu Yen. And after Makoto defeated Kakin Taitaku and became the second Tokiwadai girl in Academy City, the hatred in their hearts couldn't be suppressed. Now, even another object of their yearning has fallen into his arms. At this moment, the anger in their hearts suddenly rose. It's not like they didn't know about Shokuhu Misaki's date with Wu Yen. However, Wu Yan's declaration at the Crystal Palace during the Midsummer Festival made the Oniai-san of Tokiwadai believe that their Koho-sama would never share a man with another woman. Thus, they didn't think of Wu Yen as a possible suspect. So when Wu Yen appeared, the Tokiwadai girls, other than disbelief, their monstrous resentment also solidified and broke through the clouds. Wu Yen, who was about to greet Shokuhu Misaki, suddenly shuddered. A chill crept up his spine, causing Wu Yan's body to tremble again and again. Ever since he became a true ancestor, under the influence of the noble true ancestor bloodline, even IWSI couldn't give Wu Yen this kind of warning. But now, Wu Yen actually shuddered. For a moment, Wu Yen thought he was being watched by the god of this world, that is, Jehovah. Little did he know, the ones who are watching him are just a bunch of young ladies who don't even have the strength to truss up a chicken. Almost as soon as Wu Yen appeared, Shokuhu Misaki's gaze fell on Wu Yan's pair of wine-red eyes that suddenly changed a few days ago. Then, she covered her mouth and laughed from the bottom of her heart. For some reason, Shokuhu Misaki is very happy that Wu Yen has the same pair of eyes as her. She doesn't know why she's feeling this way, but she's not sure why. It's not polite to make a lady wait, Shokuhu Misaki sweetly smiled at Wu Yen and said. Hearing this, Wu Yen suspiciously took out his phone. Looking at the 640 on the display, he asked Shokuhu Misaki, "Isn't it not time yet? You didn't say 7 last time but 6 last time?" Shokuhu Misaki didn't deny it and smiled. "Well, time is not an excuse for making a lady wait. Can't you come a little earlier?" Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Looking at Shokuhu Misaki's sweet smile, all the energy in his body dissipated. He had arrived 20 minutes earlier than her. Since it's impossible to reason with a woman, Wu Yen raised both his hands like a hoodlum. Fine, it's my fault, okay? Shokuhu Misaki nodded in satisfaction, took 2 steps forward and hugged Wu Yan's hands. Date, I'm looking forward to it. Feeling Jusama rubbing her ample bosoms against his arm, Wu Yen secretly cheered in his heart. However, he maintained a helpless smile on his face. I really don't know why you're so eager to go on a date with me. Well, don't mind the details. With that, the 2 of them walked off into the distance. In the Tokiwadai dormitory, the Onii-san who were hiding in the shadows watched as Wu Yen and Shokuhu Misaki got further and further away. Dark aura enveloped them as they grinned eerily. Then, they formed a group and chased after the 2 who got further and further away. Among them, there was a Tokiwadai girl with short brown hair, and a petite figure with 2 pink ponytails. Chapter 230. On a certain commercial street in the 7th district of Academy City, Wu Yen and Shokuhu Misaki are sticking close to each other like a real couple. While walking down the street, they are pointing at the shops and chatting happily. Be it the bachelors or the ones with girlfriends, all of them cast envious and jealous gazes at Wu Yen. The bachelors are envious because he has a girlfriend, the non-bachelors are envious because he has a beautiful girlfriend. As for the girls, they are looking at the 2 of them with envy. Along with the envious and jealous gazes, they are sending Wu Yen and Shokuhu Misaki off into the distance. However, the expressions on their faces, regardless of whether they were envious or jealous, soon all turned into frozen faces of sweat. Just as Wu Yen and Shokuhu Misaki's figures disappeared from their sight, a group of beautiful girls from Tokiwadai rushed up from another direction. Logically speaking, with so many beautiful girls appearing in a group, it should attract a lot of admiring gazes. But at this moment, looking at those beautiful faces, they can't even squeeze out an appreciative gaze. It should be said that as long as a person saw a group of beautiful girls covered in black gas, holding whips, brooms, stools, kitchen knives, and even scissors in their hands, and pouncing on them like wolves and tigers in front of them, they would not be able to appreciate them at all. And at the front of this group of beasts, which is also the leader, is Mikoto and Kuriko. Hiding at a distance where Wu Yen can't sense her electromagnetic field, Mikoto gritted her teeth as she looked at the 2 figures sticking close to each other. Blue and white electricity crackled on her forehead. Damn Yen! He actually went on a date with that girl and came to the Tokiwadai dorm without informing me. Is blonde hair and huge breasts really that attractive to you? Seeing Mikoto's nagging, Kuriko quickly added insult to injury. Wani-sama, look, that scum really doesn't care about Wani-sama. He already has Wani-sama but he still doesn't know how to be satisfied. He still goes and flirts with other girls. Wani-sama should just use your iron sand sword and give him a chop. Hearing this, the girls of Tokiwadai quickly added insult to injury. That's right, Misaka-sama. That scum is not worthy of you being together with him. It's better to abandon him and follow me. Without a doubt, this was a Yuri girl who looked like a black and white creature. Misaka-sama, let's just chop him up. A Tokiwadai girl who was holding a kitchen knife said. She seemed to be quite knowledgeable. No. We should throw him out on the street and parade him around. The girls of Tokiwadai who have already occupied the street said. No. For scum like him, I think we should use a pair of scissors and chop him up. This is a Tokiwadai girl who is holding a pair of scissors. By the way, she's the girl who led Wu Yen to Shokuhu Misaki and told her that Mikoto has a boyfriend. She's the one who indirectly caused the relationship between Wani-sama and Wu Yen. No. We should. Enough. Stop arguing. Mikoto, who was already a little annoyed, is now scared witless by this group of dangerous girls. She quickly stopped them from talking and saved a certain scum who is enjoying a date. Wani-sama. Kuriko shouted at Mikoto in exasperation. Looking at how Mikoto is protecting Wu Yen, Kuriko gritted her teeth. Wani-sama, at this time, you should decisively abandon that scum, Wani-sama. Mikoto bitterly smiled. If she wanted to cut off all ties with Wu Yen, she would have already made up her mind back in the Spalier world. How could she let Wu Yen take advantage of her? Misaka-sama. Shokuhu-sama and that scum are leaving again. One of the Tokiwadai girls who was assigned as a scout saw Wu Yen and Shokuhu Misaki heading towards a certain direction and quickly informed Mikoto. Mikoto turned her head to look. That direction, it looks like an amusement park. Yes, Misaka-sama. That amusement park is a place where the girls in school who have boyfriends often go for dates. It should be Shokuhasama's idea. That woman! Mikoto clenched her fist tightly. You keep biting on someone else's boyfriend. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll think that I, Misaka Mikoto, only know how to flirt. Her brown eyes turned and an idea popped up in her mind. She called out to the Tokiwadai girls behind her and started whispering something to them. Then she asked them to pass on the message. On the other side, Wu Yen and Shokuhu Misaki have already entered the amusement park where the girls of Tokiwadai often go for dates. It's the first time he's been to a place like an amusement park. Even Wu Yen felt a sense of novelty. Let alone Shokuhu Misaki, who has never been to these things. Looking at the roller coaster not far away, Shokuhu Misaki's eyes sparkled. She tugged at Wu Yan's sleeve and said with a hint of anticipation, "Hey, little Yen, let's go play that." Hearing Shokuhu Misaki's words, Wu Yen teased her. "What's wrong? Our Queen-sama also likes this kind of childish stuff?" For the first time, Shokuhu Misaki blushed and pretended to be elegant as she said, "Of course I'm not interested. It's just that I'm a little curious as to why the people up there are shouting so loudly." "Oh? Is that so?" Wu Yen looked at Shokuhu Misaki with a half-smile and held her hand. "Then I hope the polite Queen-sama will maintain her manners later." "Of course." Of course, this of course was quickly broken by Queen-sama. As soon as they got on the roller coaster, Queen-sama's calm face started to show signs of nervousness. She's an exercise idiot to begin with. Looking at the twists and turns of the road, which is as high as a cliff and as low as the sea level, she started to regret it. "Hey, little Yen, why don't we go play something else?" Jusama couldn't help but turn her head around when the car was about to depart. She chuckled guiltily at Wu Yen. Era. Wu Yen covered his mouth with the back of his hand and smiled very elegantly. Shokuhu Misaki's face turned red as she said angrily, "Don't copy me." As Shokuhu Misaki's angry voice sounded, the roller coaster started to move upwards. Queen-sama was shocked and tried to stand up, but Wu Yen held her back. Wu Yen chuckled. "Queen-sama, the best part is yet to come. You! Ah!" This was the voice of Her Highness Queen, who was shouting that screaming equals rude just now, screaming on the roller coaster. When the roller coaster finished, Wu Yen, who was holding Queen-sama, was now being held by Queen-sama like a pillar. Her limbs were strangely removed from the safety belt and railings and were wrapped around Wu Yan's body. Jusama's petite face turned a little pale. Her starry eyes were brimming with tears, giving her a pitiful look. Upon seeing this, not only did Wu Yen not console her, he even snickered, causing Jusama to glare at him. "Hurry up and get off." Queen-sama just wanted to leave this roller coaster that made her lose face. However, it seems like someone doesn't want her to leave. Mikoto, Kuriko, and a group of girls from Tokiwadai were standing on a fake mountain in the amusement park. They were looking at Wu Yen and Shokuhu Misaki on the roller coaster with a strange smile on their faces. "You want to leave? It's not time yet." Mikoto raised her electric hand and pressed it on the ground. Suddenly, blue and white electricity spread out like a spider web and touched the roller coaster's controller. At the same time, the roller coaster that had stopped trembled. Shokuhu Misaki and Wu Yen, who were about to get off the roller coaster, fell back onto their seats. "What's going on? What's wrong with the roller coaster?" Shokuhu Misaki suddenly felt an alarm in her heart, telling her that something bad is about to happen. But before she could react, the roller coaster accelerated and went back to where it came from at 3 times its original speed. Ah! Chapter 231. In the amusement park, all the people who saw the roller coaster flying backward at a very fast speed were in a mess. The kind-hearted people began to look for the managers, but they didn't know why those managers all disappeared. So the kind-hearted people could only watch the fun. Thus, the bottom of the roller coaster is filled with people while the top of the roller coaster is filled with Jusama's screams, echoing throughout the entire amusement park. What's going on? On the roller coaster, Wu Yan's neck was tightly strangled by Jusama. Her screams almost broke his eardrums, making his head dizzy. Coupled with the suffocating feeling caused by the lack of oxygen, even though he's already a true ancestor, Wu Yan still felt like he's about to die. Only a part of his mind is left blank, wondering why the roller coaster suddenly malfunctioned. Unfortunately, his brain cells were all scared to death by the deafening screams around him. In the distance, Mikoto looked at Shokuhu Misaki on the roller coaster. Her face is pale with fright, she smiled evilly, seemingly satisfied with what she's done. Kuriko, who was standing beside Mikoto, glanced at the unscathed Yuan Shao on the flying car with resentment. She glanced at Wu Yan and blamed her own sister for being biased. Why didn't she teach that scum a lesson? Gritting his teeth indignantly, Heizi rolled his eyes as if he had thought of something. He snickered a few times, then stealthily took 2 steps back and started whispering to the girls of Tokiwadai behind him. As Heizi's words fell into the ears of the ladies of Tokiwadai, their eyes lit up as they excitedly nodded their heads and smiled tacitly. Almost in the next second, Wu Yan, who was sitting on the roller coaster, suddenly felt his body lighten. Jusama's hand that was strangling his neck loosened. At the same time, a gust of wind blew his body out of the roller coaster. "Ai!" Wu Yan didn't even get the chance to curse before he started free-falling towards the ground at a height of about 10 meters. Jusama, who was still screaming, didn't realize that her biggest support at this moment is falling face first. She also didn't realize that her hands that were strangling Wu Yan's neck have turned into a pillar. As for the people who saw Wu Yan fall, they all screamed and scattered like birds and beasts. It's obvious that they don't plan to save Wu Yan. "Yan!" Mikoto, who is on top of the fake mountain, also exclaimed in surprise. Then she thought of something and glared at Kuriko and the other Tokiwadai misses. As for the creators, they already put on a surprised expression and managed to get away with it. Looking at the ground that's getting closer and closer to him, Wu Yan let out a long sigh. He cursed his bad luck in his heart. How would he know that the reason why he's in this state is because of someone's dirty tricks? Wu Yan's eyes narrowed and he turned his body. His body immediately did a 180-degree turn and he slightly bent his body. The moment he landed, he stomped on the air. One hand and both feet landed on the ground together. His body slightly squatted down to dissipate the force. Wu Yan dragged 2 lines of several meters on the ground. Then, he stood up as if nothing happened. How is this possible? Kuriko and the other Tokiwadai girls all screamed. When Mikoto looked at them in confusion, they quickly pretended that nothing happened. But in their hearts, they were cursing. He's still not dead. Come to think of it, they really thought that Wu Yan is a powerless LV0. They came here with the intention of killing Wu Yan. When the roller coaster stopped again, Jusama still hasn't reacted. She's still sitting on her seat, hugging a small pillar that came from who knows where. She's screaming with her eyes closed. Wu Yan's face turned ugly. "I say, Jusama. Ah. Jusama. Ah. Girl. Ah." Seeing this scene, Mikoto's face turned red, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. The girls of Tokiwadai have never seen their Shokuhusama like this before, so naturally, they all tried their best to hold back their laughter. "Where's the administrator? Where are all the caretakers?" Shokuhu Misaki stomped her feet in anger. Her pale face has recovered a lot of color, but you can still see the anger and embarrassment in her eyes. Shokuhu Misaki felt that the reputation she's built up her entire life is gone. She wanted to cry but no tears came out. Wu Yan also tried his best to hold back his laughter and patted Jusama's shoulder. "Well, Jusama, as a Tokiwadai girl, you can't be so rude." Shokuhu Misaki's face turned red. She glared at Wu Yan in embarrassment, but she didn't ask for an administrator anymore. She humphed coldly and walked away. "Let's go. Let's go to the next roller coaster. You still dare to play?" Wu Yan was shocked. He quickly chased after her. On the fake mountain, Mikoto looked at Shokuhu Misaki and Wu Yan walking away. She was a bit surprised. That woman, she's still not going to give up? So she came here with the intention of ruining his date. "Wani-sama, are we still going to follow them?" That's what she said, but if you look closely, you'll notice that Kuriko's pink pupils are filled with an eagerness to give it a try. It's as if she won't rest until Wu Yan is dead. "Of course," Mikoto said angrily. She raised her leg and followed after them. Seeing this, the ladies of Tokiwadai also rushed after them. In front of them, Wu Yan frowned and kept looking back. He scratched his face from time to time as if he's confused. Shokuhu Misaki couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "No, it's nothing." Wu Yan rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, "It's just that I feel like something's not right." Hearing this, Shokuhu Misaki smiled. "You're not afraid of being caught by your little girlfriends, are you? Wu Yan glanced at Shokuhu Misaki and said lightly, "What do you think, mistress?" "Mistress?" Shokuhu Misaki stopped and looked at Wu Yan with her starry eyes. "If I'm not mistaken, the position of mistress has been occupied for a long time, right?" Wu Yan choked and didn't know what to say. Shokuhu Misaki turned her head away in dissatisfaction. Her blonde hair almost hit Wu Yan's face. "You're still thinking about other girls when you're on a date, you're so lame." Wu Yan felt helpless. If he's not mistaken, the one who brought up other girls first was Shokuhu Misaki. Of course, a girl's emotions are fickle and Shokuhu Misaki is a perfect example of this. She was just complaining about Wu Yan and in the blink of an eye, she's hugging Wu Yan's arm again. Damn it, she's still so close. Mikoto gritted her teeth as she looked at Shokuhu Misaki's arm hugging Wu Yan's arm. From her angle, she can clearly see Shokuhu Misaki's ample bosom clamping onto Wu Yan's arm. This made her feel both dissatisfied and envious. To put it simply, she's envious and jealous. Looking at Wu Yan's smiling face, Mikoto's dissatisfaction grew. Unable to take it anymore, Mikoto stomped on the ground and a small electric current flowed from the ground towards Wu Yan and Shokuhu Misaki. "Ah!" Shokuhu Misaki, who was hugging Wu Yan's arm, suddenly screamed and let go of her hand as if she was bitten by a bug. Wu Yan was stunned and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Shokuhu Misaki touched the back of her hand. Her starry eyes were filled with confusion. I don't know, my hand suddenly went numb." "Your hand went numb?" Wu Yan looked at Shokuhu Misaki's hand with a strange expression. He didn't know why, but when he heard the word numb, he felt enlightened, but he couldn't figure out what it was. It felt weird to the extreme. Shokuhu Misaki frowned and looked at the back of her hand. Suddenly, she saw a figure in her line of sight. Chapter 232. When Shokuhu Misaki saw the silhouette from the corner of her eyes, her face froze for a second before she understood what happened. As for the silhouette that Shokuhu Misaki saw, it seemed to have realized that it might have been exposed. Panicking, it retracted its legs and hid in a corner, worried that it would be discovered just like that. Shokuhu Misaki squinted her eyes. With her mind control ability, it only took her a moment to figure out what happened. Her heart was filled with rage. Recalling how embarrassing she was on the roller coaster, Shokuhu Misaki was even more furious. She's always been the one messing with others. Since when was she the one being messed with? The more she thought about it, the angrier Shokuhu Misaki got. Even her pretty face was tainted with black lines. It's obvious that she's feeling right now. Jusama, are you all right? Wu Yan's mouth twitched as he looked at Shokuhu Misaki, who's in a strange state. His heartbeat quickened as he tried to recall if he's done anything to offend this lady. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Shokuhu Misaki's still angry face turned towards Wu Yan. Seeing the fear on Wu Yan's face, she glanced at the corner where the silhouette disappeared. Suddenly, a small scheme appeared in her mind. Jusama instantly retracted her anger. She smiled sweetly at Wu Yan like a blooming flower. "I'm fine, Yan." Looking at Jusama's sweet smile, Wu Yan was stunned. He looked like a CPU overheated. He really can't understand how this woman's face can change so quickly. Shokuhu Misaki had a smile on her face like a young girl. She skipped over to Wu Yan's side and hugged his arm. She then buried her face in his shoulder. "Yan, let's continue playing." After that, she pulled Wu Yan towards a certain direction. As she walked, she turned around to look at the corner of the building. Then, she flashed a meaningful grin. Mikoto didn't see that smile on Shokuhu Misaki's face. If she did, she'd be shocked. Because every time Shokuhu Misaki wants to toy with her, she'll always have that smile on her face. Usually, when Shokuhu Misaki has that smile on her face, it's when Mikoto is at a disadvantage. Wu Yan was caught off guard by Jusama's sudden enthusiasm. When he realized that Jusama was leading him to a secluded corner, Wu Yan was puzzled. Jusama, aren't we going to play? Why do I feel like we're getting further and further away? Is there a facility that I don't know about? Shokuhu Misaki's face. "Well, Yen, don't worry. You'll know soon enough." Wu Yan didn't feel relieved. Instead, he felt even more puzzled. Scratching his face, Wu Yan sighed. A woman's mind is hard to read. let alone Jusama, who specializes in manipulating others' minds. It's probably best if I don't go looking for trouble and just follow her. What's that woman planning to do? Wu Yan wasn't the only one who was puzzled. Mikoto and the other Tokiwadai ladies were also puzzled when they saw Shokuhu Misaki leading Wu Yan to a secluded corner. Of course, with their IQ, they wouldn't be able to figure out Jusama's plan. They could only bury their doubts in their hearts and once again become stalkers. At this time, Wu Yan and Shokuhu Misaki have already hidden in a secluded corner and are staring at each other. Jusama, what are you planning to do this time? Wu Yan leaned against the wall helplessly and sighed at Shokuhu Misaki. His intuition tells him that Jusama is planning to do something unexpected. Wu Yan's intuition was right. Shokuhu Misaki glanced behind and saw the familiar figure following her and Wu Yan. She smiled and looked at Wu Yan. Hey Yan! Under Wu Yan's shocked expression, Jusama put her finger in her mouth and bit it. Following this action, Jusama suddenly wrapped her arms around Wu Yan's neck and squeezed her large breasts into Wu Yan's embrace. Wu Yan was stunned. Feeling the soft touch on his chest, his mind went blank. He really doesn't understand what Jusama is doing. Did Jusama suddenly fall in love with him? The girls in the other corner were also stunned. Then, they all burst into an uproar. If it wasn't for the distance, they would have been exposed. They all bit their lips. Mikoto looked at Shokuhu Misaki while the others looked at Wu Yan. Their eyes flashed with murderous intent. Now they understand why Wu Yan and Shokuhu Misaki are hiding in a secluded corner. They're obviously hiding and making out. Thinking of this, they all bit their lips and resisted the urge to run out and stop them. They want to wait and see what happens. Jusama. Wu Yan gulped as he looked at Shokuhu Misaki's seductive eyes. He had a hard time finding the words to say. You. What are you playing at this time? What did I do to offend you? Just say the word and I'll cut my own throat to atone for my sins. Wu Yan wanted to cry but no tears came out. For a moment, he thought Jusama was playing with him. Era, don't tell me you don't like this? Shokuhu Misaki smiled sweetly and moved her face closer to Wu Yan's. She breathed out a hot breath on Wu Yan's face. It's extremely seductive. Being hit by Jusama's fragrance on his face, Wu Yan's body stiffened. Looking at Jusama's lips that were inches away from his face, the lust in him started to rise. Although he doesn't know what Jusama is planning, but being seduced like this, and in a secluded place? In a place like this, if he really endured it, then he would be Lu Xiaohui. Is Wu Yan Lu Xiaohui? The answer came out very quickly. Wu Yan took a deep breath and hugged Jusama's naked body tightly. While feeling Jusama's soft body, he moved his face forward. In the next second, two soft lips were sucked into Wu Yan's mouth. Ugh! Shokuhu Misaki's starry eyes widened. The seductive look in her eyes disappeared and was replaced by a thick sense of disbelief. First kiss. Originally, Shokuhu Misaki only wanted to pretend to be intimate with Wu Yan to get back at Mikoto. She wanted to let her know what it means to go for wool and come home shorn. Who knew that the one who went for wool and came home shorn was her? The smart Jusama obviously forgot that Wu Yan isn't a toy that can be manipulated by her. He can also be seduced. Jusama's mind went blank after losing her first kiss. Even though Wu Yan's lips were so close to hers that she couldn't react to it, she didn't know how to react to it. Wu Yan, of course, was happy that Shokuhu Misaki didn't react. This way he can do whatever he wants, right? Shokuhu Misaki's mouth opened wide, and Shokuhu Misaki's cherry lips opened. At the same time, Shokuhu Misaki felt her mouth expand, and a large tongue quickly swam into her mouth, captured her little tongue, and entangled them together. Shokuhu Misaki's eyes widened a bit, her blank mind finally came back to her senses, but soon after, the sensation of their tongues intertwining caused Shokuhu Misaki's widened eyes to soften. A faint mist started to crawl into her eyes, making her eyes look like water. Soon, Shokuhu Misaki was immersed in the wonderful sensation of the kiss. She closed her eyes and responded to Wu Yan's kiss. The two of them started off with a light kiss, but it quickly escalated into a passionate kiss. Chapter 233. In the corner, Wu Yan and Shokuhu Misaki are getting more and more engrossed in their kiss. Shokuhu Misaki is starting to forget her original intention and is engrossed in her first kiss. She even forgot that this place is not completely undiscovered. Kuriko. Let me go. I'm going to kill that damn woman. Mikoto is struggling with all her might. Her face is filled with dark energy and lightning is crackling on her forehead. She looks like she's suffering a great deal. If it weren't for Kuriko and the other Tokiwadai Oni-san hugging her with all their might, no one would doubt that Mikoto would have ended Shokuhu Misaki's life. It's because they know that Mikoto's mind is clouded by anger that Kuriko and the others are shocked. They all hugged Mikoto tightly to prevent their Jusama from being electrocuted to death. Wani-sama. Calm down first. You can't go out now. Kuriko is hugging Mikoto tightly and trying to calm her down. She's also drooling as she rubbed Mikoto's chest that's getting bigger and bigger by the day Wu Yen is developing. Wani-sama, even if you go out now, you'll only give Shokuhu Misaki the opportunity to scold you. It's already happened. Wani-sama, even if you go out now, you won't be able to change the fact that they've already had intimate contact. Kuriko is trying to persuade Mikoto to come back. Of course, Kuriko is also secretly happy. Her real goal is to let her Wani-sama see that scum having an affair. If this continues, her Wani-sama will gradually lose hope in that unfaithful scum. Then, her impression of him will slowly fade away and her feelings for him will be erased. In the end, she'll take the initiative to leave that scum's clutches. And when her Wani-sama is sad, she'll take advantage of that and give her a warm hug and shoulder. Slowly, she'll move her heart, and when that time comes. Kuriko, who thought this as a matter of course, obviously forgot that using the excuse of being a playboy to break up Wu Yen and Mikoto's relationship is no longer going to work. That's because they are already part of each other's crystal palace. Even if she were to take a step back with her personality, there's no way she'd jump into the dangerous profession of being a lesbian just because she's comforted. As for the other Tokiwadai ladies who tried to stop Mikoto, some of them are of the same race as this black and white creature, so they had the same goal as her and, righteously, tried to persuade Mikoto. Some of them are just afraid that their Jusama would be taken advantage of by their Misaka-sama. Mikoto resisted the urge to go all out and look at the two kissing passionately. The anger in her heart couldn't be quelled no matter how hard she tried. It's not like she's never seen Wu Yen kissing other girls before. For example, Chuju, Ikaros, she's seen them all. Sometimes, Wu Yen would even force her to sleep in the same bed. Logically speaking, Mikoto, who's already used to this, even if she saw Wu Yen being intimate with other girls, she'd at most be a little jealous and angry. She wouldn't be this angry. But when this girl is Shokuhu Misaki, it's a different story. Shokuhu Misaki is the woman she hates the most. There's no one like her. Mikoto has suffered a lot under Shokuhu Misaki's hands. In the past, Shokuhu Misaki used psychological control to control innocent people to go against her in order to protect her so-called Tokiwadai Queen's territory. Although Mikoto resolved it in the end, Jusama is now thoroughly hated by cis canon. The person you like the most kissing the person you hate the most, what kind of feeling is that? Mikoto doesn't know, but she's about to explode from anger. But after listening to Kuriko's advice, Mikoto felt that it made sense. Even if she went out now, it wouldn't change the fact that Shokuhu Misaki and Yen were already intimate. Plus, with Shokuhu Misaki's personality, there's a 90% chance that she'd turn around and mock her. When that happens, she'd have nowhere to vent her anger. Mikoto could only turn her head away. Out of sight, out of mind. But her eyes kept glancing at Wu Yen and Shokuhu Misaki's direction. Her face gradually turned red. Even though Mikoto is no longer a teenage girl and is now a married woman, she still couldn't help but blush when she saw this scene. What an extraordinary pureness. After persuading Mikoto, Kuriko and the other Tokiwadai ladies let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness no one died. But when they saw Jusama being taken advantage of, their faces darkened. Don't forget, most of them are here to protect Jusama from being tainted by Wu Yen. Of course, no matter what they think, the two who are immersed in the kiss won't notice anything. Feeling Jusama's soft body, her great bosom, and her soft lips and tongue, Wu Yan's heart started to heat up. One has to say, blonde hair, big tits, queen, this kind of surname is very attractive. Even Wu Yen wasn't surprised. At this moment, Jusama's interest in Wu Yen is on par with Astria, who has blonde hair and big tits. In fact, Jusama's interest in Wu Yen is close to that of Ikaros, who has huge tits. Wu Yen started to get dissatisfied with the current situation. His hands that were holding Jusama's breasts also started to slide down. You. When her private parts were under his control, Shokuhu Misaki opened her eyes. Her starry eyes stared at Wu Yan's satisfied face. Her face started to turn red. This is the second time Shokuhu Misaki's private parts were under someone's control, and both times it was by the same person. Shokuhu Misaki's face got redder and redder as Wu Yan's movements intensified. Her body started to lose its strength as she leaned against Wu Yan's chest. She leaned against Wu Yan's chest to support herself. Jusama's lips were sealed. She could only let out a whimper to express her inner trembling. Her body started to twist uncontrollably. Jusama's twisting almost caused a problem. Wu Yan, who was in close contact with Jusama, almost lost control of himself. Unable to hold himself back, Wu Yan let go of her captive lips. He roughly twisted Shokuhu Misaki's limp body so that she is facing away from him and leaning against his chest. Then, he reached out with both hands and grabbed Jusama's private parts. Ugh, no! Shokuhu Misaki, who just got a chance to catch her breath, had her private parts captured by Wu Yan. She cried out in surprise, but the tone of her voice suddenly dropped to the freezing point. It turned into a seductive moan. Shokuhu Misaki has never been treated like this before. Her heart was trembling violently. She almost escaped from the control of her chest to take a breath of fresh air. She wanted to stop Wu Yan's movements, but she didn't know where all her strength went. Plus, she's a sports idiot. How could she win against Wu Yan? In the end, Shokuhu Misaki could only say, no. She wanted to pull Wu Yan's hand down to touch her private parts, but she could only helplessly hold on to Wu Yan's wrist. It was like she was trying to resist but also trying to resist. He licked his lips and licked his lips. He stuck out his tongue and started licking Shokuhu Misaki's cheeks bit by bit. Shokuhu Misaki's cheeks are so alluring that they're practically drooling out of her body. Wu Yan licked his lips. Ugh. Shokuhu Misaki could only passively accept what Wu Yan was doing to her. Originally, Shokuhu Misaki would hate anyone who did this to her without her consent. But for some reason, facing Wu Yan, Shokuhu Misaki was shocked to find that in her heart, she didn't even feel much resistance, let alone hate. Chapter 234. Ugh. Listening to Jusama's moans that reached the peak, Wu Yan licked Jusama's perspiration while licking the sweat off her face. He was a bit surprised. Could it be? Is Jusama the sensitive type? With that thought in mind, Wu Yan tightened his grip on her breasts. Jusama felt like she was hit by something. She groaned loudly. Her skin had turned pink. Seeing this, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. He moved closer to Shokuhu Misaki's ear and teased her. Jusama, I didn't expect your sensitive spot to be here. Hearing this, Shokuhu Misaki looked back at Wu Yan, who had a smirk on his face. She wanted to say something, but the lust coming from her body drained her of her strength. Her voice turned into a moaning moan. Seeing Jusama unable to speak, Wu Yan's lips curled into an evil smile. He once again moved closer to Jusama's ear. It seems like he won't stop until Jusama speaks. Milady Queen, since you're not saying anything, I'll take it that you've admitted to it. However, it's understandable. Milady Queen's breasts are so soft and alluring. It's just that I know of your weakness. Shokuhu Misaki bit her lips. She felt a bit embarrassed. Just like what Wu Yan said, her weakness was completely under his control. He even used it as if it was a natural thing to do. Perhaps he saw the shame in Shokuhu Misaki's eyes. Wu Yan smiled happily. This Shokuhu Misaki, in order to fight with Mikoto, she's given him a lot of trouble. Today, she's finally fallen into his hands. With a smile, Wu Yan moved one of his hands to Shokuhu Misaki's waist and tidied up her Tokiwadai uniform. Then, under Jusama's panicked expression, he slid his hand under her clothes. Shokuhu Misaki's heart rate increased by a few %. She could feel his warm hand caressing her belly. She couldn't help but moan. Don't. Wu Yan ignored her and bit down on her earlobe. Her body shuddered as his hand slowly crept up her clothes. Slowly, he moved his hand up her body. Shokuhu Misaki's heart pounded furiously. She pressed down on Wu Yan's hand that's going under her clothes. She said with a bashful expression. Why have been touching me for so long? Are you still not satisfied? Me? Well, how could I possibly be satisfied? Wu Yan said shamelessly. Jusama's body is so alluring, no matter how long I touch it, I'll never be satisfied. Hearing this, Shokuhu Misaki couldn't help but feel a little proud and happy. Shokuhu Misaki has always been very confident about her body. She also knows how tempting her body is to those men. However, hearing Wu Yan say that her body is so alluring, Shokuhu Misaki couldn't help but feel a little proud. After all, a woman will doll herself up for her bosom friend. This saying applies to the body that Shokuhu Misaki is so proud of. That being said, Jusama still wants to stop Wu Yan's violence. After all, Jusama is still a woman. She has the most basic modesty. She can't just stand by and watch her baby fall into Wu Yan's hands. Even if she's already been touched by him through her clothes. Don't. Shokuhu Misaki panted. Wu Yan's other hand hasn't stopped ravaging her body. Can you do it through my clothes? Even with her personality, Jusama couldn't help but blush when she said that. Of course, it's also because of the previous foreplay. Jusama. Wu Yan said with a grin, he's asking for a beating. Let's go all out. Don't forget, this time, you're the one who's taking the initiative. Wu Yan didn't give Shokuhu Misaki a chance to respond. His hand that was hovering on her belly suddenly moved up and gently pried open Shokuhu Misaki's breasts. He grabbed one of her soft breasts and started ravaging it without any hindrance. Smooth and tender. Delicate and soft. These three adjectives immediately popped into Wu Yan's mind. Shokuhu Misaki cried out in surprise, which was quickly replaced by moans. Phew. Jusama closed her eyes in resignation. Her mouth opened and closed, moaning while panting. She's enjoying this special feeling that she's only experienced today. At this time, Wu Yan's other hand slipped into Jusama's bosom. Damn it! In a distant corner, the ladies of Tokiwadai who had witnessed this scene from the beginning to the end could only watch helplessly as the object of their dreams was treated in such a manner by a scumbag who owned a crystal palace. They were on the verge of exploding. Those with handkerchiefs have already taken out their handkerchiefs and started biting them like their mortal enemies. Their handkerchiefs were quickly destroyed by them. Thus, they followed the example of those without handkerchiefs and started biting their Tokiwadai uniforms. If it wasn't for the quality of the uniforms, they would have already exposed their breasts. If it wasn't for the fact that Misaksama hasn't made a move yet, they would have charged out and chopped Wu Yan into pieces. They can only stay in this corner and mumble to themselves as if they're there. If this continues, Shokuhu-sama will be in danger. Shokuhu-sama, hurry up and leave that scumbag. That scumbag, how dare he lick Shokuhu-sama's beautiful face with his dirty tongue? He even touched Shokuhu-sama's breasts. He even put his hand on Shokuhu-sama's most precious breasts. God, he actually put his hand into Shokuhu-sama's clothes. That hand must be chopped off. No, it must be chopped into pieces. What hand? Not only his hand, wherever that scumbag touched Shokuhu-sama, that part must be chopped off. I think we should just chop that scumbag into pieces. No. I think we should just hang him up and whip him, let him suffer a fate worse than death. Shokuhu-sama, my Shokuhu-sama, has been defiled by that scumbag. Mikoto's face was getting uglier and uglier as she listened to her juniors gnashing their teeth and complaining. She had already decided that what she didn't see couldn't grieve over. Now that she heard the live broadcast of the report, she was in a terrible mood. Kuriko, who was standing on the side, saw her sister's expression. She snickered and her eyes shined like a wolf. It's as if she can see her sister leaving that scumbag and throwing herself into her arms. Mikoto kept telling herself to calm down, but soon, her calmness was shattered by what happened next. She couldn't bear to watch any longer. Shokuhu Misaki, who was closing her eyes and enduring Wu Yan's actions, suddenly screamed. Her slightly emotional face was instantly replaced by panic. The reason is because one of Wu Yan's hand that left her clothes is now on her ***. He's rubbing her ***, and he's slowly moving up her ***. No. Not knowing where she got the strength, Shokuhu Misaki grabbed Wu Yan's hand on her breasts and gasped for breath. Only here, absolutely not. Who knew? Wu Yan only smiled in disdain. He didn't even bother to answer and directly broke free from Shokuhu Misaki's weak resistance. Then, under Shokuhu Misaki's panicked expression, he quickly reached under her skirt. Chapter 235. Shokuhu Misaki's hand is about to reach her most intimate part. She can't stop it with her current strength. She can only moan and close her eyes, waiting for Wu Yan's hand to come. Just as he was about to succeed, a familiar electromagnetic field rippled through Wu Yan's senses, causing his hand to stop in midair. His face was filled with shock. "Stop!" A soul-stirring voice, accompanied by unconcealable anger and violent lightning, in a blink of an eye, descended upon this world where there are only the two of them. Mikoto! As soon as Wu Yan called out, a bolt of lightning shot towards Wu Yan and Shokuhu Misaki at lightning speed. Perhaps it's a sign of the owner's determination to kill this adulterous pair. The crackling sound of lightning finally woke Wu Yan up from his stupor. Wu Yan's eyes narrowed when he saw the bolt of lightning heading straight for him and Shokuhu Misaki. His bangs fluttered, a similar bolt of lightning flashed across Wu Yan's forehead, then it met the incoming bolt of lightning head-on. The lightning bolts collided with each other. With a loud bang, a blue-white light and scattered sparks burst out like fireworks, shining in between the two masters. Wu Yan didn't even have time to catch his breath before a barrage of attacks came crashing down on him. Wind blades, flames, icicles, water pillars, even trash cans, stools, tables, they all came crashing down on Wu Yan's face. Wu Yan's expression changed. He hugged Jusama and quickly retreated to the back, creating a distance between them. Almost touching Wu Yan's skin, the attacks all landed on Wu Yan's original position. Then, "There's nothing left, except for rocks, there's nothing left." A drop of cold sweat dripped down his face. Wu Yan didn't doubt that if he was still in that position, not even his bones would be left. When the culprit appeared in front of Wu Yan, the cold sweat on Wu Yan's face turned into a waterfall of sweat, soaking his face. Standing in front of Wu Yan is Mikoto. Behind her is a large group of people, all of them wearing the same Tokiwadai uniform. This tells Wu Yan who the culprit is. If it's just this, of course it wouldn't be enough to make Wu Yan sweat like a waterfall. More importantly, other than Mikoto, everyone else is covered in a strange black aura. Wu Yan looked at this group of people with fear. They're releasing the same aura as the FFF group, but there's something different about them. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He reflexively let go of Jusama in his arms. Jusama collapsed on the ground after losing the strength to support herself. Her clothes are messy, her face is suspiciously red, her starry eyes are blurred, she's panting non-stop. Seeing this, the black aura around the Tokiwadai FFF group members behind Mikoto became thicker. Among them, there's a black and white creature. "What are you doing?" Mikoto angrily glared at the Tokiwadai girls behind her. If Mikoto's attack is an infinitely weakened version and severely off-target, then these Tokiwadai girls are using all of their strength and attacking with all of their might. When the Tokiwadai girls heard Mikoto's question, they all looked at Mikoto with a, "It's none of our business. You're the one who led the attack, we're just following your lead, look." This made Mikoto furious. At this moment, the Tokiwadai missus are acting like a bunch of rascals who aren't afraid of being scalded by boiling water. Seeing this, Mikoto helplessly turned her head and glared at Wu Yan. "Mikoto!" Wu Yan awkwardly scratched his face. He tried to greet his wife as if nothing happened. But when he thought about how the ripple between him and Jusama might have been seen by the many people watching, Wu Yan felt a little lacking in confidence. After all, Sis Cannon is his rightful partner. Jusama doesn't have a reliable partner. After this farce, what's the difference between this and finding a mistress and getting caught by your wife? Plus, the group behind Mikoto is releasing an aura that even a true ancestor like him is a little afraid of. Also, the attack just now doesn't mean much, but when combined together, it's enough to kill him 100 times over. Before Mikoto could say anything, Kuriko, who was standing beside her, snickered. She reached under her skirt and pulled out a few steel needles and held them between her fingers. "Scum! How dare you cheat in broad daylight? You've reached the end of your life. Today, I'll definitely rescue Big Sister from your hands." After that, Kuriko moved the steel needles towards Wu Yan in front of her sister's shocked expression. Kuriko's attack is like a domino effect. The Ojusama of Tokiwadai all shouted in unison as they activated their abilities and threw them at Wu Yan. The overwhelming bullet screen once again fell into Wu Yan's line of sight, illuminating his face and illuminating his rapidly changing face. For a moment, Wu Yan seems to have seen his own ending. He completely forgot about his identity as a true ancestor and saw a huge boobs Grim Reaper waving at him from the other side of the river. Of course, the illusion in Wu Yan's mind was quickly shattered by the bullet screen. With a wave of his hand, a few bolts of electricity shot into the ground. A wave of iron sand gushed out from the ground and formed a wall of iron sand in front of Wu Yan, blocking the bullet screen. He then gently tilted his body to avoid the steel needles that suddenly appeared at his previous position. Wani-sama. Seeing the familiar lightning and iron sand, Kuriko, who didn't know that Wu Yan and Makoto have the same ability, thought that it was her sister who saved the scum. She immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. The other Tokiwadai ladies also thought that it was Makoto who did it. After all, even though Wu Yan released lightning to cancel out Makoto's lightning, they weren't able to follow Makoto's sudden attack. By the time they reacted, the two bolts of lightning had already collided. That's why they thought that Wu Yan is a powerless person. Even Kuriko, who failed to ambush Wu Yan multiple times, chose to escape from reality. All of you shut up, Makoto said exasperatedly. She didn't have any intention of killing Wu Yan, she just couldn't stand it anymore, so she suddenly attacked. Who knew? Wani-sama. Kuriko lowered her head in disappointment and conveniently glared at Wu Yan. She seems to be a bit dissatisfied. Why is Wu Yan still alive in this world? Seeing that their Misaka-sama is about to speak, the other Tokiwadai ladies all suppressed their urge to attack. They dispersed the lightning bolts in their hands and looked at Wu Yan with hostility. Being glared at by a group of beautiful girls was pleasing to the eye. However, being glared at by a group of beautiful girls who seemed to have turned into evil was not a good thing at all. Wu Yan felt a pain in his balls when he felt the piercing gaze on him. He turned his head away awkwardly and didn't want to look at these girls who are guest stars of the FFF group. After reprimanding the Tokiwadai ladies, Makoto looked at Wu Yan. Seeing the dry smile on his face, she couldn't hold back her anger and forced a smile. Yan, aren't you going to give me an explanation? Wu Yan smiled awkwardly. Makoto, you know that I have a promise with Shokuhu Misaki to go on a date with her. That's not what I'm talking about. Makoto couldn't help but shout as sparks of electricity flashed across her forehead. I'm asking you. Why are you in this place? With her. With her. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched as a sense of helplessness rose in his heart. It's over. I was really seen. Chapter 236. Widening his eyes, Wu Yan stared at the Tokiwadai girl standing in front of him, enough to trample the floor. His mouth twitched. Just thinking about what he did with Jusama just now in front of so many people, and all of them girls at that, Wu Yan couldn't stay calm. In the eyes of the Tokiwadai girls, Wu Yan dared to announce in public that he owns the Crystal Palace and is regarded as a scumbag. It's normal for him to do such a thing. Even so, they can't help but use their knives. Under their unfriendly gazes, Wu Yan couldn't help but take a few steps back. He's wondering if he should just run away. Just as Wu Yan was about to run away, Jusama took her last breath and opened her starry eyes. Looking at Makoto, Kuriko, and the Tokiwadai girls not far away, her face flushed red. Immersed in Wu Yan's advances and the pleasure that Wu Yan brought her, Jusama forgot that someone was secretly following them. In other words, the scene of her being intimate with Wu Yan has been seen by this group of girls. Shokuhu Misaki felt abnormally shy. After all, as long as she's a girl, she would feel shy if she was caught doing such a thing. But Jusama is Jusama, she recovered after a while. Slowly standing up from the ground, Shokuhu Misaki straightened her clothes and looked at Makoto with a charming smile as if nothing happened. Era, Misaka-san, you brought so many juniors to the amusement park to play? Seeing Shokuhu Misaki being played by Wu Yan like that? She even pretended to be elegant and greeted her. Makoto cursed in her heart for being shameless. Shokuhu Misaki. Makoto raised her small fist and glared at Shokuhu Misaki. You've provoked me time and time again. Do you really think I won't do anything? Misaka-san, what are you talking about? Shokuhu Misaki tilted her head with a, I don't understand look. What did I do to make you angry? How can you say it's a provocation? Then what were you doing just now? Being so intimate with someone else's boyfriend. Is it because you have the potential to be a seductress? Mikoto's words were already out of her mouth, and when she said those words, her jaw dropped to the floor. Shokuhu Misaki smiled faintly. No one would have guessed that the person lying on the ground was her. She covered her mouth and smiled meaningfully. Misaka, you don't have much charm. You can't even attract Xiao Yan, so he can only be intimate with me. What did you say? Mikoto shrieked. At the same time, Wu Yan shrieked. Wu Yan was unable to remain calm as he looked at Her Highness Queen, who was smiling indifferently. He cursed in his heart. Her Highness Queen is really too evil. Once she said those words, I will definitely die. Sure enough, Mikoto's attention was quickly diverted by Shokuhu Misaki. She turned her attention to Wu Yan and her eyes curved dangerously. Tell me, is it because I don't have any charm that I can attract you? Is that why you went for this woman? Wu Yan raised his hand and slapped himself on the head. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. To be honest, Sis Cannon's body is still a little lacking, but under Wu Yan's efforts, it's gotten a lot better than before. It made Sis Cannon even more alluring. Even if that wasn't the case, Sis Cannon is still the same Sis Cannon. Wu Yan is also very cute with her. It's a fantasy that she can't attract him. Compared to Her Highness Queen, perhaps Her Highness Queen is more charming, but Sis Cannon is definitely not bad either. Wu Yan could only roll his eyes at Mikoto. I say, I'm troubled by how much you believe in other people's comments. Wu Yan reflexively looked at Mikoto's body and said thoughtfully, as if he was recalling something. Do you still remember when we were at the hotel, that morning when you were with Chuju? Before he could finish, a pair of small hands covered Wu Yan's mouth and stopped him from continuing. Mikoto's face was red as she covered Wu Yan's mouth with both hands. All right, I got it. You don't have to say any more. Wu Yan pulled Mikoto's hands down in a vengeful manner and said righteously, How can I not say it? I have to tell you properly. Then you'll know if you're attracted to me or not. Mikoto wanted to bite him to death when she heard what he said. She could only yell back with a red face. No need. It's my fault. You don't have to say any more. Oh, you admit that you're attracted to me? Wu Yan smiled evilly, making Mikoto's red face even redder. She could only glare at Shokuhu Misaki. My brain must be damaged if I believe you. Shokuhu Misaki snorted with dissatisfaction. Did I say something wrong? Shokuhu Misaki ran up to Wu Yan and wrapped her arms around his neck. She pouted. Little Yen, tell me, did I say anything wrong? Compared to that woman with a bad figure, is little Xian not attractive enough for you to be intimate with little Xian? Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched. He resisted the urge to spank her ass. Inside he was cursing. This Jusama is obviously trying to catch his words. You. Mikoto had the urge to curse at Shokuhu Misaki, but she wasn't good with words so she didn't know what words to use. She could only point at Shokuhu Misaki with a trembling finger. She didn't want to be compared to Shokuhu Misaki the most. Now that Shokuhu Misaki used her as a comparison, Mikoto didn't know what to say. Shokuhu Misaki gave Mikoto a provocative look before turning to Wu Yan with her seductive eyes. Little Yen, tell me, does little Xian attract you or not? Mikoto immediately looked at Wu Yan as if waiting for Wu Yan's answer. This made Wu Yan's hair stand on end. Will you guys die if you don't quarrel for a day? Shokuhu Misaki pouted when she didn't get the answer she wanted. She thought of something and her face turned red. But when she saw Mikoto's angry face, her heart hardened. She suddenly reached out and grabbed Wu Yan's hand. Then, under the shocked faces of Wu Yan, Mikoto, and the girls of Tokiwadai, she placed his hand on her ample bosom. You. What are you doing? Mikoto yelled at Shokuhu Misaki with a red face. She was shocked by Shokuhu Misaki's sudden action. Wu Yan's mind went blank. The soft touch on his hand told Wu Yan that this isn't a dream. Jusama really did offer her breasts in front of everyone. Shokuhu Misaki's face was also red. She decided to go all out. She was touched and pinched just now. It doesn't matter if she's touched again. Shokuhu Misaki ignored the fact that there are people around her. After all, they saw what happened just now. Besides, other than Wu Yan, the rest of the people here are all girls. Moreover, they are girls from the same school. Otherwise, Shokuhu Misaki wouldn't have dared to do something so daring in front of so many strangers. After this, I'll erase their memories of today. That's it. Jusama, who thought of this, giggled again. She stuck out her breasts and let them sink even deeper into Wu Yan's hands. It's hard to tell if she's doing it on purpose or if it's for real. Shokuhu Misaki looked at Wu Yan and she whispered, "Little Yen, didn't you like them a lot? So, I'm sure I'm more attractive to you than that woman with a bad figure, right?" Wu Yan didn't answer. He was so shocked by Jusama's actions that his brain short-circuited. All he could do was stare blankly at his hands on Shokuhu Misaki's breasts. Asterisk beep. Asterisk an electric current flashed on Mikoto's forehead. Mikoto's heart wasn't calm at all. Hearing Shokuhu Misaki's words, looking at Shokuhu Misaki's face and Wu Yan's hands on her breasts, a monstrous rage rushed into her heart. So much so that Mikoto did something that made everyone who just picked up their dropped jaws drop their own jaws again. Chapter 237. Wu Yan is stunned, Shokuhu Misaki is stunned, Kuriko is stunned, and the other maidens of Tokiwadai are stunned as well. Of the two hands that were originally on Shokuhu Misaki's chest, one of them had disappeared and the other hand was now on Mikoto's chest. One of his hands is still feeling Shokuhu Misaki's ample bosom, while the other hand is holding onto a small and delicate one. He can't believe it when he feels the same soft sensation coming from both of his hands. Wu Yan can't believe it. Shokuhu Misaki can't believe it even more. In this place, other than Wu Yan and Kuriko, Shokuhu Misaki dares to say that she knows Misaka Mikoto the best. This proud and pampered girl, let alone having her breasts touched, even if someone just pulled her hand, she would probably blush and lose control of the electric current flowing through her body. And now, this easily embarrassed girl actually pressed a man's hand on her breasts in front of so many people. Shokuhu Misaki thought that she was brave enough, but a woman's competitive nature is scary. She can even make Mikoto do something even more daring than her. After all, Shokuhu Misaki can use her ability to erase other people's memories. Mikoto doesn't have that ability. Kuriko's face is completely blank. It's like she's been done 100 times. She's completely broken. Looking at the hand on Mikoto's breasts, her mouth opened and closed but no words came out. Even Kuriko, the most perverted existence, was shocked to the point of being speechless. Not to mention those young ladies of Tokiwadai who have never even seen an impure film before. Mikoto's head is already smoking. She's so embarrassed that she almost fainted. But when she thought about how Shokuhu Misaki seduced her sweetheart in front of her, she gritted her teeth and shouted at Wu Yan hysterically. I won't lose to that woman. Right, Yan. Mikoto yelled at the top of her lungs. Finally, Wu Yan's soul flew back from who knows where. Looking at the two plump hands in each of his hands, Wu Yan giggled. Although it's not like he's never touched two different girls' breasts at the same time, it's never been as exciting as this. Under the eyes of so many people, especially his archenemy, Sis Kanon and Jusama, Wu Yan felt like he's in a dream. He smiled contentedly. His hands tightened, the two girls who were still arguing suddenly froze. They moaned and fell into Wu Yan's arms. On one side is Jusama's breasts, on the other side is Sis Kanon. Endless heart is filled with happiness. This is even more than the last time he secretly needed two girls' breasts. This is even more exciting. In his excitement, Wu Yan couldn't hold back the fire in his heart. He grabbed the two girls' breasts and started kneading them. Mmm. Another seductive moan. The two girls' bodies started to soften under Wu Yan's actions. They fell into Wu Yan's arms. They couldn't help but pant. At this moment, Wu Yan hugged the two girls in his arms, his hands under their armpits, pressing on their breasts and kneading them with all his might. The two girls were lying on Wu Yan's chest at the same time, looking at each other face to face. Two flushed faces looked at each other. Because of the feeling from their breasts and the stimulation from the group of Tokiwadai ladies who were staring at them, the two girls had lost the strength to speak. Their brown eyes and sparkling golden eyes were covered in a thin layer of moisture. The two girls were panting. Their fragrances from their mouths and noses hit each other's body. They were so embarrassed they wanted to die. How could Mikoto and Shokuhu Misaki ever imagine that, as rivals, they would one day fall into the arms of the same man, and at the same time, be hugged by the same man on both sides while fondling their sensitive parts? However, they didn't want to admit defeat to each other, so they could only suppress the shyness in their hearts and enjoy the pleasure from their breasts. As they panted, they stared at each other with all their might, trying to make each other back off. However, when two pairs of lustful eyes stared at each other, it was a very strange feeling. Wu Yan's bones were about to melt from pleasure. His hands kept rubbing the big and small soft breasts, listening to their purposely suppressed moans and gasps. Wu Yan's lust was rising. Just when Wu Yan couldn't hold it in any longer, he wanted to adjust the position of the two girls in his arms and give them a hard time. A monstrous chill suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped him, causing his body to stiffen. Wu Yan involuntarily stopped rubbing. He raised his head mechanically. The scene imprinted in Wu Yan's vision caused Wu Yan's stiff face to completely collapse. The Tokiwadai ladies, who could be described as an army, with Kuriko as the leader, all of them lowered their heads, using their bangs to cover their eyes. He couldn't see their expressions. Under their bangs, he could only see a small shadow, but behind them, there was a huge layer of black substance that could be seen with the naked eye. Standing in front of them, Wu Yan could see that their mouths were lightly moving, as if they were saying something. When Wu Yan heard what they were saying, his back was instantly soaked in sweat. Die, 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 die. Like a precise machine, the Tokiwadai ladies, who were arranged in an army formation, as if they were counting off one after another, they said the word, die, one after another. Gulp. Wu Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, looking at the ladies who seemed to be possessed by the god of death. He pulled out a smile that was uglier than crying. That, die, 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 die. A chill ran down his spine. Deep within his heart, he felt the shadow of death looming over him. Wu Yan couldn't help but be horrified by this. As a true ancestor, Wu Yan is immortal. The shadow of death is even more so. From the moment he exchanged for the true ancestor bloodline, he should have left this world. But now, in front of him, a group that he could easily choke to death, actually caused him to feel the shadow of death. Could it be that the dark girls are really invincible? The only thing he could hear was the word die. Other than that, the ladies seemed to have lost all ability to function. It made Wu Yan feel like he was soaked in an ice spring. He kept trembling. Subconsciously, out of reflex, Wu Yan once again pinched Makoto and Shokuhu Misaki in his arms. The two girls let out a heavy moan. When the moans rang out, the black aura that enveloped the bodies of the blackened girls suddenly exploded, covering the sky and the earth, causing them to raise their heads. With the same evil smile on her face, the leader of the dark girls laughed. She laughed until her whole body started trembling. Scum, are you looking for death? Or are you looking for death? Or are you looking for death? Are you looking for death? Or are you looking for death? Or are you looking for death? Everyone, can you calm down first? Oh, so you're looking for death. If you're looking for death, then we'll grant you your wish. Wu Yan's body shook and he quickly leaped back. The next second, countless attacks landed on the spot where he stood, smashing a huge crater in the ground. Looking at the bottomless crater, Wu Yan's face turned pale. He quickly put down the two girls in his arms and ran away like his life depended on it. Stop right there. Despicable scum. Die. Don't think you'll survive today. The group of Tokiwadai girls chased after Wu Yan's figure and ran away. The next day, a new urban legend was born. It said that 80% of the Tokiwadai girls who don't have boyfriends were betrayed by a scum, so they formed an army of women and chased that scum to the ends of the earth. Until that scumbag was saved by a pink-winged angel. Chapter 238. Sit up straight. Wu Yan shuddered and quickly sat up. He looked at Mikoto, Chuju and Astria, who are looking at him like he's some kind of criminal being judged. He started crying in his heart. When did I get punished by my women to kneel on the floor? Even though I'm still sitting down. Master. Ikaros turned to Mikoto and Hinajuku as she looked at Wu Yan, who is still sitting there with tears in his eyes. She couldn't bear to see him like this. Ikaros, don't you dare plead for him. How could Hinajuku and Mikoto not know what Ikaros is thinking, since they are familiar with her personality that revolves around Wu Yan? Thus, they bluntly rejected the pleading in Ikaros' eyes. Master. Ikaros clenched her fists tightly. She closed her eyes and pretended she didn't see Wu Yan, who is about to fall into the abyss of suffering. Wu Yan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Great. Now even Ikaros can't save him. Looks like Mikoto and Hinajuku's scolding convention has to continue. Chuju crossed her arms in front of her chest and narrowed her yellow-green eyes at Wu Yan. You caused quite a ruckus yesterday, Yan. Yep. Astria nodded as if she's serious. Wu Yan really wanted to grab her and spank her ass. It's one thing for her to not save her master when he's in danger, but to hit him while he's down. Chuju placed a laptop in front of Wu Yan. There's a message on it. More than 80% of the girls in Tokiwadai who don't have boyfriends were betrayed by a scumbag. They formed an army of women and chased that scumbag to the ends of the earth. Until that scumbag was saved by a pink-winged angel. Looking at this latest urban legend of Academy City, also known by the nickname of the scumbag being hunted down, Wu Yan sweated profusely. What's even more sweaty is the comments below. Ha! Had he let down more than 80% of the Tokiwadai ladies who didn't have boyfriends? Floorlord, you must be joking. Who would have such great ability to pick up so many girls at once? Moreover, they are the big misses of Tokiwadai. A pink-winged angel? OP, please go to the hospital. Remember to register yourself in the psychiatric department. OP, what's the phone number of being chased scumbag? Please let me take him as my master. Top floor. Those on the 3rd and 4th floor, they've gone crazy thinking about girls. No. He must have gone crazy from wanting to be a scumbag. Hello, OP. Goodbye, Tower Master. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Wu Yan forced a smile. Chuju smiled brightly at Wu Yan. Yan, you're quite capable to be able to win the heart of such a girl. Hearing this, Wu Yan was even more speechless. I say, Chuju, you know that it's not like that. Of course I know it's not like that. Hinajaku slammed the table as if trying to show off her authority. Unfortunately, she slapped Astria's hand that was reaching for the fruit platter on the table. Astria yelped in pain and blew on Hinajaku's hand. She laughed awkwardly as Astria grabbed Hinajaku's hand and blew on it. Mikoto helplessly rubbed her forehead as she watched the drama unfold. She looked like she's having a headache, but when she saw Wu Yan sitting there trying to hold back his laughter, she got angry again. You're still laughing. I haven't settled the score with you yet. What do I owe you now? Wu Yan said in a wrong tone. He didn't know what kind of bad luck he had. He thought it was his lucky day when Sis Cannon and Jusama gave him benefits at the same time. Who knew he would end up being chased by the dark girls? They chased him for 9 whole streets and almost half of School District 7. It's no wonder he became an urban legend. If it wasn't for Ikaros descending from the sky and saving him at the end, the consequences would have been. When he thought about the group of Tokiwadai Oyosama that went berserk, he couldn't help but shiver a bit. Seeing him like this, Mikoto became even angrier. How dare you say you owe me something? Mikoto pointed at Wu Yan in anger. Her face turned red as she trembled. You treated me like that in front of so many Tokiwadai juniors and you dare say you don't owe me anything? Wu Yan was stunned. Is this my fault? You were the one who grabbed my hand and pressed it against your own chest. Thinking along these lines, Wu Yan forgot that it was Mikoto who pressed down, but the one who rubbed down is him. Mikoto's face flushed red. Now, everyone in Tokiwadai already knows that I was If I can, I don't want to face those juniors of yours. Now, they use the excuse of protecting Misaka-sama from being approached by scum as an excuse to move around me every day. They even follow me when I go out on the street. If I didn't find a chance to sneak away, I wouldn't be able to come here now. Luckily you didn't stupidly bring them here. Otherwise you'll have to wait to collect my corpse. Furthermore, hey Z, that guy, when he saw me being so intimate with you, he actually began to suspect whether or not I've been taken by you. In one night, he ambushed me several tens of times, saying that he wanted to check if I was a virgin. That perverted Yuri creature didn't use an aphrodisiac on you. That's good enough. The most serious thing is, those teachers, 1 or 2 of them came to scold me. They said I was too young and shouldn't go overboard. The most ridiculous thing is, they told me to take care of my body. What kind of teachers are they? It's fine if those unreliable teachers came to me. I didn't expect that even the dormitory supervisor came to me. She said it was my business to mess around, but I couldn't break the rules of the dormitory. She didn't allow me to bring anyone over for the night. She said a bunch of dormitory rules until my head started to swell. The dormitory supervisor is mighty. Are you listening to me or not? I heard it. I heard it. Wu Yan quickly said. Sis Cannon was very agitated now. If he angered her, it wouldn't be a big deal for him, but the house he bought with great difficulty would be in trouble. After speaking so much in one go, Mikoto felt her mouth dry up. She took a sip of her drink and panted a few times before turning her head away angrily. Tell me, what should I do now? Wu Yan paused for a second. What do you mean, what should I do? Mikoto slumped on the table weakly and whimpered. My life has been messed up. I can't live in Tokiwadai anymore. If this continues, I'll burn to ashes. Mikoto abruptly lifted her head and yelled at Wu Yan. Come up with an idea for me. This is all your fault. All right, I got it. Wu Yan said helplessly. Why don't you just move in from now on? Mikoto's eyes lit up but quickly dimmed again. Tokiwadai's rules are very strict. They don't even allow us to spend the night outside, let alone move out. You don't have to worry about that. Wu Yan smiled. I have an idea. You'll be allowed to move in soon. Really? Mikoto looked at Wu Yan suspiciously. Wu Yan nodded in affirmation. Alistair wouldn't mind doing her a small favor. That's great. Chuju clapped her hands and pulled Mikoto. Let's go, Mikoto. We'll stay in the same room. Stunned, Wu Yan pointed at himself in a daze. What about me? Chuju blushed and said angrily. Go sleep by yourself. Dejected, Wu Yan lowered his head, but very quickly, he looked at Ikaros with a hopeful expression. Who knew that Mikoto would say? Ikaros, let's have a good chat tonight. After that, she pulled Ikaros away. Wu Yan was stunned. He could only look at the last person left in the room. Astria's face turned red as she yelled at Wu Yan. Master! Idiot! She left as well, leaving Wu Yan alone with a dejected look on his face. Chapter 239. Night, tossing and turning, he tossed and turned on the bed. He tried all sorts of methods to hypnotize himself, but no matter what he did, he just couldn't fall asleep. He was used to having a pillow by his side and playing papa games every night. Now, he was suddenly alone in an empty room. Wu Yan didn't know how many times he had cried in his heart. Clenching his teeth, Wu Yan thought about how there were 4 beautiful girls living under the same roof. 3 of them were his wives, and he was reduced to sleeping alone. Wu Yan wanted to slap himself until he fainted. How about I just run over and push her down? It's a tempting idea. Wu Yan has done this many times before. But, in the past, he would only do 2p at most. Now there are 3 of them. Even if he wants to fly with 3 of them at the same time, the thought of flying with 3 of them made his heart itch. But when he remembered that Railgun is still mad at him, he gave up on this tempting idea. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Yan finally felt a little sleepy. His eyelids fluttered, and he finally closed them slowly and fell asleep. So much so that Wu Yan didn't even hear the mechanical voice that sounded like an ancient well. That night, Wu Yan didn't sleep well. Even in his dreams, he felt a little half awake. His whole body was itchy, and he tossed and turned unconsciously. He was sleeping, but he didn't feel like sleeping at all. He felt uncomfortable all over. Towards the end, he felt extremely stuffy in his chest. An unprecedented pressure spread from his chest to his whole body, causing Wu Yan to frown the whole night. This feeling tortured Wu Yan for the whole night. Wu Yan was so depressed that even the sun was shining on his butt. Wu Yan was so tired that he didn't want to get up from the bed. It wasn't until a deafening shriek reverberated through the eaves that Wu Yan opened his eyes in shock. The scream just now was from Mikoto and the girls. Quickly climbing up from the bed, he jumped up and ran out of the room. Something big must have happened to make the 2 usually domineering girls scream like that. In a panic, Wu Yan kicked the door open. What happened? Mikoto! Chichu! When the scene in the living room entered Wu Yan's eyes, a huge sense of dissonance hit him. Wu Yan was stunned. Scratching his head in confusion, Wu Yan was confused. What's going on? In the hall, Mikoto was anxiously jumping up and down, as if she had encountered something unbelievable. Hinajuku, on the other hand, was expressionless as she watched Mikoto jumping up and down, as if nothing could attract her attention. Ikaros and Astria stared at their own bodies in a daze. Wu Yan is even more confused by their current state. But the confusion only lasted for a moment. Soon Wu Yan's eyes turned into a daze. If Wu Yan didn't hear wrong, the words he shouted just now sounded sweet and delicate. That's a girl's voice. Before Wu Yan could react, the four girls in the living room heard the sound of the door being kicked open. They turned around at the same time. When they saw Wu Yan noticed that they were stunned. After a while, Ikaros suddenly raised her finger and pointed at Wu Yan. "You woman! Why are you here?" Wu Yan is stunned. He couldn't help but be stunned. First of all, Ikaros yelling at someone with an angry face is already something that doesn't make sense. Second of all, what did Wu Yan hear? "You woman?" Wu Yan could only try his best to hold his jaw that was about to fall off. He stuttered. Ikaros." When he spoke, Wu Yan was stunned again. The sweet and tender voice came from his throat and came out from his mouth. No matter how slow he is, Wu Yan noticed that his voice is a girl's voice. Wu Yan also noticed this. Not only did his voice change, even his body felt a little strange. Especially his chest, it felt heavy. Combined with what Ikaros said just now, a bad premonition rose from Wu Yan's heart. He reflexively looked at his chest. A pair of voluptuous breasts that covered his lower body entered his vision. As Wu Yan lowered his head, bright golden bangs and slightly messy blonde hair appeared in Wu Yan's vision. Taking a few light breaths, he looked at the four girls and his own body that is even more out of place. He raised his head and looked at the sky. In other words, Mikoto became Ikaros, Ikaros became Chuju, Chuju became Astria, and Astria became Mikoto. Is that it? A blonde man with huge breasts sat in the middle of the hall. Sitting in the middle of the hall, he glanced at the four girls surrounding him and sighed. When they heard Wu Yan's words, the four girls nodded in unison. Then, Ikaros. No, Mikoto, who was using Ikaros' body, gave Wu Yan an annoyed look. Then, you turned into that annoying woman. Wu Yan sighed again. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. Yes, he turned into her. And it's the familiar her. Shokuhu Misaki. Jusama. This body that Wu Yan liked a lot, now it's making him feel like he doesn't want to see it. Astria, the original Hinajuku, looked at her body and frowned. She crossed her arms in front of her chest out of habit. However, her arms were repelled by her ample bosom. She felt pressured as she was originally a flat-chested girl. Yen, according to what you said, we became like this because of that thing called angel fall? Wu Yan nodded. That's the only explanation that can explain why we became like this. Mikoto. No, Astria, who was using Mikoto's body, shouted at Wu Yan anxiously. Then what should we do? You, Astria doesn't want to use this body, master. Hurry up and think of something. Hey, what do you mean by this body? Mikoto slammed the table in dissatisfaction. Wu Yan felt like he was being cheated. After all, the person who slammed the table in anger was Ikaros. He can imagine how out of place Ikaros, who was supposed to be a fake samurai, suddenly slamming the table in dissatisfaction. Chuju laughed awkwardly before turning to Wu Yan. Yen, Astria is right. We can't go on like this. It's better to solve this quickly. I'm not used to other people's bodies. Is that so? Wu Yan looked at Hinajuku suspiciously before narrowing his eyes. But why do I feel like you like your current body? Everyone in the room turned to look at Chuju. Chuju's expression stiffened and she awkwardly averted her gaze. No. Stare. Wu Yan, Mikoto, Astria, Ikaros. Chuju got angry when she saw their faces saying, I don't believe you. She pointed at Mikoto. Mikoto, don't you like your current body too? Don't spout nonsense. Mikoto quickly refuted. I didn't. However, the more he spoke, the weaker his voice became. The more he spoke, the more guilty he felt. Wu Yan could only helplessly shake his head. It's understandable. Sis Kanon and Kaisha-sama's bodies are a pain in their hearts. Now that they have a chance to use such a voluptuous body, it would be strange if they weren't happy. In any case, let's think of a way to solve this fallen angel problem. Wu Yan decisively said. There should be people from the mage faction working on fallen angel right now. Even though we can wait for them to solve it, it's a bit unreliable. It's better if we do it ourselves. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria nodded in unison. Chapter 240. Found it. In the living room, Wu Yan, Mikoto, Hinajuku, and Astria surrounded Ikaros as they watched her work on her computer. They didn't say anything until Ikaros said something. Only then did they step forward. Chuju. No, Ikaros, did you find it? Yes, master. Ikaros looked at Wu Yan with an expressionless face while wearing Chuju's appearance. Wu Yan wasn't used to this. It made him more determined to restore everyone's appearance. Hinajuku leaned in front of the computer screen and looked at the information on it. She asked curiously, Yen, why are you investigating this address? Is it related to Angel Fall? That address. Mikoto frowned as she looked at Wu Yen. When she saw Shokuhu Misaki's face, her frown deepened. She turned her head away helplessly. Ah. Wu Yen nodded and said to the girls. To activate Angel Fall, a ritual must be set up beforehand. Once the ritual is complete, even if it's a normal person, Angel Fall will still be activated. You mean? Chuju thought for a moment and seemed to understand. That's right. Wu Yen pointed at the address on the computer screen. Once the ritual is complete, Angel Fall will be activated. On the other hand, if the ritual site is destroyed, Angel Fall will be disbanded. This address is the ritual site of Angel Fall? Mikoto looked at Wu Yen and asked. Yeah. Wu Yen smiled and said to Mikoto. Once the building at this address is destroyed, Angel Fall will be disbanded. Really? That's great. Astria was the first to jump up and cheer when she heard Wu Yan's words. However, she was using Mikoto's body. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and looked at Wu Yen with admiration. Master is amazing. You know so many things, as expected of my master. Hearing this, Hinajuku and Mikoto were confused. Hinajuku touched her cheek and frowned. Now that Astria mentioned it, I do agree. Yen, you always know things that others don't. Where did you get them from? The last sentence was obviously directed at Wu Yen. Wu Yen could only helplessly shrug and smile at them. How could he possibly tell them that he had seen everything on the screen? Seeing Wu Yan's shameless face, Mikoto, who was already unhappy with his face, became even more unhappy. She coldly humphed and turned her head away. Chuju did the same, but the two girls didn't continue to ask, which made Wu Yen relieved. After thinking for a while, Wu Yen said to the four girls, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Astria, the four of you, go and destroy that ritual. Chuju and Mikoto immediately asked, What about you? Me. Wu Yen smiled faintly. A strange red light flashed in his golden eyes. I will go and meet that unlucky angel. If Wu Yan's memory serves him right, the archangel who fell to the mortal realm because of Angel Fall used a spell to destroy the world in order to return to the heavens. Even though in the original work, Tsuchimikado Motoharu destroyed the ritual in time and allowed the archangel to return to heaven, preventing the apocalypse, Wu Yen didn't dare to bet everything on the original plot. He, Hinajuku, Ikaros, and Astria, who originally didn't exist in this world, had already arrived in this world. This world was already different from the moment they arrived in this world. Wu Yen felt that he had to make a trip there to prevent himself from losing an entire instance world if things go wrong. Master! Ikaros immediately stood up and walked in front of Wu Yen. Her intention was clear. Ikaros didn't want Wu Yen to go alone against an angel. Ikaros, follow Chuju and Mikoto to destroy the ritual. Looking at Ikaros' expressionless yet pitiful face, Wu Yen felt weird, but he still raised his hand and patted Ikaros' head. But Ikaros' eyes are filled with worry. Protecting her master's safety is the most basic duty of an angel, but she can't remember how long it's been since the last time she was by her master's side in a battle. Seeing the faint sadness in Ikaros' eyes, Wu Yen felt his heart ache. This girl who puts him at the center of everything, no matter how much he protects her, he feels like he owes her a lot. After patting Ikaros' head, under the shocked gazes of Mikoto, Chuju, and Astria, Wu Yen kissed the corner of Ikaros' lips and smiled at the stunned Ikaros. Be a good girl. Ikaros stared blankly at the beautiful girl who kissed her and stood in front of her. She had a strange feeling in her heart. In the end, thousands of words turned into one sentence. Yes, master. Actually, Ikaros didn't know that the strange feeling in her heart was called scam. Chuju and Makoto's mouths twitched as they looked at the two who suddenly fell into a pink atmosphere. They felt like thousands of grass mud horses were running through their hearts. Even though they know the two in front of them are a real couple, but at least in the eyes of the people here, the scene in front of them is very Yuri. Especially Hinajuku, when she saw her body being kissed by a very beautiful girl, her heart was in a mess, and she could only scream madly. Don't mess around with other people's bodies. Walking on the streets of Academy City, Wu Yen helplessly stopped in his tracks. Even though his body is Jusama's, Wu Yen couldn't help but feel a sense of pain in his balls. As expected of an exercise idiot, after walking for less than 10 minutes, he has to stop and rest for 5 minutes. How did he manage to cultivate this body? Realizing that if he continues walking like this, the Armageddon might be activated before he arrives, Wu Yen decisively gave up. He casually turned off the electromagnetic barrier on his body and picked up his phone. He didn't even dial the number. He directly spoke into the phone. Alistair, I know you can hear me. After a moment of silence, a voice came from the other side of the phone. What do you need me to do? Very straightforward and concise, very much like Alistair's style. However, Wu Yen had a strange expression on his face. He forced himself to hold back the laughter that was about to come out of his mouth. His face turned red from holding back his laughter. This was because on the other side of the phone, Alistair's voice no longer sounded like a machine. Instead, it sounded very cute and tender, like a cute loli's voice. Even though he didn't know what Alistair looked like, Wu Yen couldn't help but imagine a cute loli with an expressionless face hanging upside down in a culture tank filled with liquid. At this time, Wu Yen finally realized that even a demon god like Alistair would be affected by angel fall. No matter how strong Alistair is, he's still just a human. Even Wu Yen, who has the system and is now a primogenitor, was affected. There's no way Alistair wouldn't be affected by the Archangel's power. He just doesn't know if that damn strong AI Waith was affected. If he was, then it would be fun. Holding back his laughter, Wu Yen coughed and said seriously, "Help me get ready, you know what I'm going to do." On the other side of the phone, Alistair was silent for a moment before saying, "The helicopter to the destination will arrive in 5 minutes." Hearing this, Wu Yen nodded. Listening to Alistair's cute lowly voice, his starry eyes curved into crescents. Perhaps Alistair knew what Wu Yen was thinking. His voice suddenly came. "I wish you success. 5th place." Wu Yan's smile froze on his face. Chapter 241. Sitting on the helicopter, Wu Yen looked at the little Shota in the pilot seat and told himself that he shouldn't take it to heart. The one who cares about the details is Sheruno. Even though Alistair's efficiency is very good and the strength of the driver is very solid, allowing Wu Yen to rush towards the beach where the Archangel's power of God will descend at the fastest speed possible. However, the series of actions with the 4 girls at home has already delayed a lot of time. At this moment, the sun is about to set. Wu Yen doesn't know when the Archangel's power of God will activate the world extinguishing technique. Therefore, Wu Yen can only tell himself that he has to hurry. From time to time, Wu Yen would raise his head to look at the sky to make sure that the world extinguishing technique has yet to appear. Only then did he slow down. However, the silent sky didn't last for long. Soon, a magic formation that covered the entire sky and emitted a terrifying aura of destruction extended from the other side of the sky at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a second, it covered the entire sky in Wu Yan's line of sight. Feeling the terrifying aura of destruction from the magic formation, Wu Yan's expression gradually sank. In the end, the world extinguishing technique has been activated. It's not here yet? Seeing that the world extinguishing technique has been activated, Wu Yen couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He frowned and shouted at the driver. Without waiting for the driver to speak, a small figure appeared in Wu Yan's line of sight, causing Wu Yan's eyes to narrow. Wu Yen can't see the specific shape of the figure. However, Wu Yen can clearly see the huge icicle wings on her back that look like spider legs. Archangel. Power of God. Under the huge icicle wings, the Archangel's body is like a tiny dot. With the support of the wings, she stopped in mid-air. Under the huge wings and magic formation, 3 familiar figures that he met for the first time appeared in Wu Yan's line of sight. 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was old and the other was young. The old man looked somewhat similar to the young man. He had a beard on his chin and looked quite mature. The young man had a hedgehog head. His face was full of misfortune and poverty. People who saw him couldn't help but feel pity for him. They also wanted to step on his face a couple of times. Kamiju Katsuya. Kamiju Toma. Seeing these two people, Wu Yan automatically ignored Kamiju Katsuya and directly looked at Kamiju Toma, the main character of the original work. The first time he saw Kamiju Toma, Wu Yan had the urge to kill him. This urge is the same as when he went on dates with Jusama or Makoto and the other girls. It's the same kind of urge that those who are jealous of him would have when he went on a date with Jusama or Makoto. It's an impulse that all men will have when they face a winner in life. Although the Crystal Palace of seducing girls had almost been emptied by him, seducing girls was still a winner in life. Just indicia alone is enough to make countless lelicons burn him to death. As for the remaining woman, Wu Yan, who was still on the helicopter and could only roughly see her appearance, his eyes lit up. She was wearing a t-shirt that was tied up at the waist and a pair of jeans. The jeans were cut off from the bottom of her left thigh, giving her a very sexy look. Her long black hair was tied up into a ponytail and hung down to her waist. She had a tall and slender figure and fair skin. In her hand was a knife that was very similar to Feifei's night elf. A beauty. A 100% beauty. Even though Wu Yan, who is surrounded by all kinds of outstanding beauties every day and has already trained his taste to a certain extent, he couldn't help but secretly admire her beauty. Soul-rending fire weave. He was a magician from the Church of Necessary Evil, a British Puritan religion, and one of the top 5 magicians in London. One of the only 20 saints in the world, the former Pope of the Forsaken Cross, able to use part of the power of the God's child. A super strong fighter with heart, technique, and physique. These information that he saw on the screen automatically rolled through Wu Yan's mind. Wu Yan's gaze towards Kenzaki Kaori became more serious. In Wu Yan's eyes, Kenzaki Kaori is indeed worthy of such powerful information. Kenzaki Kaori. Level 72. Impressive. Kenzaki Kaori is a Tier 8 fighter. At this time, Kenzaki Kaori, Kamiju Toma, and Kamiju Katsuya didn't notice a helicopter flying towards them. They were looking at the Archangel's power of God with a serious expression. Kenzaki Kaori looked at the Archangel's power of God and then at the huge magic formation in the sky and gritted her teeth. Lowering her head, Kenzaki Kaori said in a deep voice, "A rain of rockets that once destroyed a fallen civilization." Looking at the Archangel's power of God, Kenzaki Kaori said in a loud voice, "Just to return to heaven, such a goal, the power of God, you intend to destroy this entire world?" Hearing this, Kamiju Toma's body trembled. His unlucky face with a dark aura gradually became serious, and his hand that was holding the girl's hand clenched tightly. Destroy the world? Don't joke around. Kamiju Toma. Kenzaki Kaori's eyes focused on Kamiju Toma. Do you intend to interfere? The opponent is an angel. Even if you have fantasy killer, the next level of battle isn't something an ordinary human like you can interfere. Kamiju Toma clenched his teeth and said unwillingly, "Do you want me to watch this world be destroyed?" Kenzaki Kaori was silent, but Kamiju Katsuya suddenly screamed on the side. A girl fell from the sky. Kamiju Toma's righteous face suddenly collapsed. He looked at his father and shouted crazily, "I'm talking to you." This is a very dangerous time. Are you still thinking about something as unrealistic as a beauty falling from the sky? On the other hand, Xianxia Huri was stunned when she looked up. No, there really is a girl falling from the sky. At this time, Kamiju Toma finally saw a golden-haired super beauty falling from the sky. He was instantly dumbfounded. He didn't know if it was because there really was a girl falling from the sky or because the other party was very beautiful. After regaining his senses, Kamiju Toma realized that the girl was in free fall. He hurriedly yelled danger at the girl falling from the sky. Then he reached out his fantasy killer, or in other words, his hand to grab the girl in the sky. Using the word grab is not wrong, because Kamiju Toma's hand, who knows if it's intentional or not, was aimed at the girl's chest. Of course, the hand didn't know that the girl in the sky, although the body is a girl, inside, there's a real man's heart. This so-called girl falling from the sky is Wu Yan, who came to the scene, directly jumped down from the helicopter after sending the driver away. Looking at the hand that's reaching out towards him, Wu Yan's expression turned awkward. No wonder they're called the hand that's trying to pick up girls. They even dare to reach out to someone they just met for the first time, and with such precision too. At this moment, Wu Yan didn't plan to do free fall anymore. He turned his body, and under the shocked eyes of the girl and two boys, suddenly became light, and then, directly floated in the air. Kamiju Toma stared blankly at the beautiful girl floating in the air, muttering, "The girl flew." Kamiju Toma heard Kamiju Toma's words and nodded dumbly. Looking at the old and young pair, Kanzaki Kaori was angry. "What time is it now? You guys are still playing." She shouted at the two unreliable guys, making them tremble in fear. Kanzaki Kaori also looked at Wu Yan floating in the air and shouted, "Over there, unrelated personnel, please leave this place quickly, this place will become very dangerous." Hearing this, Wu Yan smiled faintly, but didn't immediately answer Kanzaki Kaori. Instead, he looked at Archangel God's strength, a light flashed in his eyes, his face serious to the extreme. God's strength, level 75. Chapter 242. Archangel of God. Level 75. Wu Yan's face darkened at the sight of this level. His golden eyes became serious. Archangel of God's level is almost one level higher than his. With his current level, if he were to go against the Archangel's divine power, he would be courting death. Of course, Wu Yan might be able to rely on True Ancestor's undying ability to hold off Archangel of God for a while if he doesn't have Jusama's body. But now, it would be a disaster if Jusama's body were to be destroyed. Wu Yan sighed as he looked at Kanzaki Kaori and Kamiju Toma on the ground. His serious expression loosened up a little bit. With their combined strength, they should be able to hold their own against an Archangel of God. Kanzaki Kaori. Level 72. Kamiju Toma. Level 10. Seeing Kamiju Toma's level, Wu Yan almost fell from the sky. Helplessness in his heart, this girl's hands are really useless. But Wu Yan also knows that Kamiju Toma's level may be low, but that doesn't mean he's weak. His level may be pitifully low, but with that cheating fantasy killer, levels and whatnot aren't that important. As for Kanzaki Kaori, Wu Yan can sense that she's far from being level 72. But once she uses her sage ability and activates her holy mark, she'll be able to hold her own against an Archangel of God even if she doesn't have a helper. Wu Yan was thinking to himself in the sky. Kanzaki Kaori thought he was scared stiff by the angel's appearance, so she quickly yelled again. "Hurry up and leave this place. It's dangerous here." Hearing Kanzaki Kaori's shout, Wu Yan had no choice but to stop his train of thought. He looked up at the Armageddon in the sky and his starry eyes narrowed. Shokuhu Misaki's sweet voice rippled through the turbulent space. Her lips parted slightly. "Indeed, it's dangerous here." Unconsciously raising a hand to cover his mouth, Wu Yan chuckled. He didn't realize that his manly heart had begun to crack and he was acting like a girl. That Armageddon technique is too dangerous. It's better not to leave it behind. Hearing this, Hikari Kaori was taken aback. She seemed a little surprised that the other party would know about Armageddon. But Wu Yan's words made her feel that the other party's background was not simple. Wu Yan glanced at the Archangel's divine power and spoke indifferently, as if the person in front of him wasn't one level higher than him, but one level lower. "Archangel, the power of God, you're willing to destroy this world in order to return to the heavens? In that case you have to get the consent of us tenants first." After speaking, Wu Yan ignored Kanzaki Kaori and the others who were stunned by his words. He looked up at the sky and stared at the Armageddon technique formation. He raised his hand. A ray of light flashed by. Kanzaki Kaori, Kamiju Danma, Kamiju Katsuya, and the Archangel's divine power only saw a blur before they saw a bow in Wu Yan's hand. It's a transparent longbow that looks like a pair of wings. It's as black as ink, and it's shining like stars. Meteor Knight. This is the Meteor Knight that even IYSI wouldn't be able to take on without getting hurt. Once again, it's in Wu Yan's hand. Light suddenly appeared in the originally dark sky. They were like fireflies, floating slowly in this space. Then, with a burst of speed, they turned into starlight with a faint silver glow, and madly gathered towards the Meteor Knight. The familiar stars rushed towards the Meteor Knight in his hand. Wu Yan's lips curled into an excited smile. This time, he can finally use the Meteor Knight. With excitement, Wu Yan knocked the bowstring of the Meteor Knight and slowly pulled. starlight as resplendent as the Milky Way gathered on the body of the elegant transparent longbow, forming a shining silver arrow. With the appearance of the arrow, the archangel's calm expression finally changed. Kanzaki Kaori on the ground was also shocked to see a terrifying aura gushing out from the elegant longbow. It even overshadowed the aura of the Armageddon spell formation in the sky. What kind of bow is that? Kanzaki Kaori looked at the meteor knight in Wu Yan's hand and gulped. If it's even more terrifying than the Armageddon spell formation, that's not necessarily the case. If the Armageddon spell formation is activated, then the meteor knight will definitely be no match for it. It's only now that the Armageddon spell formation still needs a lot of time to prepare. The meteor knight is only slightly stronger than the Armageddon spell formation. The stars are circling around Wu Yan and the meteor knight like meteors in the night sky. At this moment, Wu Yan with Shokuhu Misaki's body is like a goddess under the moonlight, very moving. Even Kanzaki Kaori, who was shocked by the might of the meteor knight, couldn't help but be a little dazed. Let alone Kanzaki Kaori, who was shocked by the might of the meteor knight. The archangel seems to be stunned by the meteor knight. She stared blankly at Wu Yan, who is aiming at the Armageddon spell formation in the sky. For a moment, she forgot to react. Looking up at the giant spell formation, Wu Yan pulled the string of meteor knight to its fullest. The surrounding stars are constantly replenishing the arrow, increasing its power to the maximum. Until the moment the power reached its peak, a meteor streaked out from the meteor knight, cutting through the sky, space and night. Kanzaki Kaori, Kanzaki Kaori, Kanzaki Kaori, Kanzaki Kaori, and the archangel all had different expressions on their faces. The meteor crashed into the Armageddon spell formation. There was no strange sound, no strange phenomenon, no terrifying aura, and no brilliance that filled the sky. The meteor collided with the magic array. In the instant it collided with the magic array, the meteor disappeared without a trace. Only the Armageddon spell formation is still shining brightly in the sky. It's as if everything that just happened was just an illusion. After a long time, under Kanzaki Kaori's stunned gaze, the Armageddon spell formation in the sky suddenly cracked. Along with this crisp cracking sound, the Armageddon spell formation in the sky started to emit continuous cracking sounds, and then countless cracks appeared on the Armageddon spell formation as if it was glass that had been shattered. In the end, with a loud clang, the magic array that covered the sky turned into fragments and disappeared. Wu Yan put down meteor shower as if he just did something not worth mentioning. Wu Yan bathed in the light of the Armageddon magic formation. Kanzaki Kaori's heart was deeply shaken. Wu Yan's heart was deeply shaken. That bow, that meteor. Everyone was immersed in that beautiful scene for a long time, unable to extricate themselves. What kind of person was she? Kanzaki Kaori stared at Wu Yan, who was floating in the sky. Her shock turned into seriousness and curiosity. Of course, she's looking at the meteor shower in Wu Yan's hand. As a saint of the magic faction, Kanzaki Kaori has never heard of any spiritual equipment that can shatter a Armageddon spell formation. Even the spiritual equipment left behind by God Jehovah is the same. With such a terrifying weapon, Kanzaki Kaori could foresee that the Church of Necessary Evil's cute bishop would have sleepless nights if the other party was a hostile faction. As for her curiosity, of course, she's curious about Wu Yan himself. She? Just who is she? A magician? An ability user? A free agent? Or a subordinate faction? All of these mysteries made Kanzaki Kaori unable to react. Of course, the Archangel God's power is an exception. Chapter 243. The destruction of the Armageddon didn't seem to have caught the attention of Archangel Godly. The only exception was when Wu Yan took out meteor shower. Archangel Godly's expression changed a little when Wu Yan took out meteor shower. On the other hand, Kanzaki Kaori, Kamiju Toma, and Kamiju Katsuya looked at the meteor shower in Wu Yan's hand with a blank, serious, and fearful expression. Of course, the other person who just arrived had the same expression. Is that mind control? Tsukimake's Motoharu froze for a moment and exclaimed in surprise. Living in Academy City and with such a sensitive identity, it's impossible for Tsukimake's Motoharu not to recognize the LV5 Shokuhu Misaki. Kanzaki Kaori and the others immediately turned to look. Kanzaki Kaori frowned and asked Tsukimake's Motoharu, "Do you know her?" Tsukimike's Motoharu took a deep look at Wu Yen floating in the air and nodded. Her name is Shokuhu Misaki, the 5th of the 7 LV5 in Academy City. Her ability is mind control. Just like her title, she's an expert at manipulating other people's minds. Tsukimike's Motoharu smiled and started to tease her. But this one shouldn't be the 5th meow. After all, I've never heard of the 5th meow being able to fly. Kanzaki Kaori froze for a moment before realizing something. You're saying that she was also affected by Angel Fall? Tsukimike's Motoharu nodded. Kamiju Toma scratched his head in annoyance. Then, who is that up there? No one answered this question, because this was also the biggest doubt in their hearts. Kanzaki Kaori even murmured a sentence with rapt attention. I hope it's not an enemy. Tsukimike's Motoharu seems to have heard Kanzaki Kaori's words. He glanced at the girl in the sky again and told himself that he must figure out her identity. Otherwise, with such a terrifying power hidden in the dark, as long as she casually interferes with the current state of the world, it will cause a lot of trouble. Just now, Tsuchimikado Motoharu also saw that arrow that seemed to be able to shatter the sky. And at this moment, there was a new movement in the sky. Archangel Godpower didn't say anything about her doomsday technique being destroyed, but angels don't have any other surnames, but Archangel Godpower's current body is a lowly, so she's using her, is clearly focused on Wu Yen. A strange light flashed in her eyes, but it was as colorless as stagnant water. The Archangel stared at Wu Yen expressionlessly and suddenly raised the strangely shaped weapon in her hand. For the emotionless Archangel divinity, there is no need for formalities. Anyone who tries to stop her from returning to her lord is a heretic that should be eradicated. Who knows how the Archangel divinity moved? The ice wings on her back suddenly shook and ripples appeared in the air. Countless icicles shot out from her wings. The target is Wu Yen. Wu Yan's expression changed. His fingers moved slightly and his body suddenly floated away like a green leaf in the wind. If you look closely, you will notice a layer of fine iron particles that can only be seen when standing directly in front of Wu Yen rolled into a liquid and gently floated around Wu Yan's hands and feet. Wu Yen only slightly modified some of the original calculation formulas to control the fine iron particles to support his body and achieve flight. This was the inspiration he got from the battle with Accelerator, where he controlled the iron particles into a ball to empty himself. Wu Yen didn't need much computing power to achieve this goal. With a light push of the formula in his mind, the fine iron particles around his hands and feet became like his own hands and feet, carrying him around in the air. It's as if he's really flying. Let's do it. Kanzaki Kaori placed one hand on her 7 Heaven's 7 blades and said to Kamiju Toma, Kamiju Soya and Tsuchimikado Motoharu, you guys, go destroy the ritual site of Angel Fall. Kamiju Toma was taken aback and quickly shouted to Kanzaki Kaori. What about you? Kanzaki Kaori looked up at the sky and saw Wu Yen dodging in a sorry state. I'll stay here and hold back the Archangel divinity. You want to fight against an angel? Kamiju Toma was shocked. Even if he did not know anything about magic, he at least knew that those angels are not something humans can fight against. Kamiju Toma did not know that in some aspects, a sage with the stigmata can fight against an angel. But Kanzaki Kaori did not plan to use the stigmata. She looked at Wu Yen, who was dodging the Archangel divinity's attack, and smiled lightly. Don't worry, with my ability and that mysterious strong person, we should be able to hold back the Archangel divinity. But, when Kamiju Toma was still a little hesitant, Tsuchimikado Motoharu suddenly pulled his hand and smiled at him. Don't worry, Meow. Big sister is very strong, Meow. We also have things to do, Meow. Hearing Tsuchimikado Motoharu's words, Kamiju Toma gritted his teeth and nodded. He followed Tsuchimikado Motoharu and Kamiju Katsuya to his home. That was the site of the Angel Falls ceremony. Kanzaki Kaori looked at their backs as they left. I'll leave it to you guys. Unfortunately, Kanzaki Kaori did not know that there was another group of people who were preparing to demolish Kamiju Toma's house. The endless ice pillars were like raindrops on a rainy day. The ice pillars mercilessly pierced Wu Yan's body. As long as one is pierced, that delicate body of Jusama will come to an end. Wu Yen could only rely on his newly developed flying ability to escape in the sky. After a while, he was already panting heavily. He wanted to fight back, but the powerful bullet screen made it so that if he moved, 1 or 2 icicles would appear in front of him. He didn't even have the time to raise his meteor shower. The only thing Wu Yan can use to fight against the Archangel is Meteor Shower. The other skills like Kendo Mastery and Electromaster LV5 are all useless against someone of a higher tier than him. Challenging someone of a higher tier than him would be suicidal. Now, just dodging the attacks of Archangel God's might is already a bit too much for Wu Yan. This Archangel God's might is really strong. A simple ice pillar attack is already so strong. If she uses those angel techniques. On the other side, Archangel God's might seems to want to end this quickly. Her eyes suddenly lit up and countless water tornadoes appeared on the surface of the sea. With a whoosh, they shot towards Wu Yan like water dragons. The distance between the two was only a short dozen meters. With the strength of both sides, such a distance could be covered in almost an instant. In a few breaths, the water tornadoes had already rushed in front of Wu Yan. Facing such a powerful attack, Wu Yan did not dare to take it head-on. His body flashed with electricity, and the iron sand around him swept away Wu Yan. When Wu Yan retreated, a thick layer of ice formed on the surface of the water tornadoes. All the water tornadoes turned into huge ice pillars in an instant. They directly passed through Wu Yan's previous position and fiercely collided with Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan's expression changed again and again. The speed of the water tornadoes was already quite fast. After turning into huge ice pillars, their speed did not decrease but instead increased. With a strong whistling sound, they rushed towards Wu Yan, who could not react in time. Wu Yan gritted his teeth and secretly apologized to Shokuhu Misaki in his heart. Then, he raised Meteor Shower in his hand, as if he was planning to exchange injury for injury. At this moment, a sword light suddenly slashed across the ground and arrived in front of Wu Yan, shattering all the huge ice pillars that came towards him. Chapter 244. The ice pillar and the sword light cancelled each other out, saving Wu Yan, who was about to take the hit. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt a little more confident. She's finally going to make a move. Xianxia Kaori pointed the seven heavens' seven blades at the Archangel's divine power. Her face was serious, but her mouth was sneering. As a member of the Cross Sect, I never thought I would one day make a move against an angel of the Cross Sect. Soulcrack Kaori's face turned serious as she stared at Archangel God's might. Of the Church of Necessary Evil, Soulcrack Kaori, magic name. Salvera 000, lending a helping hand to those who can't be saved. Soulcrack Kaori swung Soulcrack Kaori's might with a wave of her sword. The air around the blade was rolled into a shockwave and swept towards Archangel God's might. By mentioning the name of the spell, it meant that Soulcrack Fire Weave had decided to take down the Archangel power of God as an existence that must be defeated. It also meant that she was going to go all out. However, Soulcrack Kaori still didn't plan on using the stigmata. That's to be expected. Even though she could contend against Archangel God's might after using the stigmata, as a human, using the stigmata from a son of God's might would cause her body to crumble easily. Of course, even without the stigmata, Soulcrack Kaori was still very strong. With her as the main attacker and Wu Yan assisting from the side, it's not impossible to go against Archangel God's might. Wu Yan immediately floated away and aimed Meteor Shower at Archangel God's might. Soulcrack Kaori seemed to understand and leaped forward. Soulcrack Kaori swung Soulcrack Kaori's might with Soulcrack Kaori's might. Instantly, a sharp sound rang in the air. Several sharp blades that could cut a normal person into pieces followed behind the shockwave and attacked Archangel God's might. 7 flashes, the shockwave tore through the air. Its power enough to injure a peak class 7 powerhouse. However, the Archangel didn't even bat an eyelid. The ice wings on her back unfurled, and a huge ice spike shot out, blocking the Archangel's path. The air wave and 7 flashes hit the ice spike and cut it into pieces. However, they were also blocked by the ice spike at the same time. The Archangel of God didn't even look at Soulcrack Kaori, who was attacking her. Instead, she looked directly at Wu Yan and waved her ice wings. The ice wings turned into sharp ice spears and pierced towards Wu Yan, who was about to draw his bow. This also meant that the Archangel was afraid of Wu Yan's Meteor Shower. Faced with the incoming ice spear, Wu Yan could only helplessly give up on attacking and float away. As for the other ice spear, it followed after the first ice spear was dodged and suddenly attacked. Not only that, countless ice spears were also coming towards Wu Yan from behind. Seeing the ice spear in front of him, Wu Yan smashed his bow against the ice spear and pushed upwards. His body instantly accelerated and moved away from the attack. The Archangel of God looked at Wu Yan expressionlessly. The ice spear was like a moving spider's leg, turning in the air and continuing to stab towards Wu Yan. It seemed to want to destroy him first. 7 flashes, seeing the Archangel's divine power ignore her, Soul Crack Kaori seemed to be a little angry. She sheathed her 7 heavens 7 swords, and with a flip of the scabbard, she shattered all the ice spears with a sharp screech. After losing the ice spears formed from the ice wings, the Archangel of God immediately touched the surface of the sea, and a waterspout attacked again. But this time, the target was not Wu Yan or Soul Crack Kaori, but the Archangel of God herself. The waterspout directly hit the Archangel of God's back and gradually turned into ice. The ice spread out, and a pair of ice wings suddenly appeared behind the Archangel of God's back. While the Archangel of God was condensing the ice wings, Wu Yan's eyes turned sharp. Taking a beating was not in his character. He was not a masochist. Since he did not have time to use Meteor Shower, he had to use other moves. In his mind, all the computing power suddenly surged wildly. A burst of crazy beep 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 sound appeared on Wu Yan's surface, accompanied by a crazy flow of blue and white electricity. At the same time, countless black clouds suddenly appeared in the originally boundless night sky, covering the night sky. A storm-like silence filled the entire scene, making it seem like the crater of a volcano before an eruption. It was extremely solemn. A burst of lightning flashed and thunder rumbled within the layers of dark clouds. The blue-white lightning seemed to have a life of its own. It was like a giant dragon, rolling within the clouds. Soul Crack Kaori's face shook. This isn't magic, this is a superpower. Soul Crack Kaori abruptly turned her head to look at Wu Yan in the sky, bathed in lightning and thunder. Her eyes turned cold. It's her. She's from Academy City. After figuring out that Wu Yan was from the science faction, Soul Crack Kaori did not relax. Instead, her heart sank. The relationship between science and magic is not that good. With Wu Yan's current strength, Soul Crack Kaori had no choice but to take him seriously. Without using the sacred mark, Soul Crack Kaori felt that it would be very difficult for her to defeat him. On top of that, he had a terrifying bow. This thought flashed through Soul Crack Kaori's mind before she buried it deep in her heart. Now is not the time to think about these things. Dealing with Archangel God's might is the most important thing right now. Suddenly, Wu Yan closed his eyes, then abruptly opened them. A violent aura suddenly came from the clouds, causing Soul Crack Kaori to stop her 7 heavens 7 blades. Like a giant dragon rolling in the clouds, the lightning gathered above Archangel God's might. In the blink of an eye, all the lightning condensed into a white lightning ball. A real lightning strike, Wu Yan yelled, and he pointed at the white ball of lightning above the Archangel. With a wave of his hand, a gigantic bolt of lightning came crashing down from the sky. In less than 1,000th of a second, the bolt of lightning struck the Archangel. Kaboom! The lightning struck Archangel God's might. It wasn't until Archangel God's might was wrapped in lightning that the loud sound of thunder could be heard. What a powerful strike! Soul Crack Kaori clenched her 7 heavens 7 blades in her hand and muttered something only she could hear. It's much stronger than 7 flashes. It's comparable to solitary flash in terms of speed and power. If only the time it took to condense the attack was a little shorter. Did it work? Wu Yan panted slightly as he looked at Archangel God's might wrapped in lightning. His eyes showed a trace of exhaustion. True Lightning Strike is the strongest move in Electrocaster LVL5. It's even stronger than Railgun. Even with Wu Yan's strength, using this move still gave him a headache. At a certain point, Wu Yan looked at the location where the lightning flashed. His expression changed and he felt helpless. Sure enough, it's not that easy. Archangel God's might was still there, expressionless. Her body was unharmed except for the tattered ice wings on her back. This told Wu Yan that Archangel God's might was fine because of this. Archangel God's might tilted her head like a puppet. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. This is probably what they call an angel, a puppet of God. The Archangel's eyes flickered a little. She leaned to the side, and the ice wings on her back flapped in the air. A circle of light swayed out from the ice wings. Archangel God's might pointed at it and a familiar giant magic circle appeared once again, covering the entire sky. Armageddon. Wu Yan and Soulcrack Kaori were shocked. Archangel God's might was not going to waste any more time. The magic circle in the sky glowed with an icy blue light. The familiar aura was once again emitted from it. But halfway through, an explosion came from afar. Following that, Armageddon and Archangel God's might gradually disappeared under Wu Yan and Soulcrack Kaori's stunned expression. Chapter 245. In the eyes of the two, the Armageddon magic formation in the sky is slowly fading away. The dark night sky is also slowly disappearing along with the Armageddon magic formation, revealing the color of dusk. Archangel God's might, along with the disappearance of the Armageddon magic formation and the night sky, the ice wings on her back crumbled and turned into ice shards on the ground. Archangel God's might herself, as if she's in a painting, is slowly being erased, until she completely disappears. Wu Yan and Kanzaki Kaori, one in the air and the other on the ground, both of them let out a sigh of relief when they saw dusk and the Archangel's godly power vanish from sight. At this moment, Wu Yan and Xianxia Kaori's body suddenly flashed with a layer of color. As the color flashed, Wu Yan's body that belonged to Shokuhu Misaki also began to disappear, returning to his original state. On the ground, Xianxia Kaori also looked at her body in surprise, seemingly happy that her body has returned to its original state. Wu Yan couldn't help but scratch his face in confusion. Divine Rend Fire Weave seemed to have been affected by Angel Fall, as well. That's why she turned into that Shota uncle stare. So it's only natural that Xianxia Kaori would be happy when Angel Fall is removed. However, in Wu Yan's eyes, Xianxia Kaori has always been like this, not changing at all. That's why he wasn't as happy as Xianxia Kaori was. Of course, to Wu Yan, Xianxia Kaori didn't change much. But to Xianxia Kaori, Wu Yan has changed a lot. A peerless beauty suddenly turned into a stinky man. Isn't this a big change? Xianxia Kaori looked at Wu Yan, who was floating in the air, carefully sizing him up. It's like she's trying to imprint Wu Yan's appearance into her mind. Xianxia Kaori pondered for a moment before taking a few steps forward to speak to Wu Yan. Thank you for your help. Wu Yan nodded. He turned around and without another word, he flew off in a different direction. Wait! Xianxia Kaori reached out a hand to stop Wu Yan, but Wu Yan's figure has already turned into a black and disappeared into the horizon. Xianxia Kaori stared blankly at the direction Wu Yan disappeared, thousands of questions in her mind. But Wu Yan's gone, she can only bury these questions deep in her heart. Big sis! Xianxia Kaori. Two voices interrupted the beautiful scene of Xianxia Kaori looking up at the sky. She engraved Wu Yan's appearance in her mind before turning around. Tsuchimikado Motoharu looked at the dusk sky, his eyes flashing under his sunglasses. He asked Xianxia Kaori, "Did the divine power return?" Xianxia Kaori nodded and looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu and Kamiju Toma in confusion. "How did you guys get back so quickly? If I recall correctly, the Angel Falls ceremony isn't that far away, right?" Hearing this, Tsukimike's Motoharu and Kamiju Dangma looked at each other, and then Kamiju Dangma said, "We haven't even reached the ritual site, and the magic formation in the sky has already disappeared." What? Xianxia Kaori was shocked. Tsuchimikado Motoharu shrugged and smiled. "It's true, meow. Then, who destroyed the ritual site and stopped the angel fall?" Xianxia Kaori frowned and looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu and Kamiju Toma. "We want to know too, meow." Tsukimike's Motoharu pushed up his sunglasses and said in a strange tone, "Knowing about Angel Fall and knowing the location of the ritual before us, I'm curious who has the ability to do this, meow." "Well, it doesn't matter, as long as you guys are fine, that's the best." Kamiju Toma called out in satisfaction. Kamiju Toma nodded with a smile on his face, agreeing with him. These two poor people still don't know that their home has turned into dust, leaving only a piece of land. Speaking of which, meow, big sis. Tsuchimikado Motoharu looked at Xianxia Kaori and asked her, "Where's that mysterious person?" Xianxia Kaori sighed and said helplessly, "He left." "Is that so, meow?" Tsuchimikado Motoharu touched his chin and asked, "Did you see that mysterious person's appearance?" Xianxia Kaori nodded slightly and described Wu Yan's appearance to Tsuchimikado Motoharu. Tsuchimikado Motoharu pondered, trying to find memories of Wu Yan in his mind. Suddenly, a figure flashed in Tsuchimikado Motoharu's mind, making him slightly surprised. Big sis, are you sure that mysterious person has black hair and red eyes? Looking at Tsuchimikado Motoharu, who suddenly became excited, Xianxia Kaori was surprised. You know him? Tsuchimikado Motoharu bitterly smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Should be considered as knowing him, I've only seen him once, if he's really the person I'm thinking of. Tsukimikaze Motoharu returned to his usual carefree self. With his hands on his hips he smiled and said, well, if it really is him, then it's not surprising that he can do this, meow. Hearing this, Xianxia Kaori looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu with interest. Everything about Wu Yan is so mysterious and so powerful. Xianxia Kaori couldn't suppress her curiosity. Who is he? I saw him use a scientific ability. Is he really someone from Academy City? Tsuchimikado Motoharu scratched his face and helplessly said. Actually, I'm not sure about his background, meow. I only know that his name is Wu Yan. According to the records in Academy City's library, he's a LV0 powerless, meow. LV0? Xianxia Kaori shook her head without hesitation. Impossible. He's very strong, even compared to steel, he's much stronger. Also, I saw him use a very powerful lightning attack with my own eyes. There's no way he's LV0. Lightning attack. Tsuchimikado Motoharu nodded this time. Then this mysterious person should be that Wu Yan, meow. But, didn't you say he's LV0? Kamiju Toma couldn't help but ask. Could it be that he's LV0 like himself but has an inexplicable ability? I already said meow. That's the record in Academy City's database, meow. Tsuchimikado Motoharu looked at Xianxia Kaori and said in a deep voice. Big sis, remember what I'm about to say and report it to the highest bishop. Seeing Tsuchimikado Motoharu's serious expression, Xianxia Kaori's face turned serious and firmly nodded. Seeing this, Tsuchimikado Motoharu said. That person, although I don't have any specific information, but if I'm not mistaken, he has the ability to rival the chairman of Academy City, Alistair, or even the entire Academy City. Even though she was prepared, Xianxia Kaori's body still trembled. Is this possible? If he can rival Academy City, doesn't that mean he can rival the Church of Necessary Evil? That's why I'm not sure. That person's identity is very mysterious. No, too mysterious. Tsuchimikado Motoharu raised his face as if he was recalling something. He was able to hide from that person and hide his identity in Academy City. Just this alone is already not simple. I haven't been in contact with him for a long time, but he has a trump card that isn't weaker than that person. This is something that I can be sure of. I can see that even that person can only be compared to him and can't suppress him. Is that so? Kanzaki Kaori lowered her head and said in a troubled tone. So, Academy City and that mysterious guy called Wu Yan have already formed an alliance? Then we... Don't worry about that, meow. Tsuchimikado Motoharu waved his hand without care. At least for now, these two existences have no intention of joining forces, meow. Well, big sis, tell the highest bishop, she'll make the decision, meow. Xianxia Huaji nodded and looked at the sky again, as if she was recalling the figure that had disappeared. Wu Yan, huh? I owe you one. Chapter 246. The conversation between Kanzaki Kaori and Tsuchimikado Motoharu didn't reach Wu Yan's ears as he flew towards Academy City. He also didn't know that the magic faction had already listed him as a major faction on par with them. If he knew, Wu Yan would be flabbergasted. To be able to pretend to be mysterious with such a background, no wonder he's a transmigrator, he even needs to pretend a bit. Even though Wu Yan didn't come from a major faction, he wasn't that bad compared to them. Even though there were only 5 of them, Chuju was a Tier 7, equivalent to a LV5 in Academy City. Wu Yan was also a Tier 7, and after the battle with the power of God, Wu Yan leveled up to level 67. Even though the power of God disappeared due to the destruction of the Angel Fall ritual site, Wu Yan gained experience from the battle with the power of God. The battle with the power of God was recognized by the system as Wu Yan leveled up. Even Kaisha-sama gained experience and leveled up to level 64. Wu Yan might be a Tier 7, but with the true ancestor's bloodline and meteor shower, he could even hold his own against a Tier 8. If his opponent was careless and got hit by his arrow, He might even be able to turn the tables. As for the remaining 3, Mikoto also gained experience from the power of God and leveled up to level 71. Xianxia was at level 76, and Ikaros was at level 78. The battle with the power of God gave Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Xianxia a level up. This wasn't surprising. Xianxia had accumulated a lot of experience. Accelerator was a tier 8, the power of God, and the scattered experience from before, it wasn't surprising that she leveled up. Not to mention Ikaros. Ever since she was summoned, she had been accumulating EXP. She had accumulated a lot of EXP during the treasure hunt, and with the help of 3 tier 8 powerhouses, as well as the EXP of several powerhouses in Academy City, she only managed to level up by 1 level after much difficulty. Level didn't necessarily represent strength. Wu Yan was only level 67, but he still managed to fight 2 rounds with the power of God with Meteor Shower. Ikaros and Xianxia had powerful armaments, they were definitely at the peak of tier 8. Even without that, 2 7th tier and 3 8th tier were enough to attract the attention of the big shots of the magic faction. One had to know that in Academy City, only Accelerator and Alistair were able to attract the attention of the big shots of the magic faction. This didn't even include Iwas, who never appeared in front of Wu Yan. His actual strength was still unknown. Of course, Academy City itself was a factor as well. Since he didn't know what happened, he naturally wouldn't express his thoughts. However, it's impossible for him not to know that they all leveled up. This is enough to make him feel a lot better. Along the way, Wu Yan flew into Academy City and came back much faster than when he went out. This made Wu Yan sigh at Jusama's frail body. If he was in his own body when he went in, he would have been able to fly all the way to the end. With the EMP barrier in place, he's not afraid of being caught by the surveillance cameras in Academy City, breaking the traffic rules and flying towards home. However, when he caught sight of a figure below him, he stopped. She had a shoulder-length brown bob hairstyle, a petite figure and face, and 2 slender beautiful legs that seemed to be exposed intentionally or unintentionally, swaying back and forth. She was a girl who had the habit of adding the word super in her speech to emphasize the tone of her voice. Right now, the girl was swaying her slender legs as she walked into a small alley. Her face was covered by a hoodie. Her expression couldn't be seen, but she seemed to be mumbling something. Wu Yan looked at this petite but alluring girl with interest. He rubbed his chin and flew towards her. He landed behind her. As a member of Academy City's Black Ops, how could she not be vigilant in a place like this? Feeling someone approaching her, she turned around and saw Wu Yan standing behind her with a smile on his face. "It's super you." The girl was taken aback. Her face, which was originally calm, suddenly changed as if she had seen a dreadful beast. Without hesitation she turned around and ran away. Wu Yan predicted her movement. He grabbed the petite girl into his arms and teased. "Yo, Kinuhata girl, long time no see. Why are you running away the moment you see me? Super, let go of me. You super pervert." Kinuhata Sai struggled with all her might. However, Wu Yan, who had evolved into a true ancestor, wouldn't lose to a girl in terms of physical strength. He ignored her weak resistance. Kinuhata Sai forgot to use her ability. Who knows if she really forgot or she didn't use it subconsciously. In any case, she's only struggling to please Wu Yan while she's in his embrace. Oh? Is this how a little girl greets a friend you haven't seen in a long time? You're the little girl. Super little girl. Who's your super friend? You super pervert. Kinuhata Sai was very unhappy with Wu Yan calling her a little girl. After all, as a girl, she would want to be more mature and prettier. Being called a little girl was an insult to the self-proclaimed charming Kinuhata Sai. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow when he heard Kinuhata Sai say super. Yo, Kinuhata girl, you're so arrogant. You seem to have forgotten the lesson from last time. Do you need me to remind you? After saying that, Wu Yan touched Kinuhata Sai's seductive thigh. It made one wonder if he had such thoughts in mind before appearing in front of Kinuhata Sai. The thigh that she was most proud of was suddenly touched by a warm hand. Kinuhata Sai's struggling body instantly froze. Feeling the familiar shape of the hand that she had only experienced once, Kinuhata Sai gave up resisting and put on a crying face. You really are a super pervert, Wu. The moment the word super pervert was said, Kinuhata felt the hand on her thigh tighten, causing her to cry out in shock and shut her mouth. Wu Yan kneaded Kinuhata's thigh, feeling the smooth skin. Little girl, change the word, super pervert, and I will let you go. How about it? Originally, Wu Yan thought that Kinuhata would be happy to change it after hearing his words. However, he forgot that the word little girl was a huge blow to Kinuhata. I am not a super little girl. Kinuhata was furious. Enduring the pain from her thigh, she shouted at Wu Yan. You still say you are not a super pervert? Where is your hand super placed? Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and gave Kinuhata a smile that made her tremble in fear. Me? Where is my hand? Can you please tell me? As he spoke, Wu Yan's hand continued to move upwards. Very soon, it reached a position where Kinuhata had no choice but to submit to him. Kinuhata cried out in shock and started to struggle again. Hurry up and super let go of me. Otherwise I will scream. Although Wu Yan really wanted to say, scream all you want. No one will come and save you even if you break your throat. When he thought of how stupid he would sound if he said that, Wu Yan gave up on that thought. Scream all you want. No one will come and save you even if you break your throat. Reality has proven that Wu Yan can be really stupid sometimes. Kinuhata quickly shouted when she felt Wu Yan's hand on her thigh and it's about to reach into her panties. I got it. I super got it. Hurry up and super stop. Kinuhata wanted to cry but no tears came out. The sky is not even dark yet and I am not walking at night. How did I meet this wolf? Chapter 247. Lightly rubbing Kinuhata thighs, Wu Yan has to admit that Kinuhata most prided thighs have the right to be proud of them. Even though they aren't as slender as Ikaros, Astria, and Shokuhu Misaki's thighs, their smoothness is comparable to Mikoto and Chuju Mikoto's. To be able to maintain her thighs to such an extent at the age of 12, she even spent her days researching how to release the charm of her thighs, such as making them faintly discernible. This lowly's attractiveness has reached a whole new level. As the only person who has enjoyed this pair of thighs, Wu Yan can vouch for it with his own sister. Perhaps this is the reason why Wu Yan couldn't resist teasing Kinuhata after not seeing her for a long time. Patting Kinuhata cheeks, Wu Yan lamented. Why didn't you hold on a little longer? I thought I could play with you for a little longer. Hearing this, Kinuhata gritted her teeth. She really wants to punch this shameless bastard away. However, the hand that is constantly moving between her lower abdomen and the base of her thighs made Kinuhata give up on this tempting thought. Hurry up and let go of me. Chuckling, Wu Yan retracted his hand and let go of Kinuhata. The moment her feet touched the ground, Kinuhata ran away with the fastest speed she has ever run in her life. She only stopped when she put a safe distance between her and Wu Yan. She looked at Wu Yan cautiously. Looking at Kinuhata who ran 10 meters away, Wu Yan held his breath. I say, don't you think it's hard for you to talk like this? I don't have that much to say to you. Due to the distance between them, Kinuhata had to raise her voice. Honestly speaking, it's a bit difficult. Even though Kinuhata said that she had nothing else to say, she didn't leave immediately. Looking at the slightly arrogant Kinuhata, Wu Yan rolled his eyes. Then, little girl, running to such a remote alley, are you planning to do something bad again? I'm not a super little girl. When the word little brat was mentioned, Kinuhata couldn't help but grumble, as if she hadn't learned her lesson. I won't do anything bad. You won't do anything bad. Wu Yan couldn't help but curl his lips. Have you guys, never done anything bad? Kinuhata gulped and bit her lips as she glared at Wu Yan without saying a word. If she were to say that she had never done anything bad as a member of in Academy City, that would be bullshit. Even she herself wouldn't believe it. That super pervert probably hates girls who do bad things. This thought uncontrollably sprouted from Kinuhata heart. This was also the reason why Kinuhata didn't say a word. She didn't know why, but the only person who had ever touched her body was this super pervert, who had fiercely touched her body. Kinuhata couldn't help but be concerned about her image in his heart. Kinuhata didn't know that for Wu Yan, who was familiar with all kinds of 2D girls, as long as the girl wasn't rotten to the core and beyond redemption, Wu Yan wouldn't hate her. Of course, that's only if she's a cute girl. Looking at the silent Kinuhata Sai, Wu Yan had a feeling that if he continued to talk about this topic, it would lead to a bad ending, so he didn't bring it up. So, little girl, where are you planning to go now? It's almost dark and you're still running to an alley alone. Don't tell me you're planning to rob some hoodlums? I super told you not to call me super little girl. Kinuhata Sai said frantically, but what she got in return was Wu Yan's casual reply. I got it, little girl. I got it, little girl. With a pie sound, a Jing character appeared on Kinuhata Sai's forehead. Looking at Wu Yan's infuriating face, Kinuhata Sai resisted the urge to go berserk, turned around and walked away. Hey hey! Wu Yan was startled and quickly followed her. You still haven't told me what you're planning to do. I'm going to do bad things, Kinuhata Sai said in a depressed tone. At the same time, she quickened her pace as if she didn't want to talk to Wu Yan anymore. Unfortunately, Kinuhata Sai underestimated a certain someone's shamelessness and also underestimated his leg strength. One didn't want to be caught, so he kept increasing his speed, while the other followed behind as if nothing had happened, casually following behind the former. Compared to the former's running posture, the latter was obviously much more relaxed, as if he was taking a stroll, but he was still hanging behind the former. Soon, the scene of a man and a woman running after each other in the alley appeared in this empty space. Running towards a certain direction, Kinuhata Sai's face was flushed red, not sure if it was due to lack of stamina or anger. She turned around and looked at Wu Yan, who looked like he was taking a stroll. Kinuhata Sai's face collapsed. Stopping her footsteps, Kinuhata Sai slowly turned around with a sad face and said dejectedly, What are you super planning to do? Wu Yan lightly smiled, crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, Of course I want to know what you're planning to do. Hearing this, Kinuhata Sai looked at Wu Yan in confusion. Why do you want to know what I'm going to do? Hearing Kinuhata Sai's question, Wu Yan still had a smile on his face, but in his heart, he was a bit embarrassed. Of course, Wu Yan had a purpose for following Kinuhata Sai so lazily. Dungeon World. Magic Catalog. Dungeon Mission. Rescue. Mission 1. Save 20,000 Misaka sisters. Revive all the dead Misaka sisters and heal all the Misaka sisters who are still alive. Collect all 20,000 Misaka sisters and store them in the biocontainment device. Completed. Mission reward, equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points, 100,000 each. Mission 2. Defeat the strongest Esper in Academy City, Accelerator, completed. Mission reward, randomly summon a character. Mission 3. Seduce at least 3 characters in this dungeon world and make them willingly follow you out of this world. Mission reward. Summon a character that fulfills the requirements of Mission 3 for free. This very loving Mission 3 is still clearly displayed in Wu Yan's system list. Seduce at least 3 characters in this dungeon world. This is a very loving mission. But, will girls come to you for you to seduce? The answer is of course not. That's right, in other words, Kinuhata Sai has been targeted by Wu Yan. Back then, when Wu Yan received Mission 3, 2 people immediately appeared in Wu Yan's mind. The first one was Shokuhu Misaki. Queen Sama came to him on her own accord. How could Wu Yan not accept it? Although conquering Queen Sama is extremely difficult, after experiencing the ripples in the amusement park, Wu Yan already felt that the road ahead is much smoother. As for the second one, it was this very cute and seductive girl, Kinuhata Sai. Other than Queen Sama, she also appeared in Wu Yan's mind for the first time. In item, other than Mujino Shizuri, Kinuhata Sai, Takitsubu Riku, and Frenda were all taken advantage of by him. Naturally, Wu Yan thought of them the moment he received the Mission 3. Moreover, the Mission 3's targets just so happened to be these 3. This time, with the high difficulty level of the Mission 3, if he targets Kinuhata Sai, Takitsubu Riku, and Frenda from item, then it should be much easier. After all, they were all taken advantage of by him. They should have some impression of him, whether good or bad. As long as they have an impression of him, he would have a way to clear them, right? Besides, they are also characters he likes. As for the fact that Kinuhata Sai is 12 years old and Frenda is a standard infant, Wu Yan automatically ignored that fact. Chapter 248. Kinuhata Sai suddenly had a bad premonition. She felt a chill down her spine as if a pair of glowing green eyes were staring at her from behind. Kinuhatasai started to look around suspiciously, trying to find the source of the ominous feeling. Kinuhatasai didn't know that the wolf eyes that were staring at her was actually the wolf standing in front of her. Wu Yan naturally wouldn't say something like, "I'm here to woo you." But he couldn't find a reason to do so he could only shrug helplessly. "So are you going to tell me or not?" Kinuhatasai narrowed her eyes as her gaze slowly turned vigilant. "Don't tell me you're here to pry for information." Wu Yan rolled his eyes. "Pry for information? What kind of information would I pry for?" Kinuhatasai snorted coldly as she placed her hands on her waist and said proudly. "As the super dark unit of Academy City, there are plenty of people who come here to pry for information." Upon hearing this, Wu Yan curled his lips in disdain, completely destroying Kinuhatasai's arrogance. "If I really wanted to pry for information, would I need to go through so much trouble? I could just go straight to her door and take down Mujino Shizuri. What kind of information can't I get?" Kinuhatasai's arrogance instantly disappeared. Wu Yan's words reminded her of the battle at the research facility. Their leader Mujino Shizuri was taken down by Wu Yan and the three of them became his toys. Kinuhatasai could only say with a wronged expression, "Don't underestimate Mujino, she's super strong." "Yes, yes, yes." Hearing Kinuhatasai's stubborn tone, Wu Yan replied nonchalantly. This caused Kinuhatasai to clench her fists tightly. Looking at Kinuhatasai's angry expression, Wu Yan scratched his face and said impatiently, "I say, if you really don't have anything else to do, why don't you come with me for a stroll?" This time, Kinuhatasai finally understood that the other party wasn't interested in her goal at all. His real goal was her. As soon as this thought popped up in her mind, Kinuhatasai's face turned pale and she turned around to run. Wu Yan was stunned. Looking at Kinuhatasai who suddenly ran away, he couldn't react in time. Why did this girl suddenly run away? Could it be that she really had something secret to do? Wu Yan, who didn't know that Kinuhatasai had already found out about his wild ambition, could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. He looked at Kinuhatasai who ran away with a playful look as if he's looking at an underpowered vehicle. With a light step, he appeared behind Kinuhatasai. "I say, little girl, why are you running again? You don't want me to know where you're going? You're the super little girl. Don't chase after me." Kinuhatasai shouted without turning her head. Then, she mustered all her strength and started running. Her face was filled with panic, just like a little loli being chased by a strange uncle. "If you stop, I won't chase after you. Get the hell away from me. You're a super pervert. Little girl, it seems like you're planning to let this brother chase after you. I already said that I'm not a super little girl. Are you going to stop or not?" "Super no." "No. Then you want me to catch you? Fine, I'll definitely catch you properly. Help! There's a super pervert." Kinuhatasai had just shouted for help when she noticed a pair of wine-red eyes appearing from the side of her face. This caused Kinuhatasai's soul to leave her body and she started running for her life. At this moment, Kinuhatasai noticed that Wu Yan's eyes had turned wine-red. Although she was a little confused as to why the super pervert's eyes turned so beautiful, this wasn't a reason for Kinuhatasai to stop running. If she stopped, her beautiful body would be licked by that wolf's saliva again. "I say, why are you running?" "Because a super pervert like you is chasing after me." "If you don't run, I won't chase after you. Then super stop chasing after me." "Why are you so against me? I just want to invite you to watch a movie." "Who the hell wants to watch a movie with you?" "A movie, a B-rated movie." When she heard the words B-rated movie, Kinuhatasai's feet stopped for a moment but she immediately started running again with all her might. Although B-rated movies are very tempting to her, it's too dangerous to watch a B-rated movie with Wu Yan. Looking at Kinuhatasai running even faster, Wu Yan pursed his lips. His figure flashed and this time, he didn't appear beside Kinuhatasai but right in front of her. In the next second, Kinuhatasai felt herself crashing into someone's embrace and at the same time, that person hugged her. Feeling that familiar embrace, Kinuhatasai didn't even need to think to know who this person is. Kinuhatasai's face was filled with tears as she screamed in despair. "Woo-woo, Mujino, Takitsubu, Frenda, Kinuhata, I'm going to become super impure. My super beautiful body. You're finally going to super take advantage of this super pervert." Oh. Hearing that, Wu Yan's forehead was filled with black lines. Looking at Kinuhata Sai, who had given up on resisting, her eyes were tightly shut. Her face was filled with nervousness and her mouth was constantly screaming something. Wu Yan didn't hold back and slapped her butt. Ah! Super attack! Super attack is starting! Super attack is starting! Kinuhata Sai was extremely nervous as she screamed in panic. This caused the black lines on Wu Yan's face to collapse. In the end, it turned into the word, awkward. Little girl, I really don't know what you're thinking, but if it's possible, you should stop. Kinuhata Sai didn't give up and started scratching again. However, her strength was slowly decreasing. She opened one of her eyes and met with Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. Kinuhata Sai said meekly, Didn't you super want to eat me? Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Although he did want to eat this girl, he can guarantee that he didn't want to do it at this moment. Little girl, do you really want me to eat you that much? Wu Yan looked at Kinuhata Sai from the corner of his eyes and pressed her delicate body into his embrace. If that's the case, then I don't mind. No, no, no. Super don't want to. Kinuhata Sai shouted without hesitation. This caused Wu Yan to feel hurt in his heart. This Kinuhata Sai seems to hate him a lot. Wu Yan didn't even think about how many times he and Kinuhata Sai have met each other. Plus, the first time they met, he already did this to her. Any girl would subconsciously reject him, let alone have sex with him. Then, Kinuhata girl, accompany me to watch a movie. Wu Yan looked at Kinuhata Sai in his embrace with a smile. His hands even tightened as if he was saying, if you don't agree, I won't let go. One has to say he's too shameless. No, 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 super no. Kinuhata Sai shook her head without hesitation. For a B-rated movie, it's weird that a girl would like to watch it. But to bring a guy along to watch it, that's even weirder. And to bring Wu Yan along, that's too dangerous. Kinuhata Sai struggled for a bit but couldn't break free. Seeing Wu Yan's shameless look, Kinuhata Sai could only whimper and surrender. Please super let me go. I really have something super important to do. I can't go. Wu Yan looked at Kinuhata Sai with interest. What's the matter? Tell me. Kinuhata Sai hesitated for a while before helplessly saying, Mujino gave a death order, everyone has to be super present today. Hearing Kinuhata Sai's words, Wu Yan couldn't help but frown. Mujino Shizuri gave such an order? What is she trying to do? Mujino Shizuri wants to super challenge the second. No, she wants to super challenge the third place, Dark Matter. Ha! Wu Yan was stunned. Mujino Shizuri wants to challenge Kakin Taitaku? Kinuhata Sai nodded. Seeing this, Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched. He couldn't stay calm. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.